Members, if I may, I just want to take a real quick moment. I have known Reverend Dr. Odie Kennedy since I was a baby, and I wouldn't be here without her. We normally don't do this, but would you please join me in a round of applause for her? Thank you very much, Dr. Kennedy. And I will find myself. All right. The Senate will come to order. Mr. Schaffler, please call the roll.
Senators Amabile, Baisley, Ball, Bridges, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Cutter, Danielson, Doherty, Exum, Frizzell, Gonzalez, Hendrickson, Jaquez Lewis,
Excuse.
Judah, Kipp, Kirkmeyer, Colker, Liston, Lundeen, Marchman, Michelson-Genet, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Snyder, Sullivan, Weisman, Winter. Mr. President.
Never excuse. Let's do this. The morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, and 1 excuse. We have a quorum. Senator Kipp, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you. Will everybody in the chamber please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of February 12, 2025 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Oh, man, that was weak. All opposed, no. That was strong, but still the ayes have it and the motion is adopted. Senate Services.
Correctly re-engrossed Senate Bills 39 and 59, correctly re-revised House Bill 1019 and 1033.
Committee reports.
Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1034 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 54 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Mr. President, the Committee on Education has had under consideration and has had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be placed on the consent calendar and confirmed. Members of the Board of Trustees for the Colorado School for the Deaf and the Blind, effective July 2nd, 2024, for terms expiring July 1st, 2028. Megan Klassen of Denver, Colorado, reappointed. Dahlia Vircher of Colorado Springs, Colorado, to serve as the parent of a student of a school, appointed. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation and Energy has had under consideration and has had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be confirmed. Member of Transportation Commission for a term expiring July 1st, 2027, Todd Masters of Elizabeth, Colorado, to serve as a commissioner from the 11th Transportation District, occasioned by the resignation of Megan Vasquez of Elizabeth, Colorado, appointed. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation and Energy has had under consideration and has had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be placed on the consent calendar and confirmed. Member of the Transportation Commission for a term expiring July 1st, 2027, Cecil Gutierrez of Loveland, Colorado, to serve as a commissioner from the 5th Transportation District, occasioned by the resignation of James Kelly of Fort Collins, Colorado, appointed. Committee on Transportation and Energy, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 68 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Committee on Transportation and Energy, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 69 be amended as follows and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Judiciary, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 41 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Judiciary, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 129 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 8 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege by various senators.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Colleagues, today is Pueblo Day at the Capitol, and we have with us the current leadership class from Leadership Pueblo. Leadership Pueblo is a program put on by the Greater Pueblo Chamber of Commerce to provide educational and training opportunities for the next generation of up-and-coming leaders in business and industry and in our institutions in Pueblo. They are over here to my right, your left side of the chamber. And we have on your desk, you should have received the Pueblo package that includes Mission tortilla chips. Mission is one of the larger employers in Pueblo where their tortilla chips are made. And yes, the salsa has Pueblo chilies in it. That's the most important thing. So next time you're watching the game, or if there happens to be a late night of debate, you have that available to you. Please join me in welcoming the Pueblo Leadership Class of 2025.
Welcome to the Senate. Thank you for the chips and salsa. I didn't get one. I'm just playing. I got one. I'd like another one, though. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. Members, if you'll pay attention, please. To my left over here, you're right. Today we have people from the UC Health Memorial Hospital Southern Region Trauma Team is the only level 1 trauma center in Southern Colorado and is the busiest trauma center in Colorado and one of the busiest in the Western United States. They see this past year, they saw over 88,000 patients in the emergency department alone in the central location, and they treated over 16,000 trauma patients annually. The Southern Region Trauma Team consists of Memorial Central, Memorial North, Grandview, Pikes Peak Regional, and Parkview in Pueblo. The representatives from the Trauma Leadership Team are present here today, have expertise in trauma surgery, emergency medicine, military service, flight nursing, critical care nursing, case management, quality improvement, pediatrics, first responders, and rehabilitation. The total number of years these professionals are over 293 years. And Mr. President, at the risk of being fined, I would like to introduce them briefly. We have today Vicki Borman. If you all stand up after I read your names. Vicki Borman, Ann Caesar, Jeffrey Fidel, Heather Finch, Dawn Guyton, Renee Hildebrand, Kirsten Marks, Robin Mascarenas, Elena McCartney, Lauren Mosiliak, Kat Nordstrom, TJ Nunley, and Marilyn Twaits. Would you please rise and let's give them a round warm of. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Liston, and welcome to the Senate. We have much trauma in here as well. We're going to fix it. We're going to fix it right now. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a moment of personal privilege?
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I am very excited to welcome, I believe, many students to the Capitol today as part of CASB's Student Leadership Program, but particularly excited to welcome some students from my district from the Clear Creek High School, and then joining us on the floor here, we have students from the Summit High School and the Snowy Peak School in Summit County. They left at 5:30 this morning to be here at the Capitol and are very excited to be in the state Senate learning about their state government. Thank you all for your interest. We look forward to having you at the Capitol today. Thanks.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. So today, members, we have a special treat today. As most of you know, I am a master electrician, and I have got to take some of my classes through the Independent Electrical Contractors folks, IEC, and we have the Independent Electrical Contractors Rocky Mountain Chapter Emerging Leaders Program here today. It is a leadership training program that aims to develop leadership skills and focus on aspirations to expand their leadership role within their company and the industry at large. So if you guys would all stand so we can recognize you. Thank you for being here. It is the best job you could ever have, is to be a master electrician, and I hope you guys do well at it. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pelton B., and welcome. Any other announcements? Any other personal privilege, rather? Personal privilege. Personal privilege, Senator Gonzalez.
Good morning, Mr. President. Just want to remind folks that tomorrow
Not announcements.
Thank you, sorry.
It's all right, personal privilege. We got you, next time. I did say announcements the first time. I'm sorry to confuse you. All right. General order, second reading of the bills, consent calendar. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. A request has been made to remove Senate Bill 67 from the consent calendar, so the bill will now be placed at the bottom of General Order, second reading of bills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Majority Leader. Senate Bill 67 will be removed from the consent calendar and placed at the bottom of the General Order, second reading of the bills calendar. We'll take a senatorial 5. Faith chairing? I don't see Faith. Where? Oh, I see her now. Okay. All right. She's present. We're not going to proceed that order because it's you ready, brother? All right, here we go. General orders, second reading of the bills. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of the bills, and Senator Winter will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed for everyone in the room. Clerk, will you please read the title of Senate Bill 005?
Faith, can't hear you that well.
Can't hear me?
There you go.
Okay, I'll get closer.
I know. You always make that mic short.
Senate Bill 005 by Senators Rodriguez and Danielson and Representatives Mabry and Bacon concerning the elimination of the requirement for a second election to negotiate a union security clause in the collective bargaining process.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 5
Oh, an appropriations report.
and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The appropriations actually reduced government regulation and oversight and saved the state money. So I move for the passage of the appropriations report. Free state.
All those in favor of approving the Appropriations Committee report, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. To the bill.
Thank
Senator Rodriguez.
you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, Senate Bill 5 is eliminating an antiquated second election for workers seeking stronger protection, which is the most effective way to support Colorado's working class. As record corporate profits soar, it's crucial to level the playing field, empower workers to negotiate for better pay, health care, and retirement benefits, and job security. Passing Senate Bill 205 helps us do that. I'd like to let you guys know what the climate was when this bill was passed in 1943. In 1942, the Amache internment camp, officially called the Grenada War Location, was established. By 1943, housed thousands of Japanese Americans forcibly relocated from the West Coast. In 1943, women could not serve in juries. In 1944, the General Assembly was controlled by the Republican Party. The Senate comprised of 27 Republicans, 8 Democrats, while the House included 46 Republicans and 19 Democrats. And in 1944, a measure to permit certain foreigners eligible for citizenship to purchase property failed with 53% opposition. And the military was also segregated until 1948. So I just wanted to reiterate what the times were when this legislation was passed. The state was grappling with systemic inequalities, segregation, policies that excluded segments of the population from full participation in society. World War II brought economic social changes. The Labor Peace Act in '43 was driven by a wave of anti-union sentiment in business leaders and conservative politicians' reaction to the increasing power workers had across the country, combined with wartime production pressures and local political dynamics, created a climate which legislation restricting worker power gained traction. Colorado's made significant progress since then, but returning to the policies of 1943 or allowing their legacy to persist would undermine decades of progress and hinder the state's future. The Labor Peace Act's second election is a relic from this time. Returning to such policies or failing to address their lingering effects would undo the progress Colorado has made towards becoming an inclusive, equitable, and forward-thinking state. ensure Colorado moves forward, not backward, rejecting the policies of 1943 and repealing an antiquated second election. Boom.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues. I urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 5, the Worker Protection Act. I think I appreciate the comments of my colleague because this is a relic of the past. It's been referenced as this great grand compromise, but it really is not. It is working for employers and corporations. It is not working for the workers. I know that the folks in my district and my friends and family across the state are crying out for support. The working people of the state of Colorado, as well as the folks all across this country, are demanding that we do better for them. Do right by the workers. We all know that when workers are protected by a union contract, it results in better pay, better benefits, and safety on the job. We need to do what we can do to make joining a union easier when the barrier from a worker to this union protection is the heavy hand of the government standing in their way. Saying, you Colorado workers, you're the only ones in the whole country, after you've decided that you wish to have the protections and the support and the power of a union, you must then go through a second election. This second election in Colorado requires an incredibly high threshold of 75%. I know none of you were elected with a requirement of a 75% threshold. What this means is that after the folks who have dedicated themselves to providing information and organizing workers in a unionizing effort, after they've been through this first set of months or even into a year or more of harassment, surveillance, firings, and other retaliatory behaviors by their employers, they win their election, they say, yes, we wish to do this. This is our right. This is what we want. Then the state of Colorado says, well, now you got to go and do it again. So this opens those same employees up to that same kind of harassment and intimidation, retaliation, surveillance, and possible firings for this second round of organizing efforts. This is wrong. This is only set up to prevent workers from unionizing. There is no other defensible reason for this second election to be in place. When the workers have spoken, gone through the process, and met the federally required threshold, and decided for themselves that they wish to be protected by a union, why should the state of Colorado then put this huge barrier in front of them to go through this second burdensome and dangerous step and require a second election? The only reason is to make it more difficult for those workers. So I thank you for your time and attention, folks. I urge you to stand with the workers across the state of Colorado who power this economy, and they are demanding this kind of protection, this kind of access to be able to exercise their own choice when it comes to their workplace, have a seat at the table and a say in their jobs and their workplaces. So please vote yes on Senate Bill 5.
Thank you. Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition of Senate Bill 5, and my opposition could not be more resolute. The most stark language I would use to describe this bill is a wage theft bill. At the end of the day, this bill seeks to get rid of an election that requires a 75% threshold to impose extraction of a portion of an individual's paycheck who does not want to participate in the organization that would represent them. But they pay for it anyway. So how did we get here? This bill gets described with some very big words. The biggest of the words is peace. Labor Peace Act. This bill is a declaration of war upon that Labor Peace Act. How did we get here? The Colorado Labor Peace Act is a unique state law among the 50 states. It was stated at the podium here that individuals don't have a right to representation in Colorado. Nothing could be further from the truth. It was, we'll get into the rebuttals later. Let's talk about how we got here. It's a unique state law that governs labor relations by requiring an additional step before a union can require all employees to pay union dues or fees. Enacted in 1943, 81 years ago, it represents a middle ground between right-to-work states, there are many right-to-work states, some of them near Colorado, and union states, where union membership cannot be a condition to work in a right-to-work state, and union states where all labor agreements have full security agreement. The Labor Peace Act of 1943 emerged against a backdrop of a significant labor unrest during World War II. You kind of get the reason why there's an echo of the word peace in the act itself, as we were at war as a nation, and we were at war internally, and we sought to get to peace. And the way we got to peace here in Colorado was the legislation that is now being challenged, being sought to be overturned. It emerged against the backdrop of World War II and the labor unrest then, prompting both federal and state governments to seek a balance of workers' rights and economic stability. The national context for the labor unrest during World War II included increased strike activity. Despite national no-strike pledges, you can think about the circumstance. We're at war. We were at war trying to turn back the threat of fascism, Nazism. And so no-strike pledges were extracted. People said, let's come together, let's not strike, and pledges were made. But in the early 1940s, we witnessed a surge in labor strikes. In 1942 alone, there were approximately 2,968 strikes involving about 840,000 workers, leading to over 4 million man-days of idleness. The Smith-Connolly Act of 1943 was written in response to the escalating strikes, particularly a significant coal miners' strike. Congress enacted the Smith-Connolly Act, also known as the War Labor Dispute Act, in June of 1943. This legislation empowered the federal government to seize and operate industries threatened by or under strikes that could disrupt war production. It also prohibited unions from making contributions in federal elections. So Colorado, being a state of the West with independent and thoughtful minds, developed a legislative response. Said, well, maybe that's not exactly the way we want to do it. We might have a better way, a way that finds the middle ground, a way that honors both labor and management, a deal that we can all get behind as we seek to fight this war, win this war, and turn the tide of expanding fascism across the globe. So we balanced interests here. Amidst this national climate, Colorado legislators recognized the need to address labor disputes that could hinder wartime production. The Colorado Labor Peace Act was crafted to strike a balance between allowing union organization and preventing excessive labor disputes and strikes. The act aimed to protect the interest of the public, employees, employers, and acknowledged their interrelated nature. There are a number of unique provisions. One of the act's distinctive features was the requirement for a two-step process for unionization, which was not commonly found in other states at the time. This process was designed to ensure that the unionization efforts had substantial support among the workers before they were implemented. By enacting the Labor Peace Act in Colorado, we sought to maintain economic stability during a tumultuous period while safeguarding the rights of workers and addressing the concerns of employers. The Colorado Labor Peace Act establishes a distinctive two-step unionization process that sets it apart from federal labor law and practices in other states. Here's an in-depth look at that process. The federal unionization process under the National Labor Relations Act of 1935, the procedure for unionizing a workplace went like this. An initiation phase, employees or a union can file a petition with the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board, demonstrating sufficient interest in union representation, typically evidenced by signed authorization cards from at least 30%. Pay attention to the numbers. They're going to matter as we walk through this process. Then an election is held. Again, we're talking the NLRB 1943 law here, or 1935 law here, not the Labor Peace Act. There's then the election. The NLRB conducts a secret ballot election in privacy, private ballot, secret ballot, and if a simple majority, 50% plus one, of the employees whose vote choose to, or they vote to choose union representation, then the NLRB certifies the union as the exclusive bargaining representative for all the employees in the designated unit. What if you were one of the 49%? You don't have a choice. You pay the union dues whether you want the union representation or not. That's what a union state looks like. That's what this bill wants to turn our state into. That's in part why I object to it, and part why I used the phrase wage theft. Those 49% of the people who said, no, that's not my cup of tea, they're going to pay in at the same rate as everyone else for representation with which they may disagree. Plain and simple wage theft. Now, if I were in Michigan making this argument, the rail I would be being run out on right now would be red hot. But I'm not. I'm in Colorado. If I were in Wyoming, where they're a right-to-work state, the conversation would be the opposite. How dare you allow a union to participate? We are right to work. But no, I stand firmly, proudly, happily in Colorado. We found a better way, a midway, a consensus way forward that exists in the law today, being sought to be overturned by this particular law. What's collective bargaining look like under the federal NLRB law? The certified union engages in negotiations with the employer to establish a collective bargaining agreement covering wages, hours, and other terms of employment. And so the union has all authority under the federal law. What about the two-step process here in Colorado? This middle way, this consensus way that we have developed and has served the state well. We'll have more comments later, or I will have more comments, I'm sure others may have comments, about the economic value that we have experienced in Colorado from this Labor Peace Act. We do better than some of the right-to-work states, oddly enough, and we do better than most all of the union states. The economic value of overturning, not passing Senate Bill 5 is manifest. To the process. Enacted in 1943, the Colorado Labor Peace Act introduces additional requirements beyond the federal law. They look like this. In the first election, you have this union representation question. The purpose is to determine if employees wish to be represented by the union. The requirement, same as the NLRB, a simple majority of voters, of employees, must favor union representation. The outcome, if it's successful, the union is recognized as the bargaining agent, but without the authority to negotiate a security agreement, a union security agreement. Then there's a second election. This is the secret sauce. This is the magic. This is what this bill seeks to overturn. The purpose is to decide if the union can negotiate a security clause which mandates that all employees contribute to union dues or fees. You have an opportunity, once the union has been authorized to say that is not my preference. I would rather not pay in. The requirement on this election is an affirmative vote from at least 75% of the entire workforce, not just those casting ballots. Drive a few miles north to a right-to-work state, and they would argue, which I am not arguing in this moment, but I will point it out, you still have potentially 25% of the people saying, well, don't take money out of my paycheck. I don't want that. But the threshold between 50 and 75 is meaningful in the relationship of the negotiation. And so that second step, which requires a 75% election, is in place. So the outcome of all of this, if the supermajority is achieved, the union can negotiate agreements requiring all employees to pay union dues as a condition of employment. Now, again, since no one's thrown anything at me yet, and because this is a body of decorum, I gather that's why no one's thrown anything at me yet, I will yet again use this phrase. The requirement then is, the outcome then is, that some individuals will be paying wages, their wages, that they could be using to buy those $8 eggs, $8 per dozen eggs if they can find them, that they could be using to pay their bills. Instead, that money is going into a union organization that does representation on their behalf, but some portion also, and we'll probably talk about this as well later, some portion also of that money goes into political operations of the union that those individuals may not agree with. Talk about a violation of free speech. You're compelling me to pay into political statements with which I could not disagree more. Well, it's allowed currently in Colorado, but after this second election. This two-tiered system is unique to Colorado. It reflects a compromise between right-to-work principles and more union-friendly policies. The 75% threshold for the second election is notably stringent, still not 100%, frankly, making it more challenging for unions to secure mandatory dues agreements. This high bar often results in workplaces where unions represent employees but cannot require all workers to financially support the union, potentially limiting the union's resources and bargaining powers. And that's that we've just lifted up the edge of the rug. That is perhaps one of the elements that is being sought in this bill. Additional resources, I would argue, some of those resources being used in contradiction of an individual's First Amendment right to speak political speech in a way that they may not agree with. I will have more comments on the bill, but I wanted to frame up the history, kind of level set on how we got here, why we got here, from a time of national crisis, global crisis, war, where we came together as a nation but still struggled. Colorado found a bright, shining way forward. And they put the word peace on the act that helped us find that way forward. I would urge us to reject Senate Bill 5 today, preserve the peace, and move forward. Madam Chair, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my good colleague from the other side of the aisle. I will put a pin on wage theft when that bill comes to this chamber and see where they are on it, because it will be an interesting debate now. Just want to clarify, as the topics were spoken, about what the history of this bill is and what it means. Nothing, yes, the Labor Peace Act does, Colorado is the only one that has a second vote. And as anybody has followed labor negotiations across the country or seen them, The intimidation tactics that are pursued by the business industries, whether it's mandatory meetings or breaking them up, it's not easy to form a union. And that is the way it's designed, and it happens all over the country. Colorado's unique second election is an additional barrier to the hardness of that. And what they don't tell you is that, yes, you can have an election and be recognized with 51% of the vote, but they don't tell you how long it could take for the second election to happen. And some of that depends on who the president is. Maybe under a Democratic president, that could be 2-3 weeks, 2-3 months. Under a Republican president, that could be 2-3 years. And that gives a lot of opportunity for these employees to not be there, to change the total turnout. And when we talk about democracy, the voters, the members of that voted to form a union. And the collective bargaining is done under the collective bargaining agreement. Now, when they tell you that now they have to pay into union dues and to pay into political advertising, that is not true. No members of a union organized shop have to join the union. What they're talking about is called maintenance fees. That is what's negotiated. Now, under the NLRB, if you form a union shop in a right-to-work state, the unions are required to protect all employees, whether you're a dues-paying member or not. That is a mandatory requirement that's done. And right-to-work states don't have to pay those fees. And of course, if you want to form a union and protect your rights and wages and have a voice in your workplace, and then you have a second election, hey, would you like this for free? Is that a fair way of representation of any kind of capitalistic model of providing services? So just want to clarify, there is no mandatory joining of the union. You don't have to pay the additional fees into the political decisions. You just have to pay the maintenance fees that preserve everybody. Other unions and states that have right to work that have unions in them are getting the benefit of that. And paying dues and fees are all negotiable once you get into the collective bargaining agreement. Some organizations do not have these fees because they've negotiated them out. Some unions break up after a time. That's the part of the democracy of it. So I just want to clarify the duties of that. And then when we talk about the grand old deal in unionizing, many of you may know or not, but I want to, when this bill was passed in Colorado, it was 20 years, and any of you in the gallery who want to look it up or may know about it, was the Ludlow Massacre, which is where they talked about the coal mines. It was Ludlow Massacre attack on striking coal miners and their families by the Colorado National Guard and Colorado Fuel and Iron Company at the Ludlow, Colorado on April 20, 1914, which was 20 years before this act was passed, resulting in the death, and then I lost my space, resulting in the death of 25 people and including 11 children. This was the government who shot these people during the disputes. 10,000 miners under the direction of the United Mine Workers of America had been on a strike since 1913, protesting low pay and abysmal working conditions in the coal fields in Colorado, evicted from the company towns by the operators of industrials John D. Rockefeller. The Colorado Fuel and Iron Company striking miners constructed tent colonies, the largest of which housed 1,200 strikers in Ludlow. The striking members were ethnicities including a large number of Greeks and Italians. Tensions ran high between the armed strikers and the company-hired detectives. The National Guard, which had been deployed to reduce violence, favored the operators by escorting strikebreakers to the mines and overlooking violent actions of the detectives. They led a campaign to bring national attention to the strike. In 1914, the cost of maintaining the troops led to a reduction in the National Guard presence, resulting in increased violence. On April 19, 1914, the National Guard encircled the camp strikers and deployed a machine gun on a bluff overlooking the strikers. This is the history of labor and these fights in Colorado. And to say that this deal was done 20 minutes, yes, I think my colleague was right at the dues and the tension that was going on. But where we've gone now in a antiquated old policy that is just another blockade in allowing workers to have a say in their workplace for safety and better pay, as billions of companies are making tons of money and are doing fine blocking organizing without this second election. I just want to recognize that this is a good bill for the time that we have now.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a teeny bit of redirect. We all watch money and we all know how money functions, and there's this unique quality of money. It's called fungibility. the fact that money's like water. It flows to wherever it can and potentially will flow. The idea that if I am forced to pay maintenance fees as a member of an organization I don't want to be part of, and that therefore doesn't bind me into contributing towards political speech that I may disagree with, is fallacious. It's mistaken. Fallacious is a word that the good senator from Montrose, Senator Don Quorum, might have used many times when he was in the chamber. Oh, wait, perhaps Senator Don Quorum might be in the chamber right now, and he would say such a thing. He's always inviting me to go observe the upper balcony. I have a fear that should I ever end up with Senator Quorum on the upper balcony, he might just toss me off and see whether I could fly or not. But anyway, I was making the point that money is fungible, and that in fact, if I am required to pay maintenance fees, I'm as good as required to pay for political speech with which I may disagree. So I just wanted to level set on that particular concept. My argument was denied. I would say the argument stands, and I renew my call for objection and opposition to Senate Bill 5.
A senatorial 5 has been granted. Didn't he just ask for that? Oh, sorry. Senate Bill 5. Senator Frizzell was first in line. You will be next, Senator Liston. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, I sit on the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee, and I listened intently and took notes on this piece of legislation that the good senator from Denver brought. It was just barely a month ago. I don't even think it's been a month. So, you know, we've been talking about the history of the Labor Peace Act. I thought it would be instructive to let you hear about what real people said, real business owners said about it, and came and testified. It was most enlightening. We all know here in Colorado, if there's one industry that is struggling and doing their best to try and carry on, it's the Colorado restaurant industry. With higher labor costs, higher food costs, higher insurance costs, higher rent, higher everything. The restaurant industry here in Colorado is struggling to stay afloat. In my fair city of Colorado Springs, I couldn't quite find it, but just barely a month ago in our newspaper, the Gazette, there was a 2-page list of restaurants, longtime restaurants that had been in business in Colorado Springs over the last 30, 40, 50 years. One that I can think of off the top of my head was the Briarhurst, an iconic restaurant. They have closed. Innumerable numbers of restaurants have closed. And what we heard from restaurant owners, there was a restaurant owner, I believe his name was Mr. Kenny Minton, who owns a restaurant, and he spoke very eloquently that if there were unionization, it would be very detrimental to his restaurant. We heard from a person, I believe he was from Pueblo, Anthony Molinaro, a restaurant owner, that how they're struggling to keep their costs down and stay in business. A typical restaurant, independent restaurant, you know, they'll employ anywhere from 30 to as many as 90 people. We also heard from a gentleman by the name of Tony Ozoro. His employees like the flexibility of and the structure, and with unionization, they would no longer have that type of flexibility. Also heard from a Masario Torito, I believe he was from Pueblo, that he has set aside over $40,000 in profit sharing for his employees just last year alone. Also heard from a Daniel Ramirez, who's also a restaurant owner. He has a hospitality group, couldn't quite remember the first name of it, but they have 450 workers in southern Colorado. And they do their best. They give them a 401k plan. They give them insurance. They give them good wages. They give them flexibility. They're doing everything they can to make it competitive. I could continue to go on and on. One other thing that I would point out to you is that, everybody thinks that everybody's moving to Colorado. Well, that isn't so true anymore. Here is a recent article, it's not even barely a month old, from the organization U-Haul. You've all heard of U-Haul, the U-Haul trailers. They do a survey of the people that are renting U-Haul trailers, whether those trailers are coming into a state or they're going out of a state. Well, for years, more people were coming into Colorado, but that's not true anymore today. In 2024, which is the most recent year, Colorado went from one of the top 10 growing states. Today, we're number 40. And number 40 of the people coming there moving out of Colorado. And part of the reason that they're moving out of Colorado is the high cost of living that we're seeing here in our state. They're going to states like South Carolina. They're going to Texas. They're going to North Carolina. They're going to Florida. They're going to Tennessee. Now, what do these states have in common? They are all right-to-work states. The states that are struggling are states like California. Gosh, do we want to be like California? How many of you raise your hands? Raise your hands. Do we really want to be like California? I don't see anybody raising their hands. Do we want to be like Massachusetts? Do we want to be like New Jersey or New York or Illinois? Now, what do those states have in common? Those are all unionized states, ultra high wages. Businesses are fleeing those states, and they're going to states like South Carolina and Texas. Let me give you a specific case in point. Just 3 days ago, a little company called Chevron is leaving the state of California because they can no longer handle the unionization rules in the state of California. And where are they moving to? They're moving to the state of Texas. Texas is gladly welcoming this little company called Chevron, which is bringing over 2,000 jobs. So, members, I listened intently. It was about a 4-hour hearing that the good senator from Lakewood, as well as the good senator from Denver. This is an ill-timed, it's not needed. When I was out on the campaign trail just back 3 months ago, I, just like many of my colleagues, we spoke extensively door to door to all kinds of constituents. Not one, I'm not exaggerating, not one person ever said to me, gosh, Senator, I wish Colorado would become a pro-union state. So this is something that it's ill-timed, it's not needed in this economic environment that we have. We do not need to break the Labor Peace Act, which has worked successfully and reasonably for the last 81 years or 82 years. So with that in mind, members, I would urge a no vote on Senate Bill 005. Thank you.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I'm going to take a sec and get myself organized here. I had the great privilege of hearing this bill in business. I don't ordinarily sit on business, but was subbing in that day, lucky me. So I wasn't really too surprised at what we heard through testimony. And like my good colleague from Colorado Springs, I always take copious notes of testimony because it's really important. The thing that I love about committees is that this is the citizens' chance to make their voice heard. This is their moment to provide their opinion to us on whatever policy we are discussing that day. I love that. Because, candidly, we don't do enough listening in this building. And I always want to make sure that I show those folks some good respect. We heard from various entities who are very supportive of this bill. Not surprisingly, they are predominantly unions. And they had a lot of interesting things to say. So I'm just going to start off with that. Because one thing that I was really disappointed to hear expressed was a lot of misinformation about right-to-work states. It was stated that right-to-work states have higher death rates, more illness, and lower wages. They characterize right-to-work states as kind of those hillbilly states, perhaps down in the southeast part of the country, which I think that the folks from Utah, a right-to-work state, might find shocking to be characterized that way. Wyoming. That type of misinformation saying that right-to-work states are just backwards is it's just not factual. We heard from labor representatives from all over the country. They flew in to represent whatever organization they were there for. Some of them from very far away. Washington State, back east. Not sure why that is, because it seems to me that we could find people who want to support this here in the state if we're really serious about this. Another statement that was made that I thought was really interesting was from a local organization that we hear from quite a bit in situations in committee, stated completely randomly with zero backup that union members have a 17% higher rate of productivity. Not sure how that was measured or who was polled for that, but I thought it was sure an interesting, fun fact. We heard from these union representatives that second elections weaken the unions. I think that's debatable, and we're here to debate that today. We also heard that this isn't really an issue for small businesses. They're just going after the big fish. Small businesses shouldn't be worried, but I will tell you, small business is worried. They're very, very, very concerned because typically the small business owners are the ones who have the smallest margins. They have the most to lose. And they also take really good care of their employees if they want to keep them, which they do. I also heard that it was interesting. There was a statement made that the future of reproductive health depends on union organization. We heard from a truck driver who said that he has power steering and heat because of his union. It is also perhaps a factor of technology. Anyway, I think it's really important when we're listening to this type of testimony to have a balanced approach. So I've so far discussed with you the support side, and I'd like to kind of talk a little bit about why I oppose this bill and relate some of the testimony of those who are opposed to it as well. As my good colleague from Colorado Springs related, we heard quite a bit from restaurants who, you might remember 2 years ago, I happened to be sitting in the lower chamber and in the Business Affairs and Labor Committee, and we got to hear a bill on predictive scheduling that was also brought by unions. And it was targeting restaurants. That was a long night. We saw some of the same people on both sides for this bill. But one thing that really struck me as we were listening to the testimony on the predictive scheduling bill is people in the restaurant business need and expect flexibility when it comes to their working hours. That's a characteristic, it's a basic characteristic of that industry. And the concern of flexibility with scheduling going away is of paramount concern today. Nothing has changed from 2 years ago, but yet here we are having the same conversations. The testimony opposing this bill really talked about the unintended consequences. And I know that there are those among us that don't feel that businesses are important. They feel that perhaps they're just greedy and out for a dollar. Well, yes, they are looking to make a profit. They're not greedy. They're looking to hire good people, provide great service, build amazing widgets, if that's what they do. But, and I feel like we need to respect that. And when government inserts itself in business, that's when things kind of go haywire. So again, I won't regurgitate the testimony on the part of the restaurants because it was very, very powerful. I think one of the things that I heard most, and I don't believe that my colleague mentioned this, but Denver lost more restaurants than it gained in 2024. We are hemorrhaging restaurants in this state. Although to be more factual, Denver probably has the worst problem. I'm okay because some of those are moving to Douglas County, so I'm getting the better end of the deal. But still, we have a better atmosphere for business where I come from. But the restaurants weren't the only ones who were opposed. We heard a lot from the construction industry, a lot. They lined up. And I thought that, I asked a question that was kind of interesting to me because these are construction industry reps. They aren't affiliated with a specific business. They represent businesses in that industry, some of which are union shops and some aren't. And depending on who you talk to. Sometimes it's like 50-50, sometimes it's 60-40. But I ask the question, if you, in your experience, working with union shops and non-union shops, is there a difference in pay? Because this assertion made over and over and over again by the supporters in testimony was that union employees make more money. They make more money. And that's why it's really a good thing. So do you want to know what the answer to my question was? I know you're dying to hear. You're dying. The answer was there is no difference between union and non-union wages, or very little. Why? Because it's market-driven. Those wages are market-driven. In reality, because the wages are the same, those union workers, those union employees, take home less because they're leaving a portion of their paycheck, as my minority leader called, their wages are, it's wage theft. They weren't the only ones, though. The construction industry, they weren't the only ones. We heard from the Retail Council, where 26% of total employment nationally is in the retail sector. What happens? What happens if we see unionization in Colorado in retail? It's already there to a degree, so there are some, but what happens? What is that? What happens to the price of your goods and services? We also heard from the ag industry. We heard from chambers of commerce. Universally, chambers of commerce are opposed to this bill. There's a couple of different reasons for that, one of which is chambers of commerce are in the business of bringing new companies into Colorado, into communities. Economic development councils, chambers of commerce, that's what they do. So they're out there working with site selectors and trying to bring more commerce to the area. And this, they said universally, businesses looking at coming to Colorado like us because of this law. They like this middle ground. Because that's really important. So universally, that was the message with the chambers of commerce. The bottom line is that this bill, if passed, will have a negative impact on economic development. Our current model has kept us competitive. When we are number six in the nation for business regulation, sixth highest, this particular feature of Colorado, the Labor Peace Act, has kept Colorado competitive when attracting new businesses. And then last, and I'm going to let someone else talk to you for a few minutes. But one of the statements that was made by one of our chambers, that when it comes to site selection, 85% of their clients won't consider Colorado if we do away with the Labor Peace Act. I am going to say this once, I will say it many times this morning. I urge your no vote on this legislation.
Thank you. Senator Rich. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to follow my distinguished colleague and member from Douglas County. Both of us serve our great county of Douglas. I rise today in opposition to this bill. To me, this bill seems to be a solution in search of a problem. Right now, we have peace, labor peace in this state. We're pretty much in the middle. And it seems to me some folks would like to move into conflict. War might be a little bit too strong a word, but you could use that as the minority leader has. We'll use the word conflict as well. Why would we want to move from peace to conflict? Why would we want to change a dynamic in the state of Colorado, which seems to me to have worked very, very well? Now, I'm someone who believes in unions. Unions are a very important part of the history of this country. I remember as a young high school student, went to Green Mountain High School over here in Lakewood. I remember as a high school student being assigned a book. It was a novel, but it was a book that had a tremendous impact on me as a young person about the importance of the right of workers to organize. And that was a book by, I'm sure many of you read it, a book by a gentleman by the name of Upton Sinclair, The Jungle. Now, Upton Sinclair was a 26-year-old young person when he wrote this book. He had just become a socialist, member of the Socialist Party. And he had decided, this was 1905, he had decided to move to Chicago and write on the conditions in the meatpacking yards in Chicago. And it's difficult to underestimate the impact that this novel had on this country. What was described in the meatpacking plants was absolutely horrendous. And while it was a novel, historians will tell you that it was largely factual. It was the story of a Lithuanian immigrant by the name of Jurgis Rutkus, and he had come here as a Lithuanian immigrant with his family, hoping to live the American dream. And he was working in this meatpacking plant. And what Upton Sinclair described were the horrible, horrible working conditions. The young people that were forced to work, that were not paid decent wages. The older workers, some of whom would die on the job, fall into the vats. There was no respect for human life or for the conditions of the workers. And even folks at that time who read the book, it was sort of ironic, historians will say it was a little ironic, it had a little more impact on food safety in this country than it did on workers' conditions. I mean, the point of the novel, as Upton Sinclair saw it, was to improve workers' conditions. But one of the things he talked about was the rats and the other animals that would fall into these meat grinding vats and would just be left in there. And so it did lead to a lot of changes in food safety laws. I give that story to talk about the impact it had on me and the belief in workers' rights and the right to organize. We have a long history of coal miners needing to unionize, steel workers needing to unionize. The majority leader spoke of the Ludlow Massacre, which if you were to try and find a dark period, perhaps the darkest period in the history of Colorado. The Ludlow Massacre would certainly be high on the list. It was a mass killing perpetrated by anti-striker militia during the Colorado Coalfield War. Soldiers from the Colorado National Guard and private guards employed by Colorado Fuel and Iron Company, CF&I, attacked a tent colony of roughly 1,200 striking coal miners and their families in Ludlow, Colorado on April 20th, 1914. At least 21 people were estimated to have been killed that day. And just to read a little more about the account, because I think it is part of this legislation and the history of labor relations in our state, and what has led us to the point where we are today. But the massacre was the seminal event of the 1913-1914 Colorado Coalfield War, which began with the General United Mine Workers of America strike against poor labor conditions in CF&I's Southern Colorado coal mines. The strike was organized by miners working for the Rocky Mountain Fuel Company and Victor American Fuel Company. Ludlow was the deadliest single incident during the Colorado Coalfield War and spurred a 10-day period of heightened violence throughout Colorado. In fact, it led to President Woodrow Wilson ordering in federal troops to put down the strike. And it's noteworthy that historians have indicated that it was the bloodiest labor conflict in the history of the country. So again, when we talk about unions, very important part of the history of our country. But this is not a bill that I can support. You know, one of the groups that public policy groups that I follow here in Colorado is the Common Sense Institute. I like the Common Sense Institute because they're not a partisan organization. I think they work very hard to study issues, to take the middle ground and report on what is best for the state of Colorado, for our economy. Obviously, they're business focused, but I think they're working hard to find out what can bring the most prosperity for our state. And they've put out a report, just new report in January here. It's titled Colorado's Labor Peace Act, a balance of competing forces. And that's really the way I see the current state of the law. It's a good balance. It's a good balance between business. It's a good balance between business and workers, business and unions, and it works well for our state. Now, this report is written by a couple of folks. I think you'll be very interested in some of their backgrounds. I certainly don't think they would be considered biased on the pro-business side. One of the authors is Tamara Ryan. She is CSI's Coors Economic Mobility Fellow and CEO of the Women's Bean Project, a social enterprise providing transitional employment in its food manufacturing business to women attempting to break the cycle of chronic unemployment and poverty. She serves as an Economic Mobility Fellow for Common Sense Institute, Colorado. Tamara is a former partner and board member for Social Venture Partners Denver and the Social Enterprise Alliance. She was honored by the Colorado Women's Chamber of Commerce as one of the top 25 most powerful women in Colorado, and in 2022 as a Titan 100 CEO and Social Entrepreneur of the Year by the Colorado Institute for Social Impact. The other author of this study is Thomas Young, a senior economist with CSI. Before joining CSI, Thomas worked for the Budget Office of Utah's legislature and as a management consultant with Econometric Studios. He's a longtime advisor on economic development, tax policy, and the broader financial picture of states. He has a PhD in finance and economics from the University of Utah and a bachelor's degree in applied physics and economics. So this study is very interesting. I think it's something we should all take a look at as we consider this legislation. So Minority Leader Lundin talked a lot about the difference between right-to-work states, right-to-organize states. And one of the first findings of this study is over time, if Colorado becomes a full right-to-organize state, which is clearly where this legislation would lead us, the state would expect half of the job growth we have experienced over the past 25 years. By 2040, this means job growth of 5.1% compared to current projections of 10.2%. On net, this equates to 4% difference, or 152,000 fewer new jobs here in the state of Colorado. Should the unionization rate rise to the average of right-to-organize states, youth and young adult employment would increase by 4,700. Colorado currently has a union membership rate of 6.9%. It's the lowest rate the lowest membership rate among right-to-organize states, but slightly above the average right-to-work states, which is 6.3%. This is indicative of the middle ground Colorado has adopted since the passage of the Labor Peace Act. Now, the potential higher union wages, potential higher earnings of union members disappear or represent only marginal gains when accounting for the cost push, higher cost of living and union dues you get in right-to-organize states. So the potential 8.9% wage gain for union members is eaten up by the higher cost of living in right-to-organize states of 10.8% and union dues of 2%, leaving union members worse off by 3.9%. And why would we need this legislation in the first place in Colorado? Colorado workers are some of the most highly compensated in the United States, earning an average of $39.20 per hour in wages and $15.54 a year an hour in benefits. This compares to an average wage for the U.S. of $32.25 an hour and benefits of $14.59 an hour. Trying to boost the wages in an already high wage, high cost of living state will likely make the cost of living in Colorado rise even further above other states. So those are some of the findings from the CSI study, Colorado's Labor Peace Act, a balance of competing forces. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the portion of this legislation that I find most objectionable, and that is the
Senator
union
Carson,
dues.
can you speak to the microphone a little bit closer? It's hard to hear.
Closer. Thank you, Madam Chair. What I'd like to talk about next is what I find most objectionable about this legislation is the union dues requirement. Some time ago, I served on the Douglas County Board of Education. I served on the Board of Education for 8 years and served as president of the board for 4 years. And at that time, the American Federation of Teachers That was we had the local affiliate in the Douglas County School District, the American Federation of Teachers. That was the Douglas County Federation of Teachers. And their contract was coming up for renewal. And we had some concerns as a board. We had some concerns about the contract. And particularly we had concerns about how the union dues were being spent. And so what we did was we pulled the, they wouldn't tell us, of course, so we pulled the tax returns for the Douglas County Federation of Teachers that have to be filed in Washington, D.C. with the Department of Labor, U.S. Department of Labor. And what we found was the union was collecting over $1.2 million a year from the teachers. And, you know, our natural reaction was, well, we would assume that $1.2 million is being spent to help our teachers, our great teachers in Douglas County, provide support, training, workforce development for the teachers in Douglas County. Well, what we found from that tax return was that out of that $1.2 million, the first line item was an $850,000 check immediately written to the American Federation of Teachers in Washington, D.C. The second line was $200,000 sent to the Colorado Federation of Teachers. And so we said to the union, folks that were negotiating in charge of the union, is we would like this money that's being collected from our teachers here in Douglas County to be spent here in Douglas County. We would like this money to be spent for teacher development, for teacher training, for classroom support right here in Douglas County. And if you will agree to that, we will have no issue with extending the contract. Well, astoundingly, the message we got back from the union leadership was, we are not allowed to do that. We are required to send our money to the National American Federation of Teachers. Now, if you know anything about the National American Federation of Teachers, it's run by a woman by the name of Randi Weingarten. I think she's been president for life of this union. I don't know if they actually have elections, but for years and years, I see this woman purportedly representing the teachers of this country, the great
Senator
teachers
Carson,
of
if
this
we
country.
can avoid naming people directly.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will continue wrapping up my comments on the issue of union dues, because I believe that most of these dues end up going to politics. And that was certainly the case, what we found with the dues in our school district going to the National American Federation of Teachers. This money is spent on political activity, spent on elections, political actions. It's not spent to support the workers. And so that is my biggest objection to this, this piece of legislation, is this mandatory dues requirement that you find in here. And I think to a large extent, that is a real motivation behind this legislation. It's to get money into various political operations. It's not to support the workers. And so I'm going to leave it at that.
Senator Carson, if we can stay to the policy and not politics while in the chamber.
Yes, ma'am. Can you say that again, Madam Chair?
Stay to the bill and not the politics. Stay to the policy and the bill and not the politics. You're doing great.
Well, I think all of this is an important part of the bill, but I will rest my arguments for the time being, and we'll revisit some of these things a little later in the day, because we're going to have lots of time here to talk about this today. This is a major, major piece of legislation, and it's a major change in our state, and I think we have a responsibility to debate it extensively before we take action on it. So thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield to the next speaker.
Sarah Danielson.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just a quick clarification. I've heard this from the corporate lobby too, that this bill will hurt workers by forcing them to pay dues to unions. So just want to clarify that that is not in this bill. This bill only allows workers and employees to negotiate over whether they want workers to pay dues or a portion of the cost of having a union. It's called a fair representation fee. If the workers or the employer do not want a union security clause, it won't be included in the collective bargaining agreement. I also wanted to just kind of highlight a few things that were brought up recently, because I also really enjoyed the committee hearing on the bill. Welcomed members of the public to the state capitol to talk to us about their opinion on Senate Bill 5. I also listened to the commercial truck driver who came and talked about his union contract. And what the part that I liked what he said was, he's been doing this profession for a long time. His point was it dated back to when the company did not provide for a safe work environment. So when he mentioned the air conditioning and the heating in his cab, it was because before the union came in and said, all right, we're going to put these basic protections in place for our hardworking employees, they were allowed to force him to work in these unsafe and uncomfortable conditions. So his contract actually had to force the company to provide them with air conditioning and heating in their vehicles. That's what the worker was saying, is even these most basic protections, the company was unwilling to provide until they were brought into an agreement with a union who is standing there alongside the workers and advocating for their well-being. But it wasn't just the commercial truck driver, it was also restaurant workers, drivers, electricians, grocery store workers, educators, healthcare workers. I really liked the healthcare workers' point of view. And it was particularly important to me because I've spent a lot of time in hospitals with my son. The healthcare workers came and said, do you want us to be exhausted, hungry and underpaid and overworked and understaffed? Do you want these unsafe working conditions for your patients? Like one woman who testified about how a room was unlocked on a recent shift where what was inside was prescriptions, medications, and then sharp tools like knives and other medical tools. Basic safety precautions. She was advocating for the ability for her colleagues and herself to have the protections of a union, to stand alongside them and say, we can provide better health care for this community when we are not overworked, underpaid, understaffed, and working in unsafe conditions. I would rather be paying attention to patients than having to make sure that these sensitive areas are locked off and patients don't have access to medications that they shouldn't, or sharp objects like knives. On the other side of that argument, you had the corporate leaders of the hospitals saying, we very much like the way it is. Back to our original point that this is no great grand compromise between the workers and the corporate leaders in the state. This is working for the corporations in the state. This is not working for the workers. They're the ones who banded together to come to us and say, we need a change here because we deserve safe working conditions and a living wage. They would like to be able to shop in the stores that they work. They would like to be able to put food on the table for their families and not have to live in the car that they drive to work in. They also talked about government inserting itself when it comes to business. And that's exactly why they want this piece of government interference removed. This is the state of Colorado inserting itself, saying after you've already decided to choose the route of organizing, to choose the route of forming a union, we, the state of Colorado, the government, believes it's our business to go ahead and insert ourselves in a decision you've already made and require you to go ahead and make it again, except we're going to move the needle. We're going to move the goalposts a lot further down the field. That's the government inserting itself in business. I agree that we want Colorado to be the best state for employers, and I'm proud of what we have here. But we should also make this the best state to be a worker. That's what the community is rising up to ask us to do this for. We want Colorado to be as good a place to be a worker as any place in this great nation. Part of the benefit of the ability to organize, the ability to negotiate with one's employer, is that they in no way, shape, or form wish to attack an employer or a company to the point where it goes out of business. So the claim that, these workers think that businesses are the bad guys, it's not real. It's not what happens in contract negotiations. That's another strength of the union agreements, is that the workers come to the table with the employers. They're not going to ever promote something that puts the company at risk because they're the workers. They're the ones who lose their jobs. It's another protection for the well-being of the company and the service that the company and its employers provide the state. And just another quick clarifying note for those who are less familiar with the original law that we're trying to change, but construction is already grandfathered in. And that is just a couple of the points I wanted to make. Thanks.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just wanted to circle back around and interact a little bit with the Chair. Appreciate very much the custodianship you have of the Committee of the Whole, the deft, thoughtful touch that you use as you manage the Committee of the Whole. I'm grateful for that. And I also want to be clear that as my colleague from Douglas County was talking about, politics and policy are inextricable in this particular bill, in this particular conversation. The reality is, a significant endpoint of where this bill will take us will be to a different response in the political world, in the political finance world, in meaningful ways that people who are having money extracted from their checks to influence in a way they perceive to be negatively may in fact be impacted. So the conversation around politics, the money of politics, money being gathered from local workers and shipped to national organizations is fundamental to this bill. And to have it gavelled down, in my opinion, is impeding a significant, important element of the debate that we must have on this particular bill. To some of the comments we were just hearing moments ago from one of the bill sponsors, every one of us, I've been an employer for years. I'm 30 years plus. I've had employees that were more like family than employees in my life. And there is no business, whether small, my biggest company was 150 employees at its largest point, so I've only done small companies, but there's no company, whether small, medium, large, that doesn't care about worker safety, that doesn't care about productivity, that doesn't care about adequate, meaningful compensation that attracts individuals into that company to provide the goods or services that they may make or provide. Every single company wants that. That's not what this conversation is about. Don't be misled when somebody says, oh my gosh, the only way for workers to have a good life is to pass this particular bill, which I think would be a travesty for the policy of Colorado. The reality is, this bill is about what do you want the process and the relationship between employers and employees to look like? What do you want the perspective on Colorado from companies that are considering locating into Colorado to be like? Do you want it to be collaborative in nature? The tone of the West? Good fences make good neighbors. We take care of each other. We find ways to collaborate and do things together. Do you want it to be that tone of the West? Or do you want it to be adversarial? That's what this bill's about. It's about reintroducing adversity and adversarial relationships and interactions back into a process that we have defined and developed into what is labeled with that wonderful pastoral word, peace, labor peace. In fact, I will borrow the words from an individual, former member of the General Assembly, former senior staff member of a Democrat governor, share some of the words and thoughts that he has on this particular bill. He says to his colleagues, the Democrats, don't break Colorado's 81-year-old labor ceasefire. He's saying, let the peace persist. And I agree. A coalition of Democrat legislators has announced plans to drop a political nuclear bomb, he calls it. Some people thought I was being a little bit over the end of my skis when I was saying we're declaring war on the Labor Peace Act, but this guy's using the phrase, it's a nuclear bomb. In the first week of Colorado's legislative session, that did happen, breaking an 81-year-old ceasefire between Colorado businesses and labor. This move is bad for Colorado's economy, says this Democrat staffer and former elected individual, and the battle it starts may quickly spiral out of control. Since 1943, Colorado has been a red state, purple state, and blue state. Red state, purple state, blue state. Isn't that the history of Colorado? Once again, someday in the future, purple state, red state. Let's let that pendulum keep swinging. Things like this may help that pendulum accelerate in its motion. And during that time, Colorado's Labor Peace Act has held the middle ground, successfully governing workforce unionization in a harmonious way that may be the best such law in the country. R&D mind coalesce around that statement. I think it is a great law. On one end of the political spectrum are the so-called right-to-work states that prohibit mandatory union membership and the payment of union dues as a condition of employment. These laws, usually in red states, ensure employees' rights to make their own choices regarding union affiliation. Right-to-work laws do not prevent workers from unionizing the shop floor, but workers are not compelled to join and pay union dues. For many companies, and the site selectors of those companies that are looking for new locations, a right-to-work state is often a top criteria. Think about that. When we're thinking about affordability, expanding and improving the economy of Colorado so that the people we represent get a better paycheck, bringing more vibrancy into the economy of the state, one of the questions is the state a right-to-work state? Or is it like Colorado has been, a labor peace state, when we're unique in that, or a union state? That the site selectors care about that. That's typically one of the top criteria that they look at. Anyway, let me continue on with this. The thoughts of I'm sticking my Republican perspectives. There we go, politics again. In the middle of a Democrat opinion piece. Let me continue. Today, roughly 26 states have right-to-work laws, with 6 of these states coming on board in the last 14 years. And importantly, 7 of Colorado's top 10 competitor states are right-to-work. Think about that. 7 of our top 10, the ones that when we're lining up to try and get a plant or a new service offering or something that would be good to bring employment to Colorado, expand jobs and expand the paychecks of the people that have jobs. The 10 states we compete with, 7 of them are right-to-work states, which is very attractive to those who are seeking to deploy capital and expand the economy. On the opposite end of the spectrum are union shop states that do not have right-to-work laws in place. In these 23 states, employers and unions require workers, where applicable, to join the union or otherwise pay union dues as a condition of employment, even if they were not union members. When hired in these states, workers may be compelled to become union members or to contribute financially to the union, even if they don't want to join. And I won't stray off into that compelled political speech argument, but it lingers out there. It is critically important that we must always keep that in the back of our mind, that some of these dues are, in fact, potentially going to exactly the opposite perspective that the individual paying the dues may have. These laws strengthen the union's bargaining power and influence in the workplace. Colorado is a unique outlier, a compromise state. I like to say it's inherent in our Western DNA. We arrived here as pioneers. We helped each other survive the incredibly challenging winters, the sometimes frightening springs, the hostile summers, and the beautiful falls. There's probably not much wrong with fall. It's almost always sweet. Colorado's balanced approach has promoted the state's economy and brought us good jobs with good wages. While 75% is a high bar in that membership vote, it seems appropriate that a higher threshold should be met before requiring all employees to pay union dues and belong to a union. So the fact that we're neither a right to work nor gives us that 75%, the Labor Peace Act gives us that second 75% threshold. To be clear, I kind of moved past some of his explanation. However, this coalition of politicians that put this together seeks to eliminate the second higher threshold vote, making it much easier for workers to unionize and fund union work and bargaining activities. And I would add, this is my comment, not his, fund political activities. Make no mistake, this is a pro-labor, anti-business bill, that is his language, not mine, that will galvanize both sides and spill over to other issues with potentially adverse consequences for all. While I, says the author, was a Democrat in a Republican-controlled legislature in the 1990s, Democrats and Republicans came together to defeat right-to-work legislation. And in 2007, when the legislature sent a union shop bill to former Democrat Governor Bill Ritter's desk, he vetoed it. The peace was maintained. This is a dangerous time, says this author, Democrat in nature, to tinker with Colorado's economy. A recent 2024 CNBC analysis ranked Colorado 39th for its cost of doing business and 32nd for business friendliness. 39th for cost and 32nd for business friendliness. We've got to watch that. That's a trend that's going to hurt us tomorrow, a year from now, 5 years from now. It will decimate us 10 years from now. We must be careful, and this is part of that conversation. Senate 5 that we're discussing right now is part of that conversation. Be aware. There is strong evidence from respective leaders and experts that becoming a union shop state will make it more difficult to recruit and retain Colorado businesses. Attracting companies to Colorado draws fierce competition among the states. The Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce press release in response to the proposed legislation aptly noted that Colorado risks losing critical opportunities for job creation and economic growth. If this legislation passes, in fact, that was the primary reason why Governor Ritter vetoed it back in 2007. Between 2018 and 2023, Colorado's average annual employment growth rate was 1.5%. It was more than 3 times that of union shop states, and over 20 years was double that growth rate. Bringing this issue forward now may also risk being a political miscalculation. In response, business leaders will likely decide to take their case directly to the Colorado voters, launching an expensive and protected right-to-work ballot measure that could succeed. It's a real gamble that shouldn't be ignored and would be on the ballot in 2026, a critical election year. There is a significant amount of polling, we'll probably get into that later, that talks about how Coloradans generally are union-friendly. We are a union-friendly, we're not hostile to unions. But the idea of killing this second election, the polling shows about 70, I think it was 75 or 80% of people in Colorado say, no, bad idea, don't disturb the peace. Rather, continuing with the commentary from this former Democrat elected and senior staff to a Democrat governor, rather than break this 81-year-old ceasefire, business and labor and our political leaders should sit down together. That has been going on. I had been told progress was being made, but it does not seem so. Roll up their sleeves and find an appropriate off-ramp. Perhaps, rather than eliminate the second vote altogether, they could simply agree to lowering the threshold, 75% to 66 for the second vote, says this commentator. Colorado has long protected the right to organize as well as provide a path to strengthen unions through union security agreements. That's Colorado's way, and there's no good reason, concluding this commentary, to break that peace now. Madam Chair, I appreciate the latitude to express my perspective on the fact that the policy we're considering here, Senate Bill 5, politics and the financing of politics are inextricably linked, and they belong together, part and parcel, in this debate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. And
Yeah. It's a learning moment. It's a learning moment.
the Senate will now come back to order out of a senatorial 5. And we have Mr. Majority Leader, Senator Rodriguez.
Gladly take that blame. Did you call me?
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to speak to my good colleague from Monument's comments. Sure, I don't think anybody wants to see ballot measures, and we can always talk about why we were here twice last year because of ballot measures and the need for figuring out reform for ballot measures. It's become a tool for driving what we do here. But I think, I don't think anybody wants, and to my good colleagues' comments, is like, the bill was announced and introduced and shared in late November, early December. Probably, I think I counted about 7 meetings with the business community up until January, where there actually talks. And I think our side has been working in good faith trying to come to some compromises, and unfortunately, the compromises haven't got to a place where anybody was comfortable with, so that's where we are. But I just want to make sure I know, is like, ballot measures are a two-way street, and it's nothing any of us want to look for, but if we can't get a compromise or a deal that's acceptable, I think is why we're pursuing forward, because the right choice is to get rid of the second election. But thank you for that. Just wanted to respond.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I certainly appreciate the conversation that has been going on here today. And I agree with a lot of the comments that have been made, but I do want to talk a little bit about the polling. And I know that the proponents are very critical of the polling because it didn't go their way. And we also talk about how old this law has been in place, 1943. That is a long time ago. But the poll that I'm going to reference was taken in January of 2025. And it was taken from a sample of voters, registered voters, selected from the Colorado voter file. And the question was, based on what you know today about Senate Bill 005, would you support or oppose this change to Colorado labor law? As the minority leader said, 70% said they would oppose the change, and just 25% said they would support it. Now, when you get into other numbers, like supermajorities of major political parties and those that are unaffiliated, the opposition was 87% by the right side, 72% opposed it that were unaffiliated, 50% supported it or opposed it that were for the political party that is bringing this bill. Every age was also tested. 2/3, 66%, of 18 to 34-year-olds opposed this change. 7 to 10, which would be 70% of those 35 to 64 who are further along in their careers, oppose this change. Now, opposition is the highest among those that are 65 or older, at 72% in opposition. Now there is also the question about, would Colorado voters oppose requiring work to have labor unions' dues deducted from their paycheck, whether they belong to the union in their workplace or not? 2/3, 67%, oppose mandatory paychecks. Just 27% support that. So I can understand why those that are in support of this bill would be critical of this polling. And I can understand, just from this alone, why you would not want a ballot measure on this. Now, I want to speak to something that the minority leader talked about earlier, and it was, and that was in this poll, was about having to have your wages deducted, whether you were a member of the union or not?
Oh, she's still, oh, I'm sorry, Jen, I thought you were leaving.
Okay. This is something that I've always thought unions certainly had a place, and I know my family, throughout the years have always supported them, but this is where maybe we change our opinion, and that is forcing wages to be deducted. And with that, Madam Chair, I offer Amendment L002.
There is an amendment.
I move L002.
There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, kindly read L2.
Amendment L002.
Senator Rich, to the amendments. And logistical note, Senator Rich and others, the mics are a bit soft. When anyone is speaking, if you'll please just center yourself in front of one of the two microphones, it'll get picked up. Folks listening at home can follow along. The pickup isn't as good if the speaker is right in the middle of the two mics, so just pick one or the other. With that, Senator Rich to L2, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and since I didn't raise my hand to speak on this yet, I will let you know what this amendment says. It has to do with Section 1. You'll see that on page 2 after line 1. This is what we would like to see inserted, or I would, with this amendment. Colorado Revised Statutes 8-3-106, 1. In accordance with this Article 3, employees have the right of self-organization and the right to form, join, or assist labor organizations to bargain collectively through representatives of their own free choosing and to engage in lawful, concerted activities for the purpose of collective bargaining or other mutual aid or protection. Each employee also has the right to refrain from any of these such activities. The rights of each employee are essential rights, and nothing contained in this Article 3 infringes upon or has any operation against or in conflict with such rights. If an employee chooses to refrain from collective bargaining activities pursuant to subsection 1 of this section and refuses representation, the employee is exempt from the payment of union membership dues and any other form of payment for the exclusive representative, including agency fees or fair charge fees. This amendment allows for workplace employees to formally refuse membership within a union following the conclusion of a successful first election. Following a refusal of membership, a non-union employee must be exempted from the payment of union membership dues as well as agency fees or fair charge fees. That seems reasonable to me. It's not argumentative. I think it seems like a reasonable amendment, and I would ask for an aye vote on L002.
Further discussion on L2, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is already part of the negotiating contract, whether they want to do dues, and that can be negotiated when they get into the collective bargaining agreement. So it doesn't change a current standing across the country of how this works. I humbly ask for a no vote.
All right, Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is an excellent amendment. I rise in support. I would call this amendment "Your Paycheck, Your Choice," because I think that sounds kind of catchy. You know, we listened at the governor's State of the State address just a month ago, and we heard him, I hope you all heard him, extol the virtues of the free state of Colorado. The free state of Colorado. Here we are. Except if you are forced into union membership and have to give up a portion of your paycheck against your will. I hardly call that free. Hardly. Members, this is an important amendment. And if we are going to call ourselves a state of choice, a free state, then we better put our votes out there too. Let's support this amendment. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator B. Pelton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. As somebody who's worked in construction for 28 years, I've actually had people come to my place of business and actually try to get us to join unions and that sort of thing. So, but for the most part, we never wanted to join it because we were being treated very, very well by our employer, and we didn't think the union was needed. But if this is going to be taken from me, if I lose the vote and this is going to be taken from me, this is my paycheck. I can't afford that. I mean, I can't afford, when I'm trying to make sure that I do my budget, I can't afford for extra money to be taken out of my budget. Well, not with the increase of other insurance costs and everything else in this state, I just can't afford that. So this is my money, and I think it should stay in my paycheck and be my choice on what I do with it. I rise in support of this amendment. I think we should do it. So I appreciate it.
I saw Senator Arp, but whoever would like to go first. All right, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, I rise in support of Amendment L002 myself, and I wish I had realized that that we were going to be talking about this bill today. I would have brought. I don't know if you all, when we get our pay stubs, and if you pay much attention to it, but all of the deductions on our own pay stubs, if you scrutinize it, you know, besides the taxes and the cost of insurance and the cost of this fee and all that, I'm just kind of I'll say chagrined at all the different deductions. I can only imagine what a worker would how a worker would feel when they had another deduction for the union dues and so forth. So I want to just go back. It's been brought up by my colleagues, the good senator from Monument, I think the good senator from Mesa County, about how people feel about unions. And a very good scientific poll was done here earlier this year. It was conducted just barely a month ago by a reputable firm, WPA Intelligence of Colorado, regarding the Labor Peace Act. For the millions of people that are listening in, I want to just kind of go over the results of this poll. It says here that supermajorities of both Republicans and independents oppose removing the second vote, and they're joined by half of our good friends on the other side of the aisle, the Democrats. So do you support it? It was only 9% by people on our side. It was less than half by my good friends on the other side. The opposition, 87%. I'll repeat that again. 87% of the Republicans opposed removing the second vote. Of our good friends in the middle, 72%. I'll repeat that again. 72%. And my good friends on the other on the aisle, 50% of people of the Democrats opposed it. And as far as the age groups, it's not just young, middle-aged, or whatever. every single age group, 18 to 34. That's your children, my children, grandchildren, et cetera. 66% of 18 to 34-year-olds opposed removing the second vote. And for the people who are 35 to 64, which includes people in this room, 35 to 64, it goes up to 70%. 70%. And for those people, those few of us that might be 65 or older, you know, I won't give anybody the big shout out there, but for those people who have reached that magnificent age of 65 or older, you know, really when you think about it, you really, you know, it's a good thing to be able to reach 65 or older, you know, so we can poke fun at those of us that might be 65 or older, but it's a good milestone. It's something that I think you would rather reach than not. So 72% of those good people that are 65 or older. So anyways, then to go back to would you say you support or oppose requiring workers in a workplace with a labor union to have a labor union dues deducted from their paycheck, whether they want it or not, whether they belong to the union or not? 67%. 67% of those polled, you know, opposed it, only 27%. So that's more than 2 to 1, more than 2 to 1. So, you know, I could go on, but clearly the people of Colorado, whether you're young, middle-aged, or of the senior variety, are opposed to this. So I think this is a good, fair amendment with L002, and I would urge an aye vote of L002. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. And members, as a reminder, we are on L2, which is a little bit of a narrower question than the bill itself. So just general reminder to confine our commentary to the corners of L2. With that, who'd like to go next? Senator Arpelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L002. You know, the cost of living in Colorado is pretty high. And if you're, say, a person like our aides that aren't making a whole lot of money, and with some of the aides wanting to unionize and are, will they hold a vote and all of a sudden that's going to cost all the aides to have to contribute? You know, just that as an example should be a reason to vote for this amendment. So I rise in full support of this amendment, and I appreciate it being brought. Thank you.
Other discussion on L2, Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L002. I find it very interesting that such a high bar of a supermajority of 75% is required to have employees have their pay deducted, have deductions made from their pay. And that is an extraordinarily high bar. Reducing this down to even a simple majority is something that we're weighing today. And I feel like this chamber, as it is considering potentially changing that high bar of a supermajority by just 51% of us, is quite the opposite. And so while we're lowering the bar to participate in this program, I just can't see that employees in the state of Colorado are going to be okay with having agency fees deducted from their check without their permission. So to me, Amendment L002 further reduces that bar down to 0%. If folks don't want to have their pay deducted, they don't have to, and they can choose. And so in the spirit of lowering the bar, we should lower the bar all the way down to zero and let folks choose to have agency fees deducted from their pay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Who would like to go next? Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I rise in support of L002 for maybe some different reasons than what some of my colleagues have said. You know, we see news, I think it broke yesterday, that inflation is bumping up at 3%. Yet then we say to these folks, well, it'll only cost you 2% of your annual wages to be not in the union, but to pay agency fees and or any of the other fees that come along with being a member of the union that was voted on that you didn't vote for. You know, I think if people want to make up their mind, I know that they will probably catch a lot of maybe grief from people that are in the union if they decide they didn't want to join. But what I'm trying to get at here is that taking away money from folks that didn't want to join, didn't want to do that, seems to me to be a little more of a push than what most people were looking for. We're trying to get people employed here in Colorado. We're doing a fairly good job. We're open for business here. We want to keep this state open for business. I don't want to see anything that turns a company away if they think that they might not be able to do the things that they're wanting to do. But while workers are permitted to refuse union membership, they can still be required to pay an agency fee, which covers the cost of union legal representation during collective bargaining proceedings. Overall, agency fees have been estimated to cost non-union employees around 2% of their wage. That's a significant economic amount. And I think it kind of flies in the face of freedom. We've heard in the free state of Colorado here a number of times. What I'm getting at is this is not something that we should be loading perhaps new employees, people that are just getting into the workforce. You know, I've been in that situation. I've paid union dues when I first started in my life. And after a while, they got to rubbing on me because of the fact that I wasn't getting what I thought I was supposed to be getting from them. And, you know, I've got personal stories I could probably tell you that would put you to sleep. But the point is, this is not one of those places where we should be forcing people to do things, particularly if they're just trying to get started. So I would say let's vote yes on 002.
Thank you, Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. I likewise rise in support of L002. The simple language here in paragraph 2, and if an employee chooses to refrain from collective bargaining activities, what's more foundational to us than the ability to choose your own outcomes? And given the challenges in Colorado with rising costs and unaffordability, it just seems increasingly important to afford to workers the ability to not contribute where they don't think they're gaining a benefit from that contribution, whether it's a union membership due. There was a reference earlier to that these are actually membership or maintenance fees. Likewise, there's still a deduction from your base salary from your wage. And I can say from practical experience that you can have an efficient, effective union shop in a complete right-to-work state. I've experienced that in my life and recognize that forced contributions aren't necessary to gain what I think union representation is seeking to gain: safe workplace, fair compensation, benefits packages that can all happen without forcing dues and fees upon members. I think this is actually a very good amendment, and Again, rise in support of L002.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. Appreciate you. Members, Section 1, the section that's being amended by L002, rights of the employees. Rights of the employees. What a perfect place to have this amendment put in. The rights of the employees. And let's talk about in Section 1 what's been deleted with this bill. If I'm reading this correctly, maybe I better look at the bill. Oh, I'm talking to Section 1 of Colorado Revised Statutes, amending 8-3-106. And basically, again, speaks to rights of the employees. And for those of you who didn't read it all the way through, let me just kind of read it for you here. In accordance with this Article 3, so 8-3-106, employees have the right of self-organization and the right to form, join, or assist labor organizations, to bargain collectively through representatives of their own free choosing, and to engage in lawful, concerted activities for the purpose of collective bargaining or mutual aid or protection. Each employee has the right to refrain from any such activities. So they have the right to refrain from any such activity. I want to remind you earlier in our discussions today, when it was brought up that, when we were having discussions about the whole bill, that there could be this requirement to justify compulsory union membership of unwilling employees, essentially make them join. And the good senator from Denver got up and said, no, they don't have to join the union, but they could have to pay maintenance fees, because that would only be fair to all the other people. Now, these are not his comments, these are my thoughts. But that would be only fair to all the other people who join the union. You should have to pay a maintenance fee. So I'm assuming a maintenance fee is the same as an agency fee, but if it's not, and I would love for the good senator from Denver to let me know, if it's not, we may need further amendment here to make sure that we include maintenance fees in this. Because again, back to what the good senator from Denver said, that while workers are permitted to refuse union membership, they can still be required to pay maintenance fees, or as we're talking about it, agency fees, which again, I'm assuming is the same thing, but maybe not. But it sounded like pretty much the same thing, because I thought what I heard the good senator from Denver say is that those maintenance fees would help cover union legal representation during collective bargaining proceedings, for example. So again, agency fees must be maintenance fees that the good senator from Denver was talking about. So again, this would say in this amendment that if an employee chooses, again, back to the rights of the employee, not trying to infringe on their rights. If an employee chooses to refrain from collective bargaining activities pursuant to subsection 1 of this section and refuses representation, the employee is exempt from the payment of union membership dues and any other form of payment for the exclusive representative, including agency fees or fair charge fees. So, as we all do, and our staff does great things for us. They talked about, and they looked this up, and it's online about agency fees in the First Amendment, but within that, it talks about overall agency fees having been estimated to cost non-union employees around 2% of their annual wages. Well, that could be significant economic burden and a strong affront to worker freedom, which is what I heard from the good senators who are sponsoring this bill, what this is about, worker freedom. We're doing them a favor here in this bill. Well, this amendment just makes sure that we're not stepping all over their First Amendment rights, that we aren't violating their First Amendment right, that we're allowing them to choose. Because again, the amendment says if an employee chooses, in this section of law that talks about the right of employees. If they choose, they can be exempt from the payment of union membership dues and agency fees and other fair charge fees. So I want you to think about this, and you know, we can all go online and figure it out. So 2%, that seems pretty low when you're thinking about things, but just to put it in perspective, my salary is $47,000 a year. If by chance I had to be forced to not join a union, but to also have to pay for maintenance fees or agency fees or fair charge fees, that would be $940 right off the top of my paycheck. 940 bucks. I just want you to think about all the fees and taxes, how they've increased this last year. Over the course of the last 6 years during this administration. But just in the last year, you all heard me talk about, when we were talking about the property tax bills, and I know this isn't exactly to here, but I'm just giving you a comparison of what 940 bucks means when you add on to it that my mortgage payment and because of insurance rates and property taxes went up over $1,000 a month. Now you want me to have to add $100 a month to that? That's if I have a salary of $47,000. But if you have a salary of $60,000, it's $1,200 a year. $1,200. We're taking $100. It would be $100 a month, right off the top of their salary. And all we're saying here is let them choose. Let them choose whether or not that they want to pay this. Rights of the employee. But I'm just going to say, and again, I know we all go online a lot. Now we have AI. Man, it writes speeches for you. It didn't write my speech. I just want you to know. But I did go online and find this article about mandatory union agency fees violating the First Amendment. And as of 2018, which was 6 years ago, 6 years ago, which maybe there's a new Supreme Court ruling out, but the majority stated that agency fees, so the majority of the Supreme Court stated that agency fees violate the free speech rights of non-members by compelling them to subsidize private speech on matters of substantial public concern. So again, this amendment just says rights of the employees. Let's give them the ability to choose whether or not they want to be charged $100 or more a month, whether or not they want to be, charge that amount for payment of exclusively being represented by the union. Let's give them the right to opt out. Let's make sure we don't violate their First Amendment rights. Let's make sure we say they have the right that if they're a non-member, they do not have to subsidize private speech on matters of substantial public concern. Maybe what they don't agree with, maybe they do, I don't know. But I think they should have the right to choose what's coming out of their paycheck. I don't think we should be able to legislate what's coming out of that paycheck any more than what we already do, quite frankly. But this should be their right to choose. Yeah, rights of employees. Right there in Section 1, Amendment 8-3-106. Rights of employees, in accordance with this article, they would have the right to self-organize, right to form. They should have the right to choose whether or not they have to pay into an agency fee or a maintenance fee. That's all this amendment is saying. I would ask for an aye vote on L002.
Further discussion on L2, whether via AI-generated comments or otherwise. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. Just wanted to answer some of the questions and a little bit of brevity to my colleague from Colorado Springs, listing out the polling that I just want to recognize none of the age groups reached the 75% threshold. So we'll throw the polling out. And I think that same polling said 64% of people support unions. So to my colleague from Weld County, just want to clarify, hopefully next week they'll also keep saying right to choose. But look, the federal government and the requirements are aligned for maintenance fees requires that they have to defend the rights of all employees, regardless if they're union member, due-paying members. The fees are for their defense in the workplace. So, and working at a place that's a union shop is a choice. But just want to clarify that, if the majority of the organization chose to organize and did this, and the fees all are part of the collective bargaining agreement. Could be some, could be none, could be higher, could be lower. That is what democracy is about, and that's what the employees chose to do by majority, and that agreement goes between the employees, because they have to agree to the agreement when it gets done. This amendment basically turns us into a right-to-work state. So colleagues ask for no vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We understand what the bill does. That's not the issue. The issue is, when we heard the discussion about, the opening discussion about how this bill, what the reason for this bill was, you know, about democracy, about giving employees all these rights and making sure that, you know, employees are protected, we heard all of that. So what we're saying is, hopefully you're hearing us. We're asking to amend in law Article 8, Section 3, 106, rights of the employees. If we're here talking about a law that supports employees and their rights, then they should have the right to not have this deducted from their check. That's what we're talking about. We're saying the employee should have the right to decide if this is deducted from their paycheck. They should have the right to decide whether or not they have $100 to go spend on their family for whatever they choose versus $100 going to the union to pay for collective bargaining or to pay for legal representation. They should have that right. If they don't wish to join the union, they have that right. They should have the right not to have to pay dues, agency fees, maintenance fees, fair charge services or fees. And the Supreme Court of the United States of America said that they should have that right, that they should not have to subsidize someone else's private speech, what someone else wants to do. So that's what we're talking about here. I think this is perfectly in line with what the good sponsors of this, good senators and the good sponsors of this, talked about in their opening statements. So again, I ask that you actually protect the rights of employees and support L002.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to rise again in support of L002. You've heard some compelling arguments on why we should be supporting the employees. That's talked about a lot in this chamber. Do not forget that a poll said 67% opposed money being taken from their paycheck. Now, maybe that's why this is not a ballot question, but don't forget that. And I'm asking those that are watching today that you might find yourself having to have money taken from your paycheck. I'm asking for an aye vote on L002.
Is there further discussion on L?
Division.
All right. Division has been requested.
right, Mike, this is a serious moment. I'm gonna sit my seat.
All right, members, we had been discussing L2 to Senate Bill 5. A division has been requested. Therefore, all those who are in the chamber and not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of the adoption of L2, please stand in one place, don't move around, and we'll let the staff count. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Now, all those opposed to the adoption of L2, please stand in one place. All right, L2 is lost. We're back to the bill, Senate Bill 5. Is there further discussion? Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I am constitutionally supportive of union membership as freedom of association. Now, the other side of that coin, in the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, the implication of association, our right to association, is our right to not associate, to associate with that set of people that are outside of the union membership. But I do defend the right of every employee to associate with a professional organization. And that's really what I think would be the healthier approach than what I'm about to address specifically with union membership, labor union membership. When a union ensures that their members at their various levels of master or apprentice, master, journeyman, and so on, they ensure the performance, the skill set, then that is very useful, that is determinative of what that employee can produce. And the employer can certainly choose for the variety of work needing to be done, what skill level is necessary for all of those, and to pay accordingly. There are countless professional associations, of course, from in every walk of work, of business, of industry. But adding that element of collective bargaining and dues withheld from paychecks is pretty specific to labor unions and not to other professional organizations. And that's the part that really causes the rub, is the mandatory payments and withholding from paychecks and all of that kind of browbeating to make sure that membership is 100%. Those are the things that cause the rub, not the voluntary association, as is everyone's right to associate or to not associate with an organization, including a union. I only recently learned of a tactic towards increasing membership in unions, something called salting. Salting is where an individual who is employed by a labor union attempts to gain employment from a non-unionized business and to try to precipitate laboring organizations, organizing effort from within by being an employee. So the employee then kind of works their way in, not with the ultimate intent of being a great employee of that company, but towards creating a union labor organizing effort. I'm here to address that in a formal manner, if I may, Mr. Chairman. So I therefore introduce and move L005.
Senatorial 5. All right, the question was Senate Bill 5. Senator Baisley was recognized. Now, there is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L5 to Senate Bill 5.
Amendment L005.
Senator Baisley, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. L005, which has now been moved properly, would prohibit union operatives from covertly infiltrating non-unionized workplaces and encouraging the organizing activities. So by requiring mandatory disclosure of one's union involvement prior to hiring, then Colorado businesses would be able to deter such subversive actors from entering their ranks. I think this is only fair to be aware of, to be able to be informed, to defend against such a practice. It's pretty an underhanded thing that takes place, and I think we need to address it, and this is the right way to do it, the right moment to do it, within Senate Bill 005. So I encourage the passing of L005 amendment, and we can nail that piece down. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, members, the question is L5. Mr. Who would like to speak to L5? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 5 to Bill 5. What does that make it, a golden amendment? Isn't that the way they talk about that sort of stuff? It acknowledges that this type of behavior, this effort to manipulate the process is an unfair labor practice. It simply makes it clear that as we're seeking to find the balance of appropriate labor management relationships, quite frankly, this bill seeks to upend what is already a balance that has been established. But this amendment says if you're going to do that and expand the number of ways or the frequency or the likelihood of unionization, which is what this bill's about, then there are manipulative, incorrect, inappropriate methods of doing that that should be prohibited. And that's what this amendment says. It says if you're going to move forward with this broader policy, which we have spoken to some degree at this point, then at least make it open, above board, and fair play. So I urge your support of Amendment 5 to Senate Bill 5 and its adoption. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Henriksen, and then we'll go to Senator Frizzell.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The good senator from Woodland Park, prior to introducing this amendment, described a practice that he described as salting. I find it an interesting concept. I hadn't heard of that before. This amendment immediately, if we're going to refer to the practice, the alleged practice of an individual who works for a union gaining employment for the specific purpose to create a union as salting, then I'd like to continue using analogy of snow removal techniques and say that this amendment is the equivalent of putting sand on the roads to add traction when it's too cold for salt to melt the snow. Because it says it is an unfair labor practice for a person to seek and obtain or to aid an individual in seeking or obtaining a job with an employer with the intent of organizing a union. Colleagues, this is so vague that it could be easily weaponized against anybody who refers a friend to a job posting, and that person then decides upon employment and upon a few weeks or months with the company that, my goodness, I think this company would benefit from a union, and then work to organize that workplace. And B, refuse to disclose a union affiliation to a prospective employer. Remember, we're not even talking about during the hiring process, we're not talking about withholding being that information as a means for consideration of that employment. We're saying that not disclosing that you're a member or have been a member of a union is an unfair labor practice. I think that's a pretty wild privacy violation. This amendment is incredible in its scope, And I would ask for a no vote on L005 to Senate Bill 5.
All right, Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 5 to Senate Bill 5. You know, it strikes me, as I was looking at this amendment, that this bill kind of contemplates the organic creation of unions in a business. That they come to be through mutual consideration and grow and blossom, and people vote because they find something that, they find a purpose that they want to align with together. Which is great. That is the freedom of association that the good senator from Woodland Park talked about at length and eloquently. That freedom of association that we embrace here in this United States of America. But I think we all know that that idea can be a little disingenuous, because these things don't just happen organically all the time. They don't. There are organizations, we heard from those organizations over and over and over again in testimony. They have significant motivation to find a business where they can anchor. It's lucrative, not for the employees, but for the unions. And that's how it happens. This particular amendment just says, fine. You want to do this? Fine. But you're not going to systematically infiltrate business after business after business. That is not the way to do this. You want to do this, you want to grow organically? Great, grow organically. But you are not going to you're not going to create a situation in a business, in an industry that is unfair. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, the question is L5, Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to L005. Prohibiting individuals from organizing within their workplace creates a chilling effect, discouraging workers from advocating for their rights and improving workplace conditions. This amendment also may invite legal challenges, as it conflicts with federal labor protections under the National Labor Relations Act, which guarantees workers the right to organize and engage in collective bargaining. I rise in strong opposition to L005.
Is there further discussion on L5? Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just for clarity, I'm going to read the amendment. It's very brief. It would insert these words, that it is an unfair labor practice for a person to, 1, seek and obtain or aid an individual in seeking and obtaining a job with an employer with the intent of organizing a union. So not seeking a job that you would do well at, that you would contribute for, but that would be the purpose of seeking that job, would be to organize a union. Or number 2, it'd be an unfair labor practice for a person to refuse to disclose a union affiliation to a prospective employer. So I think this covers it well. I don't think it is ominous or onerous to people who are hoping to expand their footprint with their union, to simply disclose that that is their intent, or to disclose that that is their membership in a union before that employer invites them in to work within their shop. So I will ask for an aye vote on L005.
Is there further discussion on L5? Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that my colleague helped demonstrate a huge problem with this language. It's an unfair labor practice for a person to seek and obtain a job with an employer with the intent of organizing a union. Well, who determines that? That's why it would have, part of why it would have a severe chilling effect. Well, what are we empowering the state government to do? Why are you seeking this job? Why are you seeking this job? I mean, this is quite, this is a little scary. So I join my colleagues in urging a no vote for a number of reasons. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on L5? Seeing none, the question is the division has been requested. We will be in a brief 5 so that members can get back in the chamber. Senatorial 5. Okay, a division had been requested. Everyone in the chamber not entitled to vote, please have a seat. As a reminder, the motion or the question was the adoption of L5 to Senate Bill 5. All those in favor of L5, please stand and remain standing in one place while the count is taken. Thank you. You may be seated. All those opposed to the adoption of L5, please stand in one place while the count is taken. All right, L5 fails. Back to the bill. The question is the adoption of Senate Bill 5. Senator Frizzell. Hang on, Senator. We got to get the mic on. Okay, just make sure that you're close to the microphone. Try now.
Test.
All right, sorry about that. Please go ahead to,
right.
to Senate Bill 5.
Great, thank you. As I was reading this bill, it's not a long bill, it's 6 pages long. Does a lot. But I got to the end and I realized that the last section, section 3, is a safety clause. And that section states, the General Assembly finds, determines, and declares that this act is necessary, I'm going to emphasize that word, for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety, or for appropriations for the support and maintenance of the departments of the state and state institutions. That confused me because I don't find any of those things to be true when it comes to this bill. I'm going to refer back to the WPA intelligence report that talks about how 67% of Colorado voters oppose requiring workers to have labor union dues deducted from their paycheck, whether they belong to the union in their workplace or not. 2/3, 67%, oppose mandatory paycheck deductions of labor union dues. And so it strikes me that this is, in a way, kind of circumventing not only some of the voices we heard in testimony, but the voices of the good people of Colorado. So lucky for all, I have an amendment for that.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L6 to Senate Bill 5.
Amendment L006.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you for recognizing me so quickly, sir. I move Amendment L006 to Senate Bill 5. Members, this amendment simply replaces Section 3, the safety clause, with a petition clause, and really acknowledging that it would be a good thing to at least give folks the opportunity to question this policy if they do so choose. I ask for an aye vote. Oh.
All right, Senator Arpel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this is my 7th session here in the building. It seems like every session, the use of the safety clause just gets ramped up more and more. This is a bill that does not meet the definition of needing a safety clause, in my opinion. It will help, the unions ramp up their coffers, that much quicker. But I think we need to have a petition clause on this bill just to give people a chance to really look it over and, if they want to, go ahead and petition to maybe overturn it. So with that, I am in full support of this amendment.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in support of L006. Again, just like the previous speaker, I'm walking into my 7th year in the legislature and have seen the safety clause abused lots of times. And it's interesting to me that one of the news stations here in Denver said state legislators in Colorado use safety clauses to change laws quickly and to keep citizens from blocking new laws they don't like. So there's another reason why safety clauses end up here. I want to remind you, 67% of the people in Colorado oppose money being taken out of their paychecks. 70% oppose this law. So for you people that are listening, if you think the legislature knows better than you, I guess that you will pass this. But I certainly urge an aye vote on L006.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I too rise in support of Amendment L006. And I would think that my good colleagues who have brought this bill, this is an opportunity to validate their position, that if the people really want this, then, let's give the citizens the right to petition. And if the citizens are in favor of this, they will rise up in support and say, hey, look, we want to do away with the second vote. And we talk about workers having the right to participate. Well, the workers are members of our greater body, and they're voters. So I think this is a very well-reasoned amendment that will really help the proponents of this Senate bill. They have nothing to fear, even though the polling says that people may have apprehensions about the bill. Well, then let's let the people weigh in on this bill. What do you have to be afraid of? The majority of the people, myself included, we're in favor of labor unions. So if 64% of the Colorado voters are in favor of labor unions, well, then what do you have to fear? So I would urge an aye vote on Amendment L006, and it's for the people, it's for the workers, and let's give the people an opportunity to speak up and not just ram this through. So I urge an aye vote on Amendment L006. Thank you.
Further discussion, Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I too would like to rise in support of this amendment 006 provided by my colleague from Douglas County. If you look at this safety clause language, I mean, there's a reason to have a safety clause in some legislation. As it says, the General Assembly finds, determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety, or for appropriations for the support and maintenance of the departments of the state and state institutions. Now, we've had the Labor Peace Act for decades. It's worked, in my opinion, it's worked very well in this state. I don't believe that it's certainly necessary or valid to say that it is necessary immediately for the preservation of public peace, health, or safety that we pass this legislation today, which is a dramatic change in the current law. I mean, let's let the people, if they wish to, let's let the people of our state vote on this, express their opinion on it. If they believe that we need this dramatic change in our labor relations laws in the state, then let's hear what they have to say. I'd much prefer the language. Yesterday, actually, I was in the first sunset review hearing that I've been in this chamber, so I learned a little bit about that process. And I was discussing with my colleague from Douglas County the language at the end. What we did with this sunset review bill was to sunset the commodity, to recommend that the chamber sunset the Commodity Metals Theft Task Force. And we heard from the witnesses on why this task force was not necessary anymore. And even for such a, what you might call a minor change, we agreed that rather than putting a safety clause in to the end of that bill, we should simply add and allow, maintain and allow the voters, if they chose to vote on it. That language is the act subject to petition. This act takes effect at 12:01 a.m. on the day following the expiration of the 90-day period after final adjournment of the General Assembly, except that if a referendum petition is filed pursuant to Section 1, subsection 3 of Article 5 of the state constitution against this act or an item, section, or part of this act within such period, then the act, item, section, or part will not take effect unless approved by the people at the general election to be held in November of 2026, and in such case will take effect on the date of the official declaration of the vote thereon by the governor. So here we have a sunset review on a task force that was set up. And even on that, we're saying let the voters, if they choose to for some reason, let the voters weigh in on it. And here we are with arguably one of the 2 or 3 biggest pieces of legislation in this session, major changes in our law, and we're going to deny the voters the right to weigh in on that. So I think this is a very important amendment. I think it's indicative of the magnitude of this legislation and this change. And so I would urge my colleagues to join with us in supporting this important amendment. Thank you.
Senator B. Pelton to L6.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L006. You know, I've been one of those that have used the safety clause. I've used the safety clause on my first year. I used the safety clause on a Senate bill that was going to help with drug addicts and that sort of thing. I was going to use my safety clause for a fentanyl bill that just went through. I've used the safety clause. I understand that. But those are for emergency reasons. This one here is not emergency. I mean, we have unions in this state right now. We have them. In fact, my trade, the electrician trade, you know, the unions are only 8% of the workforce. I'm the other 90%. So we don't need a safety clause on this bill right now to call attention to it. We need to put the petition clause on there to make sure that the people have a voice if they don't agree with the bill. If they want to go ahead and get rid of the bill, the people have a voice to do so. But again, you know, 90% non-union, 8% union. We have unions in the state. They're already there. So we don't need a safety clause. So I ask for an aye vote on L006.
Further discussion on L6. All right, Senator, no. All right, Senator Danielson. Senator Danielson, go ahead.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to L6. The reason that we cannot postpone the implementation of this bill when it passes and is signed into law is because people are really struggling now. I am in close contact with the workers across the state. I care very deeply about their well-being, and a lot of them are really struggling right now. There is no reason to delay the implementation of this bill when it's passed and signed into law. If workers are in a desperate situation, I mean, you got to remember, we're talking about folks who work incredibly hard, whether they are serving you your coffee or cleaning your, you know, the place you work or whatever they're doing. Making sure the electrical is safe in your place, you know, I mean, whatever these workers are doing, they work real hard. And if right now they're up against a wall, and what they see is a path towards some improvements in their workplace, better pay, more safety. You know, these are the folks that make this whole economy run. We depend on them every single day. But if they see a path towards a better workplace, a safer workplace, and income that actually allows them to raise their families and with some dignity. And their path to that is working with the union to help them advocate for that. What they have right now is this huge barrier. With this second election, rested in a 75% threshold, which is nearly impossible to get. They have to go through the first election withstanding all of this abuse and threats and firings and surveillance and harassment and intimidation, and it is intense. It is a lot to withstand to get to that first election. And knowing that you not only have to do that, but you have to go through it again for this arbitrary, only Colorado law, to do it again and then reach this unreachable goal, those workers are many times deciding that they cannot get there. They can't get there. I don't blame them. That's tough. I've seen what they've gone through. If we delay the implementation of this bill, we're just extending that suffering for no real reason. This is about public health and safety. This is going to give relief to those workers who are suffering. I believe it is our obligation to the working people across the state of Colorado to stand up and support them by making it easier if they choose to go this path to get some of that relief. Then we don't need to wait for the time that is involved in this petition clause. There's a reason for the safety clause. It's because it will provide these workers relief immediately. So I respectfully disagree with my colleagues that this doesn't have anything to do with the public health and safety and well-being. I very much think that it does. And so for those workers, I would urge a no vote on L6. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to say a few words about that. Yes, workers around the state are having a hard time right now. They're having a hard time because we have some of the highest inflation rates in Colorado, in great part due to policies set forth under this Golden Dome. We have people who are struggling to make ends meet, to put food on the table, to pay their electric bills, to pay their property tax, because of policies that we set forth in this building. Workers can unionize today. They have that ability. This is not a matter of emergency. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
All right, is there further discussion on the adoption of L6? A division had been requested. Senatorial 5. All right, a division has been requested. Everyone in the chamber not entitled to vote, kindly be seated for a few moments. All right, as a reminder, the question is the adoption of L6 to Senate Bill 5. All those in favor of the adoption of L6, please stand in one place while the count is taken. All right, thank you. You can be seated. Everyone opposed to the adoption of L6, please stand in one place. Okay, Amendment 6 is lost. We're back to the bill, Senate Bill 5. All right, Senator R. Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I think with all the discussion we're having on this bill, we can kind of see that there is some issues with it. You know, most of my district is small business, very, very little bit of union activity. So, you know, my district says, let's oppose this bill. And with that, Mr. Chair.
There is an amendment. You didn't know? And then call it. There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Clerk, please read amendment, I don't need to, L004.
Amendment L004, amend printed bill, page 6, strike lines 4 through 16, renumber succeeding section accordingly.
Senator Pelton.
My apologies for my earlier statement. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, with this bill moving forward like it is, looks like it will probably end up going through, and it'll only take one vote to make this happen. So with that, you know, with it in its current form, it would deem any labor agreement that does not create a closed shop or compulsory union membership within a business as an unfair labor practice. So to protect that from happening, this amendment would preserve the legality of modified labor agreements where union and non-union members can coexist within the same workplace. And I think this is very important because we're going to have businesses that will have a mixed employee pool. And I think this amendment would be very good to help them coexist and get along, because at the end of the day, if they get along, that helps the business and that helps them in the end. So I urge support of amendment, and I move amendment L004.
Senator P. Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. There are going to be times where you have mixed union and non-union labor working together. A perfect example is I have a friend of mine that did work for the railroad at one point, and he chose not to be part of the union. And so he was still working there, but he just didn't get certain benefits that you're supposed to get. So I think this is a good way to do this, is that make sure that you are able to still not have a closed shop and be able to have both union and non-union members working. Definitely help our labor force and that sort of thing. But if I choose not to do that or choose not to give that money to the labor unions so they spend it in a way where I may not agree with, I think that's a good thing. So anyway, I rise in support of L004. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on L004? A division has been called. Senator Danielson.
Thanks, folks. The sponsors urge a no vote on this amendment.
A division has been called. We'll take a senatorial 5. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L004. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing without moving around the chamber until the count is complete. Okay, you may be seated. All those in favor, all those opposed, please stand without moving until the count is complete. The motion for L004 is lost to the bill. Any further discussion? Senator P. Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me make sure I have the microphone in front of me. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think there needs to be an amendment mandating that if a workplace union assesses an agency fee against a non-union employee, the workplace union is required to author and distribute a detailed financial report justifying the fee amount to all non-union employees. If the financial report is found unsatisfactory, the non-union employees reserve the legal right to petition for a change to the agency fee. This is about transparency.
There is an amendment at the desk. Senator P. Pelton.
No, you got to read it first.
Sorry, I apologize. Will the clerk please read L003?
Amendment L003, amend printed bill page 2 after line 1, insert section 1 in Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 8-3-106 as follows. 8.3.106, rights of employees in accordance with, strike the provisions of this article.
Senator P. Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment will require unions to be financially transparent with regard to fees assessed to unaffiliated workers. In the past, the absence of this accountability has resulted in non-union employees paying nearly identical contribution rates to union employees. For example, in 2005, the Service Employee Union International Union, SEIU, set an agency fee at 99.1% of full membership dues. Only after non-union employees objected to this exorbitant fee did SEIU offer a reduction rate of 56.35%. I ask for an aye vote on L003.
Is there any further discussion? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 3 to Senate Bill 5. No matter where you're at in this conversation, if you want the bill to go away, you want the bill to advance as is, this is simply an amendment that says, well, let's just make sure everybody understands what's happening if, in fact, they are swept up into this organization that may or may not represent their interests. It simply says, report to the people who you are compelling to participate in paying into an organization they may not want to be represented by. Report to the people whom you are compelling to pay into so that they can, in fact, advocate in the political environment with your money or some portion of your money in a way that you may disagree with. At least the individuals know what is going on with the money that is being extracted from their paychecks. Now, we have all walked into this chamber with the understanding that affordability of life for the people of Colorado is the #1 issue. And understanding where your paycheck goes is critically important to every individual right now. Do I have enough? Can I pay my bills? Will I be able to afford next month? What changes do I have to make in my budget in order to make my paycheck cover my expenses? Well, we're just asking the big organizations to provide the information of where their money's going so that that person can make a meaningful judgment, have a meaningful understanding. Well, I don't have enough money to put the kids in daycare next week, but I'm glad to know that this amount of my paycheck is going into the union shop to go make political advocacy in a way that I oppose. It's important that they know that. That is what this amendment said, just truth in advertising, truth in representation, because that's the argument is, oh, the workers will be better represented. Well, okay, then be honest with them. Describe to them in detail where the money that you're taking from them is being expended. I urge your support of Amendment 3 to Senate Bill 5.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair, I apologize. I rise in support of L003. Again, this falls under CRS 83106, which is rights of employees. There is nothing wrong and there's nothing nefarious about wanting to represent where these monies are going. That's, I mean, if you're going to take the money from the employees, they should have every right to know where it went. And I don't understand why that would be a problem in a bill like this. I urge an aye vote on L003.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the agency fees are a hidden cost here. This is 2%, can be as high as 2%. And we want transparency around that for the workers, for the public. So let's think about 2%. You know, when you first think about 2%, I was like, well, that's not that much money. But if you make $80,000 a year, that's $1,600. $1,600 in agency fees. And this gets back to what I was referring to earlier today with the study by the Common Sense Institute, Colorado's Labor Peace Act, a balance of competing forces. And so one of the points they make is when you factor this 2% agency fee, it could be higher. The dues, of course, are much higher than that, but they give an example here based on their studies where they say the potential higher earnings of union members disappear or represent only marginal gains when accounting for the cost push, higher cost of living and union dues in right to organize states. So the potential 8.9% wage gain for union members is eaten up by the higher cost of living of 10.8%. And then the union dues, these agency fees, as they call them, of another 2%, actually leaving the union membership worse off by 3.9%. So that may be a reason to oppose transparency, I suppose, to not want to have that kind of information out there. But I think in the spirit of this bill of helping workers, let's at least give folks access to all of the information so they know what these additional fees are going to be and the additional costs that's going to put into their salary. You've already got expenses related to holding the job. You've got transportation expenses. You've got all of the taxes coming out of people's paychecks. If they have children, you've got child care expenses. Today, we know what inflation is doing in our economy, how hard that's hitting folks in their paychecks. And this is going to be another fee put on there, another cost put on there, and I think the people have a right to know what that is. And so I want to support this amendment by my good colleague, Senator Pelton.
Senator R. Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in full support of this amendment. We're talking about people's money, the money they've worked hard for. It may seem like a very, very minute amount, a fraction of of their paycheck, but it adds up. They'll see on their stub how much is taken out, but that won't show the cumulative effect that this will have. So I rise in full support of this amendment. It might help them, in some of their future budgeting and things to know just how much money is coming out. Maybe they need to look for a different job that maybe that business hasn't been approached yet. So with that, I rise in full support of this amendment for transparency. Thank you.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of L003 to Senate Bill 5. I call this the My Check, My Choice amendment. We just heard an argument about the safety clause and the need or not need of a safety clause, and it really feels like we're trying to sneak something through in the dark of the night on our taxpayers here. The whole theme of this is just a little bit shady. As we look at this amendment, this shines a light and makes it more transparent, the process that we're going through here. I'm a full advocate of transparency in everything that we do. This amendment will require unions to be financially transparent with regard to fees assessed to unaffiliated workers. In the past, the absence of this accountability has resulted in non-union employees paying nearly identical contribution rates to union employees. For example, in 2005, the Service Employees International Union set an agency fee at 99.1% of the full membership dues. Only after non-union employees objected to this exorbitant fee did the SEIU offer a reduced rate of 56.35. I think we need to be thinking about here as we're talking about the employees in Colorado, our constituents, is we want to make sure that we're transparent with what we're doing. I urge an aye vote on L003.
Senator Marshman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. It unnecessarily burdens unions, and it diminishes employee rights to organize and collectively bargain. While transparency is always important, this proposal goes too far, creating an administrative quagmire that can ultimately weaken the voice of workers. Requiring unions to produce detailed financial reports every time even a single employee refuses representation is not about fairness. It's about making it harder for unions to do their essential work. Colorado workers deserve support and advocacy, not additional red tape that undercuts their ability to organize and negotiate for better working conditions. I urge your no vote on L003.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I want to commend my good colleague, the good senator from Loveland, of how well she read that. Well done, well done. Members, I rise in support of Amendment L003. Gosh, all we're asking for is a bit of openness, transparency. It's acting like we're asking an undue burden for the union that's collecting all of the tens of thousands, depending on the size, the millions of dollars that they're collecting. And if the employee wants to go in there, the union member or non-union member wants to go in there and say, hey, I just want to see how much has been raised, where it's being spent. Is this a fair and equitable use of my hard-earned money? because at the end of the day, that's where it comes from. I keep going back to all the examples of when we get our own pay stubs, as we look at all of the deductions. You know, it's a deduction for taxes here, it's a deduction for dental here, or city and county of Denver. You know, most of us, you know, we don't live in the city and county of Denver, but we're still paying, what is it, $5.75, $6 a month for the privilege of staying here or not staying here some 120 days. So, you know, this is not something that is that should be a great burden. You know, most businesses, you know, with the accounting software that's available today, they can spit it out, you know, in an instant. So I would urge an aye vote on Amendment L003. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I come from local government. I have a local government background. I'm the former county assessor in Douglas County, but I worked there for 25 years altogether. And one of the things that was really important to me was to, you know, it's hard as government to create trust with your citizens, but that was my goal. Is I wanted the people that I served to trust me, to trust that I was being transparent with them, and that I gave them everything that they needed to make good decisions. It might come as a surprise to y'all, but the county assessor is not always super popular, but you know, sometimes that's the case. But I really worked on that. Transparency is something that citizens crave. In Colorado, I think that they demand it because we are well-educated, we are thoughtful and smart, we care about how our money is spent. And as assessor, I created what at the time was kind of a revolutionary website, which broke down your property tax bill, and you could tell exactly what portion of your property tax was going where. And then further broke it down as how much was being allocated for capital expenditures or for general debt, debt service, that sort of thing. Because that's what good governance is being transparent. I think that Amendment L003 provides that opportunity to unions. Candidly, I don't think this goes far enough, and maybe we need to draft another amendment, but I kind of feel like unions should be fully transparent when it comes to dues or fees, no matter what. They should be transparent on how your money is being spent, because it's your money until you give it to them, whether willingly or unwillingly. It's your money, and you should be able to have a voice on how it's spent. That's no different from the citizens of Douglas County wanting to know how their property taxes are being spent, or when you go to register your vehicle and you know how the fees and taxes that you are paying are being spent. There's a reason why the state of Colorado provides that breakdown to you when you go and renew your plates. When we talk about fees and taxes and dues in this conversation today, and they're sometimes different, but occasionally under this golden dome, we're a little fast and loose with terminology. Is it a tax? Is it a fee? The bottom line is it's citizen dollars. We are here having this conversation today about the ability for employees to unionize in their place of business and how they do that. But part of that, a big part of that, is paying dues or agency fees or whatever you want to call it. whatever the term is. And it is really, to me, incumbent on these organizations to be transparent about how they are spending the money, how it's being allocated, how much of it is actually going towards those negotiations on their behalf, how much of it is going to political purposes, how much of it is being spent administratively. Those are important things that when you are in a position, and we just talked about this and I've talked about it already, in the state of Colorado, our workers are suffering. The inflation that I don't eat eggs actually, so the whole egg thing doesn't really bother me, but it bothers my constituents a lot. This constant nickel and diming bothers my constituents a lot. The cost of living increases that they've experienced over the last 4 years is overly burdensome, to say the least. We need to do better, but we can't just keep thinking that people are going to pay from take from their paycheck and not expect to have some accountability around that. So please join me in voting yes on L003.
Sorry, Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also am here in support of this amendment. The good senator from Highlands Ranch is very well known in Douglas County for having led as president the school board of Douglas County way back in 2009 and moving forward. And after he took control of the school board as president, was elected as president, he hired a new superintendent who hired a new chief financial officer who dug into all the accounting. And I will never forget what they uncovered. What they uncovered, including, along with everything else, was hidden deep in the chart of accounts, like several layers down in the chart of accounts, was the fact that all of the full-time union employees, non-teaching, I believe there were 4, were being paid for, their salaries are being paid for by the taxpayers. It was just coming out of the general fund of the school district. They also were providing training to the school teachers, to the union members, but that was at the expense of the school district as well. It was actually hard to find any expenses that they had, aside from contributing to political matters, political campaigns and the like. They were bringing in something like $1.2, $1.3 million per year, and strictly from the dues collected from the teachers, out of their paychecks, withheld, and going where? Because they had zero or virtually zero expenses. I extrapolated those numbers back then because I found that fascinating, and it turns out Denver County was well over $2 million per year. Jefferson County, almost $2 million per year. Cherry Creek, $1.2 million. Adams, Arapahoe, and Aurora, over $800,000. Boulder, over $800,000. Adams, 5-star schools, $766,000. Poudre, $743,000. St. Vrain Valley, $677,000, and so on. All totaling across the state over $15 million. Over $15 million per year being held from teachers' paychecks and going where? So this amendment that is saying let's be transparent to the union members and let them know where their money is being spent. What are the expenses that the unions have, that their money, the money that they have earned, is being spent. And in this case, for the teachers union, and in And in Douglas County at the time, and I don't have the details about the other places, but the taxation, the union dues were far, far, far beyond justifiable. It should have been more like $2 to $5 a month instead of $60 a month. So I think it is a very reasonable thing to inform the members of a union how those dollars that are being collected are being spent, because it probably goes way beyond covering the expenses of the operation of the union. So I therefore am a strong supporter and encourage a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment, L003. Thank you. I rise in support of this amendment, L003. You know, we're standing up here using words like reasonable, that it's too much of a burden, unnecessary burden for unions, goes too far. Isn't this standard business practice? You know, I serve on the Joint Budget Committee, as you all know. Should I not be asking all the departments to give me reports and tell us where they're spending the money at? What should I tell my taxpayers? What should I tell all the taxpayers in this state? That, gosh, it's too big of a burden for somebody to provide a report, a detailed report about where they're spending the money. I mean, for goodness sakes, don't they have that report anyways? How did they figure out what the dues should be or what the agency fee should be if they didn't have a detailed report? Are they just winging it? As in the case in 2005, has already been stated, where a non-union employee had to object to an agency fee that was 99.1% of full membership dues. That was right here in our state, right here in our capital, right here. I mean, is that just not absurd to anyone else? I mean, seriously, they came back with a, gosh, don't want to be part of the membership? Don't want to pay the dues? That's okay. We'll catch you on the backside by charging you a 99.1% agency fee. Because, gosh, we don't want to burden the union to have to actually go through and put together a detailed report, you know, a ledger sheet, standard business practice. Seriously? We think unions shouldn't be required to have that information? I mean, I would think that information would be pretty handy. Should be pretty easy to get. I mean, how are they determining how much to pay people? Like the head of the union. Right? How do they make that determination if they don't have a finance sheet? If they don't know? I don't know why it would go too far. I mean, my gosh. If you look at your itemized receipt, if you ever go out to dinner, because maybe you can afford it. I'm not sure if these people will be able to. But if you look at your receipt, when you go to a restaurant, everything's itemized. Everything is itemized on it. It's not that hard to do. And it's expected. It's so they can keep track of what's going on, where their expenditures are, how much they're making, what their profit is. It's just standard business practice. But if we expect restaurants to itemize the bill, tell us how many taxes we're paying, what that extra refill cost, that $1.25 for that additional refill that you had on your whatever drink that you were taking, or how much your drink costs. They can even separate it out from your bar tab to your food tab. They can itemize and give everybody individual receipts, individual tickets. But we think it's too much of a burden to require a union who probably already has the detail to be able to put that detail forward, that financial report forward. Man, hope y'all don't come over to the Joint Budget Committee and start telling the state agencies they don't have to have detailed reports. That would make my job less enjoyable. But, I mean, goes too far. I mean, seriously, when I read this comment that the Service Employees International Union here, these are the people who are the unionization of our state employees, they set an agency fee at 99.1%. Talk about arbitrary. Talk about trying to circumvent the law. They ended up settling on 56.35%. That's outrageous. That's again a workaround. That's circumventing the law. I think everyone has the right to know when you're spending money where it's going and what the financial report is, regardless if it's a union or a business that you belong to or any organization that you might belong to. You know, because I'm thinking if I went to the Boys and Girls Club and said, you know, before I give you a contribution, I need to see your detailed report, I bet they wouldn't quibble over it, and I bet they have it ready pretty darn quick. So I don't know why we would think that this is unnecessary burden for anybody to have to be able to provide a detailed report of where the expenditure is going and where the dues are going to. I think it is reasonable. I think it is necessary. In fact, if I was forced to join a union and forced to pay agency fees, either at 99.1% or 56.35%, I'd demand to know where it's going and how they're spending it and who's getting it, how much we're spending in every category. This just makes sense. This is just common business practice. We know this in everything that we do. We can get a detailed financial report of what our money is being spent on. And to say that, again, that we're more concerned about, I guess, the rights of a union than we are the rights of an employee. We're more concerned about the union than saying that the employee has a right. This is just good, common sense, standard business practice. It's reasonable. They already have it. I don't think we're trying to make anything harder for unions. If they don't have this, I'd start questioning everything they're doing. If they don't have a detailed report of their expenditures, if they don't have a budget, if they can't tell me where all the dues are going, where all the fees are going, where all the, basically like a tax on my paycheck is going to, they shouldn't get to exist. I mean, that's just not right. I don't know of anybody who gets away with not having detailed financial reporting, knowing the revenues that are coming in and the expenditures that are going out. That's all that's being asked for here. And I mean, we have a perfect example right here in the Union for State Employees, how they wanted to essentially circumvent the law and work around this whole thing about paying agency fees and not having to be a full member, but making it so that basically you were being a full member. So this is a protection for employees. It's a protection element. So I would urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when I got back to my desk, I got to thinking about what a great amendment the senator from Sterling has hit upon here. And so I want to elaborate a little bit on my comments. You know, I used the example of an $80,000 salary, and that'd be $1,600 in union fees. So I Googled the average salary for a union electrician in Colorado, $71,565. So let's think about and this is about transparency. So let's go through what happens to that paycheck for a union worker or any worker. So you got the payroll tax, 6.5%. You got your Medicare tax, 1.45%. You got your state income tax. Fortunately, this year, the state income tax has gone down a little bit from 4.4% to 4.25%. And incidentally, I have introduced a bill, if any of my colleagues are interested in co-sponsoring it, to phase that state income tax out over 10 years. I believe I'm in agreement with our governor on that issue of eliminating the state income tax. I'd like to see it gone entirely, but for now, it is 4.25%. Then you got to talk about health insurance. What's the cost on that paycheck of the health insurance? Now, for some folks, it's subsidized pretty well, but even if it's subsidized with a family medical plan, you're probably looking at $300, $500, $600 a month there. And then if you want to participate in the 401k or other savings plan, that can be another 5% or 10% of your salary. Then we've got the Colorado sales tax people are paying, 2.9%. Then you got local sales tax, you got vehicle taxes and fees, you got a 22-cent a gallon gas tax that everybody's having to pay. You've got property taxes. We're not even getting into property taxes. I mean, thankfully, last year, due to the good work of the senator from Greeley and my colleague, the senator from Douglas County, we were able to get that property tax a little bit down to a more reasonable level, but you're probably still looking at $2,500, $3,000 a year on your property taxes. And then you got inflation. The report, I think, that came out yesterday, was inflation running about 3.3%. So you're losing that every year on your paycheck. And that's not even taking into account your tax on your Excel bill, your tax on your phone bill, and it goes on. And then we're going to put on top of this 2% union fee. And with that $71,565 salary, if we use that as an example, that comes to $1,431.30. And so at a minimum, we ought to say, just as all those taxes are known and disclosed, we ought to have that fee known and disclosed. We ought to be completely transparent on that. Because when you really get down to it, if you're making $71,565 a year, you're not keeping much with all of these taxes and fees. And certainly this is going to be an additional fee on there for a union member. So thank you again to my Senate colleague from Sterling, and we'll go to the next speaker.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Chair. I'm rising in support of L003 for a couple of different reasons. One, I'm not here to talk about people that have substantial jobs. I'm talking about people that work in a restaurant or work in those kind of places. They're not paid a lot. So dollars being taken away from them probably impact their world more than what it might for some of the professions that we've talked about today. I think it's just good ideas for people that are employing another to let them know what those funds are, how much it was, where it went. Because they can then decide for themselves if they want to stay or if they want to join the union, but transparency is good for everybody. It might also generate some conversations that this store, this union, may decide that they don't want to do some of those support things that are anti-worker, which does happen. So, you know, my wife has been in the union. She would look at, what they were doing. She was a teacher. And some of the things that were happening, she could not agree with. So she had to go and say, look, I don't want my dollars sent to that campaign or, whatever this is about. But the transparency of that helped her. I think it would help any worker that could see where the union was spending money in regards to furthering the union's political wishes. We all should be making up our own mind in regards to what our political wishes are and how we want the organization that we're either with or associated with doing in regards to us personally. This amendment would help that. It would give workers an opportunity to have disclosure of how much money it was costing them to work there and how much money was being spent to be maybe even working it against at cross purposes with them. But I think this is one of those that transparency, we talk about transparency here all the time. In the time I've been in this building, we pass transparency bills, we do a lot of things to give people more and more information, more and more helping them to make decisions, but then comes this one and we're not doing that. I think we should be transparent. In my office, that's one of the things we try to be. People ask us questions, we certainly try to answer them. I think the same thing is true in employment. If you have a question, you should be able to get it answered, and get it answered in a way that you understand it and can recognize what's being done with those dollars. Dollars are hard to chase nowadays. I'm finding that over here. It's not easy to live here. It's not cheap. So every little dime we're trying to keep track of. I think most of the people that are working today feel that way. Giving them an opportunity to know where those dollars go and how they're spent would be something that would be good for everybody in the state of Colorado. I encourage a yes vote on L003.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a discussion, and I rise in support of L003. There's certainly a discussion about transparency, but it's unique in that where it's crafted in statute is under the rights of employees. So there's existing statute under Title 8, Article 3, Section 106. We had this discussion a little earlier with another amendment trying to identify and improve upon what rights of employees are. So in this amendment, again, this is existing language, the rights of employees. In accordance with this Article 3, employees have the right of self-organization and the right to form, join, or assist labor organizations, to bargain collectively through representatives of their own free choosing, and to engage in lawful, concerted activities for the purpose of collective bargaining or other mutual aid or protection. Each employee has the right to refrain from any such activities. The rights of each employee are essential rights, and nothing contained in this Article 3 infringes upon or has any operation against or in conflict with such rights. The focus is on employee rights. So the amendment just adds a second paragraph to Title 8, Article 3, Section 106. If employees self-organize pursuant to subsection 1 of this section and elect an exclusive representative and one or more employees refuses representation, the exclusive representative shall compile and distribute a detailed financial report, transparency, that justifies the union membership dues and any other form of payment for the exclusive representative, including agency fees or fair charge fees assessed to the employee or employees who refuse representation. Pretty simple, straightforward, standard practice. I think about my water district and what I'm required to be transparent about as a keeper of taxpayer dollars there. And monthly reports to my board of directors and an annual audit that details very nuanced and granular where every revenue dollar is raised from and where every expense dollar goes to. Even on my farm, similarly, my lending institution, my independent banker wants to see the exact same kind of transparency. about where my revenues come from and where my expenses go to. This amendment is pretty straightforward and simple, and an expectation. We should all have this expectation, and those rights of employees should include that full transparency. I appreciate the sponsor in bringing this amendment L003 forward, and I'm in full support of L003. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator B. Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to bring it back around to how I thought of this. When I saw this amendment, I said, I want to run this amendment because of the way I thought about it. When taxes are taken from you, you don't give taxes, they take taxes. When they take taxes from you, you have every right to know that the government is transparent on how they spend it, period. When they take it from you, take it. It's not given away. They take it from you. You have every right to know where that money is spent. It's the same way with this. When you lose the election, because I would be on the side that would lose that election, now I'm forced into the union, and when they take this money from you, because they didn't ask permission, it's taken. When it's taken from you, you have every right to know where this money is going. Every right. Transparency. That's the way I looked at this amendment. I think that, if we're here talking about protecting workers' rights, that is a right. That is an absolute right. That I have the right to know where my hard-earned money is going. It's not going away to something that I may not agree with being spent. I want to know where it is. So that was what I was thinking about when I saw this amendment. I ask for an aye vote on L003.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L003?
Division.
Division has been called.
Justin needs some help, but I don't think we should replace him quite so soon. Concerned about that. I'm not surprised. He just got here. He just got here. Give him a chance.
A division has been requested. All those in the chambers not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L003. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing without moving in the chamber until the vote is complete. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing without moving in the chamber until the vote is complete. The motion is lost. To the bill, Senator R. Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we're hearing a lot of argument up here today that this bill needs some work. You know, it doesn't have widespread appeal. In fact, it looks very partisan so far. And so, you know, I think there's a way to kind of bridge that, make it a bipartisan type bill. And with that, Madam Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the amendment L009?
L009.
Senator
amend printed
R.
bill,
Pelton.
Strike.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L009.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, at first glance, this may look like a strike blow, and in fact, at the very first two lines, it said amend printed bill, strike everything below the enacting clause and substitute. There's a lot of this bill that stays in and stays current. What this amendment will do is if you have a company with less than 100 employees, you would be exempted from this bill. That speaks to my district. This amendment is an amendment that speaks to rural Colorado. I'd be hard pressed to even find companies in my district that have 100 employees. But if we do have those businesses, I think it's vital that we be able to have this amendment. Businesses of that size in my district are huge. You may have a town of 3,000 that has a business of, say, 70 people. That's the equivalent of a business in Denver having 1,000 employees. Just think that impact. So with that, I'd ask for support of this common sense, rural Colorado, small business amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion on L009? Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of L009, and one of the reasons is actually some of the testimony that we heard of those who support this bill. They repeated over and over that this is really not going to. This doesn't apply to small business. It really is about large businesses in Colorado. And because of that, I think that this particular amendment really reinforces those statements. It also protects our small businesses who are really struggling. They're the ones with the smallest margins for operation, and they really deserve a fighting chance. We have made statements that we support our small businesses. We've made statements that unions are not about harming business, but are working on behalf of the workers, those employees. And that's great. I'm not anti-union. If you want to, of your own free will, join a union, great. But our small businesses need help right now. The inflation that we've seen in the state of Colorado has been really challenging for them. They are the least able to raise their prices to improve their margins from inflation. So they've seen wages rise, and they are the ones who really take care of their employees. Those are the folks that become like family. I know that in my past, I have employed up to 55 people at one time, and these folks become your family, and it's important to take care of them. So I think that it's completely appropriate to limit the number of, limit this bill to an employee head count, and I would ask for an aye vote on L009.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I also rise in support of L009. You know, I come from a suburban district, which is similar to many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. You know, we are, some of us represent good suburban districts, some of us represent literally urban districts, but the characteristics of our good colleagues that are out in rural Colorado on the Eastern Plains and the Western Slope, they have a unique set of circumstances that we are not confronted with. You know, they don't get near the wages that we get here in the cities and the communities up and down the Front Range. Their expenses are higher. A dollar doesn't go near as far for them as it does for us because they don't have the economies of scale that we have here. And I just think to extend some consideration to those small businesses, which is really for a business out in rural Colorado that's 80, 90, 100, you know, just less than 100, that can be a big business. But they're struggling to pay the ever-increasing costs of energy and taxes and utilities, and we've talked a multitude about the fees. And then if you tack on what the union dues are going to be, that just makes it all the more difficult. So I think that this is a well-reasoned amendment. Let's show a little bit of consideration for our brethren and the good citizens of rural Colorado, whether they're on the eastern side of our state or the western or down in southern Colorado. So with that, members, I would urge an aye vote on L009.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would request a title ruling. I do not believe, the title of the bill is the elimination of the second election, and this amendment, it puts the second election back into the bill, so I do not think it fits under the title. So I call for senatorial 5.
We will take a senatorial 5. The ruling of the chair is that the amendment does not fit under the title of the bill. Any further discussion? Mr. Minority Leader. To the bill. Thank you. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in this continued discussion. We've been in Title 8, Section, or Article 3 for a while here. The biggest element of contention in the place where you can kind of sense, it's interesting how you can sense the movement in the room. As you're in the well, you can see when you're making an argument that is found to be compelling, the heads that pop up and the acknowledgement of the conversation is palpable at times. And the place where we have been having the most engagement, I think, where we are seeing the most of that type of interaction is in this area around the freedom of an individual who may not like the results of the first election. The first election says we are going to form a union, or a unit will be organizing and representing us. And then the consequences to that individual. And the most dramatic framing we have used is my paycheck, my choice, language of that nature is meaningful. And that is, I think, a place where we can engage. It's a place where I would continue to lean in and hope that our offerings to try and find a fine tune, to try and find a way to find common ground, that is the space where we might be able to do it. And so I am suggesting that we look at Article 8, or Title 8, Article 3, 107, and this is about the election itself, the representatives and elections. It's in this section, 8.3.107, it says a unit chosen for the purpose of collective, this is current law, a unit chosen for the purpose of collective bargaining shall be the exclusive representative of all the employees in such a unit if the majority of the employees of one employer or the majority of the employees of one employer in a craft vote at an election. And it goes on to provide additional permissions for those individuals. I am suggesting that we have an opportunity to tune that section of the statute up in order to get at this appropriate respect of the individuals who may be being swept along with the first election and honoring their ability to participate. Now, it's been argued that, well, they don't pay union dues. That's true, potentially, not always, but they will almost always, in fact, I think that it is certain that they will always pay some portion of fees, items that are called agency fees or fair charge fees. There are costs that individuals will be required to pay. Money will come out of their paycheck, whether they would support the idea of the organization of the unit or not. So in order to address that, as we do, I propose continued language or an engagement around continued language. The common parlance we use is amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Clerk, will you please read Amendment L001?
Amendment L001, amend printed bill,
Mr.
page
Minority
2, after
Leader.
line 1. Insert Section 1 in Colorado Revised Statutes 8.3.107, amend 1 as follows. 8.3.107, representatives and elections. 1, a unit chosen for the purpose of collective bargaining shall be the exclusive representative of all of the employees in such unit if the majority of the employees of one employer or the majority of the employees of one employer in a craft vote at an election, except that an employee may refuse representation and be exempted from the payment of union membership dues and any other form of payment to the exclusive representative, including agency fees or fair charges fees.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And you heard it there in the dulcet, mellifluous tones of our reader, Mr. Schaffler. Except that an employee may refuse representation and be exempted from the payment of union membership dues and any other form of payment to the exclusive representative, including agency fees and fair charge fees, and then it goes on, and I interrupted the reader. He would have continued to read the amendment and would have given you a little more of the context from existing statute. But that's the heart of this amendment. It says that the fair charge fees, and to me that is, I'm not going to call it an oxymoron, but it's an awkward and challenging phrase, to call a cost that someone is being forced to pay for representation that they may not want, to label that fair charge is extreme in my mind. Agency fees, that sounds legit. I mean, you can absolutely see where that would be a fair acknowledgement of what's happening. But fair charge, I do not think it's a fair charge. Might be fair charge for a big SEIU I was reading just a little while ago, $320 million in dues collected last year. For a big operation like that, they may think it's a fair charge. But for somebody who's getting a $500,000, $2,000, $4,000 paycheck, 2% of that, it doesn't sound like a fair charge to them, most likely. Colleagues, I urge your support of Amendment L001 to SB 5.
Is there any further discussion on L001? Seeing none, a division has been called. We're going to take a senatorial 5. Division has been called. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L001. All those in favor, please stand.
Age don't count. I know, that's why I backed up. Only for now. Otherwise, they're very.
You may be seated.
When they're voting to unionize.
All those in favor, please stand.
Opposed.
You guys, it's my first time. All those opposed, please stand. The motion for the adoption of L001 is lost to the bill. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we address a critical issue that's been silently eroding the very foundation of personal liberty in our workplaces. The unhealthy influence of unions and the stark reality that potentially 49% of some employee groups are having their hard-earned dollars withheld from their paychecks via an agency fee without their consent, as the simple majority of 51% forces it. Unions once played a pivotal role in American history, advocating for fair wages, safe working conditions, and the dignity of labor. But what we see today in many sectors, and particularly in public service, is a far cry from those noble origins.
I still hear a little bit of a buzz. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Test, 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 test. I'm not on.
1, 2, test.
Nope. Override is not on. Override is test, test, test.
Test. Test.
Testing 1. Oh, we have sound and no buzz. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Everyone give Byron a big hand. Testing, testing.
It's probably just me being super
Testing, testing, testing.
quiet. Test, test. 1,
Can we
2,
turn the
1,
volume
2.
up? Or is this the volume we have for the day?
Test, test, test.
Oh, yeah, I can hear you a little bit.
Test, 1, 2, 1, 2.
I mean, it's not loud, but can we turn the volume up? I'm told it's recording. I'm going to check right now. We're going to check. Duke, 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 Duke of Earl, Duke, Duke. That's great. Yeah, it's great. Can you hear me? That's the question. We're trying to figure out if you can hear me. So we got that. We can pull that for my demo. For that's great. Universal Music. I'm gonna get a recording contract. I'm getting discovered. That's right. That's right. All right, we're back, everybody. Okay, hey everybody, we're gonna do a little more testing before we come back in, just to make sure it's working. I promise not to call the question before we have a chance to re-engage in the debate, but we're just gonna do a little more testing. A little more testing, everybody.
Test, test.
To be or not to be? That is the question. Or is it that is the question? That is the question. That is the question.
Test, test.
Ready? We good? Not quite yet. Wait in 1 minute. Whether 'tis nobler the mind's eye to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. Oh, good work, folks. Perhaps to dream, to sleep. We are such stuff as dreams are made of, and our lives are rounded by a little sleep. Line. So that's the actor's nightmare. That's conglomeration. All right, ready? All right, folks, we were neither on a senatorial 5 nor on a recess, so we are just simply back at it. And Senator Bright was speaking before we had our technical difficulties. So back to you, Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Try this one more time from the top.
Make sure your mom's watching.
Right. Today, we address a critical issue that's been silently eroding the very foundation of personal liberty in our workplaces. The unhealthy influence of unions and the stark reality that potentially 49% of some employee groups are having their hard-earned dollars via an agency fee withheld from their paychecks without their consent, as the simple majority of 51% might force it. Unions once played a pivotal role in American history, advocating for fair wages, safe working conditions, and the dignity of labor. What we see today in many sectors, is particularly in public service, is a far cry from those noble origins. We've moved from a system of choice to one of coercion, where the rights of the individual are being trampled under the collective heel of your union bureaucracy. The problem of unconsented deductions is an uncomfortable truth. In many sectors, union dues or fees are being deducted from employees' paychecks without their explicit consent. This isn't about money, It's about autonomy and the right to choose where our earnings go. Imagine working hard every day, only to find that nearly half of your colleagues are having money taken out of their paychecks for causes or political activities they might not support, simply because they're part of a union. This isn't the America of choice and freedom we were promised. It's not just unfair, it's undemocratic. The Supreme Court's landmark ruling in Janus versus AFSCME was supposed to address this very issue. In 2018, the court ruled that a public sector union cannot compel non-members to pay union fees, stating that such compulsion violates the First Amendment rights of those who do not wish to support the union's agenda. The plaintiff in the case, Mark Janus, a child support specialist for the state government of Illinois, reacted to the ruling expressing excitement and relief, saying, "I'm thrilled that the Supreme Court has restored not only my First Amendment rights, but the rights of millions of other government workers across the country. So many of us have been forced to pay for political speech and policy positions with which we disagree, just so we can keep our jobs. This is a victory for all of us. The right to say no to a union is just as important as the right to say yes. Finally, our rights have been restored. However, the implementation of this ruling has been patchy at best. Many workers are still unaware of their rights, and some unions continue to find ways around this ruling, often through inertia or intimidation, ensuring that these deductions continue without the necessary consent. This practice has real, tangible effects on employees. For many, every dollar counts. When funds are taken without consent, it directly impacts the financial well-being of workers, especially those living paycheck to paycheck. There's also the issue of political influence. Unions use these funds for political activities which might not align with political views of all the members. This means individual workers are inadvertently funding political campaigns or ideologies they oppose. Lastly, the freedom of association is at stake. The right to associate freely or not to associate is fundamental. Forced union dues infringe upon this right, creating an environment where workers fear repercussions for opting out. Unions have become more about preserving their own power than serving their members. There's a lack of accountability. Unions often operate with little transparency about how dues are spent. Members deserve to know where their money goes, yet many are left in the dark. Unions have also secured monopoly bargaining rights in some states, meaning there's no alternative for workers who might prefer a different form or no union representation at all. We need legislative action to restore the balance. This isn't anti-union, it's pro-employee. Explicit annual consent should be required for any deductions from an employee's paycheck for union purposes. Workers should be legally protected from any form of retaliation from opting out of union membership or dues. We must ensure that our workplaces are places of freedom, not coercion. I'm committed to protecting individual choice in union membership and financial contributions. We need to support workers' rights to choose, because when workers thrive, so do the local businesses that are at the heartbeat of our communities. Just as we champion the freedom to choose in our workplaces, let's also champion the freedom to choose where we shop, dine, invest, ensuring that our local mom and pop shops aren't just surviving, but flourishing alongside our empowered workforce. I'm a math guy. I still can't comprehend how this body, with 51% of its members consenting, can override a rule specifically implementing a high bar supermajority rule of 75%. It seems to me that the high bar supermajority was intentional to protect citizens from outright theft by a simple majority. If we were going to remove the second vote, we should implement this high bar supermajority to the first vote to account for the attempt of wage theft. Consider the perspective of Little Man Ice Cream, a beloved local business in Colorado. The owners shared their fears about this bill with me. I've devoted my career to the restaurant industry in Colorado, serving my community. Unions are targeting this industry more and more as we face unprecedented challenges and are watching restaurants close every day. Little Man Ice Cream strives to uphold high standards for ethical employment practices that work for both the employee and the employer. This bill would essentially hamstring the benefits they offer. Quote, "Please don't make it any harder for our organization to employ youth and do business in Colorado. This heartfelt request underscores the need for us to listen to the voices within our community. This firsthand account reveals how our decision will affect small businesses and the workers they employ, dampening the flexibility and innovation that are the lifeblood of our local economies. Let's ensure that the spirit of entrepreneurship and opportunity isn't stifled, but is nurtured in our state. The strength of America lies in its people's freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of association, and freedom of personal finance. Unions, when healthy and democratically run, can be a force for good. But when they overstep, when they take without asking, they become something else entirely. Let's commit today to fight for a system where every worker can choose to support or not support a union, where every dollar withheld from a paycheck is with full, informed, transparent consent. This is not just about money. It's about restoring dignity, autonomy, and the American way of life, where the individual liberty is paramount. We owe it to our workers, to our economy, and to our democratic values to ensure that the workplace remains a bastion of choice, not compulsion. Together, we can reform, rebuild, and restore the balance that has been lost. Let's work together to make this a reality. Thank you.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did want to speak to the bill. And of course, I'm still in opposition to it. The bill seeks to eliminate more than 81 years of labor organizing precedents, scrapping a critical component of the collective bargaining process and bringing significant economic uncertainty to the state of Colorado. The Colorado Chamber of Commerce supports the rights of workers to control their own paychecks. The Grand Junction Chamber of Commerce opposes this bill as well, and the Fruita Area Chamber of Commerce opposes this bill also. And they state this bill would modify Colorado labor laws by eliminating the requirement for a second election to negotiate a union security agreement. The bill removes several provisions related to the process of establishing and maintaining all union agreements, also known as union security agreements. The employers to trigger additional elections to challenge or revoke an existing union security agreement. This bill is written, the Fruita Chamber of Commerce opposes, which removes the second election requirement upon union security agreements. The change eliminates an important safeguard ensuring workers fully understand and consent to the mandatory union dues. The bill may also increase labor costs and reduce flexibility for businesses, making Colorado less competitive for business investment. This could discourage business expansion and impact workforce dynamics. As a matter of fact, I have heard from two businesses in Grand Junction that will move to a business-friendlier state should this bill pass. So for the workers of that company, I'm sorry, you might lose your job because of this bill. I'm asking for a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, the arguments just keep mounting against this bill. You know, a few sessions ago, there was the ag worker bill. And it was based on arguments from the 40s and 50s, not on current day, but nevertheless, it was passed party line. It has really hurt some of my small fruit growers down in the valley and vegetable growers up in Weld County. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L007, 007.
Amendment L007, amend printed bill, strike everything below
Senator
the
Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, agriculture is a unique industry. You know, that's one industry that we buy retail and sell wholesale. And the pressure that Bill from a couple sessions ago has put on that industry is just unforgivable. I think that this amendment would be a good one to help to rectify that, to help our agricultural producers that depend on labor that has come to this country to make as much money as they can in as short a time as they can and send it back home. So I would like to have support and get this amendment passed. I ask for a yes on 007.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing yes, Senator Catlin. Senator Catlin. Senator
Thank you,
Liston, is this
Mr.
for the
Chair.
amendment or the bill? Senator Catlin, go ahead.
Say that again.
Senator Catlin, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some of you may not know me, some of you do. I'm from an ag community. The district that I represent is solidly agriculture. We do have some of the prettiest pictures in the state of Colorado over in the 5th District, but we also have some of the best agriculture facilities and operators in the whole state. I'm very proud of them. One of the things that's happening to agriculture right now is labor is under attack. We cannot continue to treat agriculture as though it's a factory. We don't check in at 7 in the morning and then check out at 4:30 in the afternoon. When you're planting or when you're harvesting, the clock does not really matter. And what we've been trying to do is to explain to some of our urban and suburban members of the legislature that we need to have a situation where agriculture will keep track of the time. We've never shorted anybody on time. Take care of those people, pay them what they've got coming, so that we can harvest a crop on nature's time rather than the factory time. We are suffering because the only operators in agriculture that can afford to hire 2 or 3 shifts of workers are corporate. They can afford to hire more and more people if they can find them. And that's one of the problems with agriculture in the state of Colorado is we're having a hard time finding people that can do the work and that will do the work. So when we do find them, we take very good care of them. And these insinuations that we don't sometimes is hard to put up with. But this amendment would be good for agriculture. I would ask you for a yes vote on 007. It does have the right number, 007. It's something that we can do, it's something that we should do, and it's something that we could do now. Please, I'd like a yes vote on 007. Thank you.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I rise in support of Amendment L007. I do not come from an agricultural district. In fact, there are ranches and farms that are probably bigger than my district. So I have great admiration for my rural colleagues who represent rural and frontier Colorado. I consider this a very fair amendment, has been expounded upon by my good colleague from Montrose County, as well as my good colleague from the senator from Cheyenne Wells, and so forth. But the agricultural community is unique in and of itself, and if I've said it once, I've said it several times, that we really need to give special consideration, or at least some consideration, to the agricultural community. Their costs and their ability to find good labor has been talked about again and again, and they themselves are not, and myself, we're not against unions. We're just trying to take this bill and make it a little more pliable and to better fit the needs of the agricultural community. So I think what they're attempting to do here with Amendment 007 is fair and reasonable, and I would encourage and I vote for L007. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Carson. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to be redundant, and I'm probably not going to challenge it. I think there's an argument that this is the same argument that we had before, but there's an argument on both sides. So I'll let the debate go, but it seems pretty unfair that we're carving out winners and losers in a policy, and I ask for a no vote, but just wanted to put that out.
And now, Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I want to speak in support of the amendment from the senator from Cheyenne Wells. Excellent amendment. And, you know, I will start by saying there isn't a whole lot of agriculture in my district, but I think this is still an important amendment. I represent Roxborough, Sterling Ranch, Highlands Ranch, Lone Tree, and Castle Pines North, a little bit of Parker. So as you can imagine, we don't have a huge amount of farming and ranching in my district, but I still think this is a very important amendment. I think anything we can do in this bill to improve it and to help our agriculture industry is a positive. I'll just mention a few statistics here. In 2022, Colorado's agriculture industries generated $9.4 billion in cash receipts. Agriculture contributes more than $47 billion to the Colorado economy each year. But probably most important for purposes of this bill is that agriculture employs 195,000 people in the state of Colorado. So certainly a bill of this nature regarding unionization is potentially going to have a big impact on the agriculture industry, and I think an excellent way to improve the bill would be to exempt agriculture from it. So I want to thank my colleague from Cheyenne Wells for offering up this amendment, and I will enthusiastically support it.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, folks. I come from a farming family where we raise livestock and crops, and you know our family was built in the industry. Those statistics that were cited about the number of workers across the state that drive this industry are the reason that I would urge a no vote on this measure. If and when any of those workers feel it's right or wish to move forward, they should not be left behind. They shouldn't be carved out from the protections in Senate Bill 5. Not to say that any of them will move forward to organize, but if they wish to, I feel very strongly that we shouldn't prevent them on the front end from taking those steps. I'm not interested in abandoning those workers if they feel that this is the right step for them. So I urge a no vote. The amendment just excludes ag workers. It institutes a second election for all workers except ag. So for those reasons, I urge a no vote. Thanks.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do take the comments of the sponsors to heart. I do like their input on this amendment. But I think ag it's a different industry. It's a different animal than every other business because of the reasons I stated. You know, it is an industry that buys retail and sells wholesale. And there's no way to get around that unless you go completely to niche markets, which if you're a large farm, like the farm I used to farm with my brother, 5,000 acres, we couldn't sell all of our products that way. So this amendment isn't picking winners and losers. It is actually carving out an industry that right now is forecast to have very low earnings, and their expenses are continuing to rise, but their income is going down. So these farmers, they take care of their employees very well. So I urge a yes vote on 007.
Senator Simpson. Oh, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to make a couple comments. It's like I did want to have the conversation, and I don't think it's right to carve out specific industries in this. It's like, you know, we can have an argument. The second, public sector is completely different, and the AFSCME fight was a public sector fight versus a private sector fight. But when we passed the ag labor law, which, you know, it was going to, as every bill here is going to end the world as we know it, there has been one organizing deal done in the ag industry, and that was for a marijuana grow house, which is a weirder conversation. Federally, ag is marijuana. Statewide, it's not. But it's a weird conversation. But ag already has a higher threshold already to organize, and it's decided by the Department of Labor. So just another higher burden to never do, and I don't think that's a fair opportunity for workers to have a voice. So I just wanted to put some points of clarification out there for you. Thank you. Ask for no vote.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, colleagues, and the millions watching online. It thought it would be important to actually read, oh yeah, if it's actually working, but actually read the amendment for you so you know what's in the language of the amendment, because we're talking about Title 8, Article 3, Section 108, what are unfair labor practices. And I'll try to highlight for you, a lot of this is existing in statute, and then the amendment adds agriculture in a variety of places. But what are unfair labor practices? It's an unfair labor practice for an employer, individually or in concert with others, to, 1, encourage or discourage membership in a labor organization, employee agency, committee, association, or representation plan by discriminating in regard to hiring, tenure, or other terms or conditions of appointment, except that here's a new word, agricultural employer shall not be prohibited from entering into an all-union agreement with the representatives of the employer's employees in a collective bargaining unit if such all-union agreement is approved by the affirmative vote of at least a majority of all the employees eligible to vote, or 3/4 or more of the employees who actually voted, whichever is greater, by secret ballot in favor of such all-union agreement in an election provided for in this subsection 1C, conducted under the supervision of the director. Where the collective bargaining unit involved is currently organized under Section 8 or 9 of the National Labor Relations Act, or where the collective bargaining unit involved is currently recognized by reason of certification by the director or the National Labor Relations Board, or where such units were so recognized at the time of election provided for in this subsection 1C, there is and shall be deemed to have been no need for a certification election as a precedent to an election provided for in this subsection 1C. In such collective bargaining unit on the issue of an all-union agreement, the employees in such a recognized or certified unit within this state shall be the only employees eligible to vote in an election provided for in this subsection 1C held in such unit. So that's all section 1, paragraph 1, with just the one addition of agriculture in that section. Paragraph 2, an agreement as defined in Title 8, Article 3, Section 104.1.5 between, here's an addition, an agricultural employer and a labor organization in existence on June 29, 1977 that has not been voted upon by the employees covered by it may, by written mutual agreement of the agricultural, that's new, the agricultural employer and labor organization, be ratified, and upon such ratification shall be filed with the director. An agreement as defined in Section 83104.1.5 between, an addition here, an agricultural employer and a labor organization in existence on June 29, 1977 that has not been ratified and filed as provided in this subsection 1C, paragraph 2, shall not be legal, valid, or enforceable during the remaining term of that labor contract unless and until either the, here's an addition, the agricultural employer, the labor organization, or at least 20% of the employees covered by such agreement file a petition upon forms provided by the division, demanding an election, submitting the question of the all-union agreement to the employees covered by the agreement, and the agreement is approved by the affirmative vote of at least a majority of all the employees eligible to vote, or 3/4 or more of the employees who actually voted, whichever is greater, by secret ballot in favor of the all-union agreement in an election provided for in this subsection 1C conducted under the supervision of the director. Subparagraph B, upon filing of the instrument of ratification with the director shall certify that the agreement, here's new language, between the agricultural employer and the labor organization complies with Section 83104.1.5, notwithstanding the absence of any other election requirements of this Article 3, and by virtue of the ratification and certification, the agreement shall be deemed legal, valid, and enforceable to the extent permitted under this Article 3, subject to subsection 1C2D of this section. The director shall declare an all-union agreement terminated whenever the director finds the labor organization involved has unreasonably refused to receive as a member an employee of the employer, and an interested individual may come before the director as provided in 83110 and ask the performance of duty. Or paragraph B, a couple more places where we've changed the existing statute, changed the employer to an agricultural employer, or 20% of the employees of the agricultural employer covered by the all-union agreement file a petition with the director on forms provided by the division seeking to revoke the all-union agreement, and in an election conducted under the supervision of the director, there's not an affirmative vote for at least a majority of all the employees eligible to vote, or 3/4 or more of the employees who actually voted, whichever is greater. In the election by secret ballot in favor, the all-union agreement, the petition may only be filed within a time period between 120 and 105 days before the end of the collective bargaining agreement, or before a triennial anniversary of the date of such agreement. And the division must complete said election within 60 days before the termination or triennial anniversary of said collective bargaining agreement. The director may conduct an election with a collective bargaining unit no more often than once during the term of any collective bargaining agreement, or once every 3 years in the case of agreements for a period longer than 3 years. That's the gist of the amendment L007. Just thought I'd take the opportunity to make sure everybody knew what we were talking about and voting on. I do stand in support of L007 and ask for the same. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Simpson, are you auditioning for Mr. Schaffler's job? It does pay more, I think, so. Any further discussion? Senator Pelley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I may have failed to move the amendment, so I move L007.
Thank you. I'm clearly out of practice as well. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the Division has been called.
Do you want me to wait or do you want me to chair? Nick, just let me know when you're ready. Nick, Tony's over there. Mike. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. Mr. President, well, you are entitled to vote. You may remain standing. The question before us is the adoption of L007. All those in favor, please stand. This doesn't make your vote count twice. Sorry, Senator. All those opposed, please stand. Out of respect. We'll count. Out of respect, we're going to count. Amendment L007 is lost. To the bill, is there any further discussion of Senate Bill 5? Seeing none, the question, Mr. Minority Leader. He was in the well.
Thank you very much,
He was in the well.
Mr. Chair. It is my pleasure to wrap up this debate. Colorado has the best labor law in the nation, and we ought to keep it that way. This bill, Senate Bill 5, seeks to upend that, knock it down, drag it away. For many companies seeking new location, a right-to-work state is often the top criteria. This is increasingly common among foreign companies who, saddled with often onerous work rules in their countries, are seeking a labor environment where companies have greater flexibility in job descriptions and duties. Right-to-work laws do not require an employee to join a unionized company or pay dues for representation, while union shops do. Right to work does not keep workers from unionizing the shop floor, but the workers are not compelled to join the union or pay dues. Organized labor has often criticized right to work since the union still represents those workers who have chosen not to join the union but still get union benefits. That's the core of this bill. They seek to undo that. Recent conversations with national site selection consultants confirmed that a right-to-work state is frequently a must-have requirement for their relocating or expanding with corporate clients. What the consultants didn't know is that Colorado is neither a right-to-work nor a union shop state. We have this sweet spot experience. And we have proof that Colorado has the best union labor law in the nation. In 1943, the Colorado legislature, seeing the rise of protracted union-initiated strikes, set about developing a Colorado law that would assure the right of employees to operate under union rules if they chose to, but also required a high bar for labor unions to create union shop companies. This resulted in the Labor Peace Act. And as you heard me say in my opening comments, this bill is a declaration of war on the Labor Peace Act. Unlike union shop states where a single election or more than 50% of signatures are required to create a union, the Colorado Labor Peace Act requires 2 votes. The first is a vote to have a vote. It requires affirmative vote from 50% plus 1 of the employees within the company. If the required votes are attained, the second vote to have union representation requires a 75% plurality. If that vote is successful, all employees must pay union dues and belong to the union. I've always thought that if 75% of your workers want a union, you probably deserve one. So I started my comments here talking about the fact that sometimes companies that are in other countries and seeking to relocate or expand like this concept of freedom of work. And some of those companies might, in fact, be Canadian companies. And it just so happens that the Canadian consul, Sylvain Fabi, is here on the floor with us today, the Consul General, and I'm managing to work his name into my debate because I don't have the opportunity to take a moment of personal privilege to acknowledge the representative of the Canadian government here, and we are grateful that they can be here with us today. Now, they may not agree with all of my comments, but they are in respect, they are due our honor and respect as well.
I won't fine you, Senator. Go ahead.
I will be fined in Canadian dollars. That makes it a little bit less painful. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So appreciate our good neighbors to the north being here with us. From my perspective, love you so much that a 51st state would be wonderful. However, I like your sovereignty, and let's keep it that way. So our analysis found that right-to-work states enter into recession sooner than both the state of Colorado and union shop states. However, they also exit recession sooner, but the union shop states remain in recession much longer than either right-to-work states or Colorado. Lastly, union shop states have higher hourly wages, significantly higher than right-to-work states, and somewhat higher than Colorado's wages. Our conclusion is that the Colorado Labor Peace Act is the best labor union law in the nation, and we ought to keep it that way. Right-to-work states pay, on balance, slightly lower wages. Union stops stay in recessions much longer while prolonging economic loss. Colorado's in a sweet spot, right between the two more common options. Governor Ritter, Democratic governor, ultimately vetoed a proposed statute similar to this that was subsequently placed on the ballot, but then failed. Colleagues, I urge your objection to and no vote on Senate Bill 5. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the latitude, and I will be sure to pay my fine at the appropriate time.
There is no fine. Comments appreciated. However, seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 5, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 5. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 5 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the second reading calendar until later in the day.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the second reading calendar till later today. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the balance of the calendar will lay over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
And the motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee will rise and report. Mr. President. Or the pro tem. Doctor, go ahead.
The Senate will come back to order. Thank you, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee has met and had a bill under consideration, number of bills under consideration, actually. Will the clerk please read the report?
February 13, 2025. Madam President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 5, as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk read Senatorial 5? Will the clerk please mark Senator Sullivan excused? There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 001 to the Committee of the Whole report?
Amendment 001, Senator Rich moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Lundin Floor Amendment L002 to Senate Bill 5 did pass. Amend printed bill page 2 after line 1, insert section 1 in Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 83106 as follows. 83106, rights of employees in accordance with strike the provisions of the article. In strike, this Article 3, employees have the right of self-organization and the right to form, join, or assist labor organizations to bargain collectively through representatives of their own free choosing and to engage in lawful concerted activities for the purpose of collective bargaining or other mutual aid or protection. Each employee also has the right to refrain from any in strike such activities. The rights of each employee are essential rights, and nothing contained in this strike article shall be so construed as to infringe in strike. Article 3 infringes upon or
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Cal Amendment S001 to SB005. This is about while workers are permitted to refuse union membership, they can still be required to pay agency fees, which cover the costs of union legal representation during collective bargaining proceedings. Overall, agency fees have been estimated to cost non-union employers about 2% of their annual wages, representing a significant economic burden and a strong affront to worker freedoms. This is about rights of employees. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of Amendment 001 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Rodriguez, Danielson, Cutter, Kolker, Snyder, Bridges, Marchman, Ball, Gonzalez. Senator Judah, Kipp, Winter, Weissman, Henriksen. Oh, and please mark Sal. Okay. Senator Amabile, Exum, Mullica, Doherty, Roberts, Coleman. Please add the president. Senator Bridges. Thought we got him. With a vote of 12 aye, 21 no, 0 absent, and 2 excused, that amendment is lost. Mr. Schaffler, please add Senator Sullivan back to the roll. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 002 to the Committee of the Whole report?
Amendment 002, Senator Baisley moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Lundin Floor Amendment L005 to Senate Bill 5 did pass. Amend printed bill, page 2, line 3, strike the second and strike 1C Roman 4 and substitute 1C Roman 4 and add 5. Page 6, after line 3, insert 5. It is an unfair labor practice for a person to A, seek and obtain, or to aid an individual in seeking and obtaining a job with an employer with the intent of organizing a union, or B, refuse to disclose a union affiliation to a prospective employer.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Recall, members, that this bill was
Please move the amendment.
Oh, I apologize. I move SB 005-S S.002.
Proper motion to the amendment, Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment addressed the practice called salting, and this was to prevent the unfair labor practice, or to call it an unfair labor practice, for a person to seek a job with an employer with the intent of organizing a union within that employer, or to refuse to disclose union affiliation to that prospective employer. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any discussion on 002? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of 002 to the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Weissman, Danielson, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Henriksen, Winter, Kip, Marchman, Colker, Judah, Gonzalez, Sullivan, Snyder, Bridges, Amabile, Exum, Mullica, Doherty, Roberts. Please add the president. With a vote of 14 aye, 20 no, 0 absent, 1 excuse, Amendment S002 is lost. As a member of the desk, Mr. Schauffele, please read S003.
Amendment S003, Senator Peltonar, move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Peltonar floor amendment L004 to Senate Bill 5 did pass. Amend printed bill page 6, strike lines 4 through 16, renumber succeeding section accordingly.
Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment 003 to the Committee of the Whole report.
To the amendment, Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I don't think we gave this amendment the time that it really deserved because we are going to have businesses out there that do have union members and non-union members working together, and this amendment would preserve the legality of modified labor agreements when that actually is happening within a certain business. So I would urge a yes vote on 003.
Any discussion on S003 to Senate Bill 5? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of S003 to Senate Bill 5. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Majority Leader, Danielson, Cutter, Weissman, Henriksen, Michelson Janae, Winter, Kip, Marchman, Colker, Bridges, Snyder, Sullivan, Ball, Gonzalez, Judah, Amabile, Doherty, Exum, Roberts. Any other no votes? Senators Mullica. Please add the president. With a vote of 12 aye, 22 no, 0 absent, 1 excuse, S003 to Senate Bill 5 is lost. There's a member of the desk. Mr. Schauffele, please read S004 to Senate Bill 5.
Amendment S004, Senator Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Frizzell floor amendment L006 to Senate Bill 5 did pass. Amend printed bill, page 6, strike line 17 through 21, and substitute Section 3, act subject to petition effective date. This act takes effect at 12:01 a.m. on the day following the expiration of the 90-day period after final adjournment of the General Assembly, except that if a referendum petition is filed pursuant to Section 1(3) of Article 5 of the state constitution against this act or an item, section, or part of this act within such period, then the act, item, section, or part will not take effect unless approved by the people with the general election to be held in November 2026, and in such case will take effect on the date of the official declaration of the vote thereon by the governor.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move Amendment S004 to Senate Bill 005
To the
the
amendment.
Committee of the Whole.
Perfect. To the amendment. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, we've had lots of conversation today, lots of lively conversation. I hope that you've all enjoyed it as much as I have. Okay, I can tell. Yeah, great smiles. So this particular amendment that was run earlier really addresses the reasons that we use safety clauses in our legislative process. And I will remind us that safety clauses are defined as that they are necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety, or for appropriations for the support and maintenance of the departments of the state and state institutions. I 100% agree that there are places and times where safety clauses are incredibly important with what we're doing. I have no issue with using them appropriately, but we have seen this scope creep. I've just seen it even in my short tenure in the legislature. And I would like to see us come back and use safety clauses appropriately. I would say that really the only real emergency that we have here is the onerous regulatory environment that we have created for our Colorado businesses. I think that's an emergency that we need to deal with. It is not like employees can't unionize today. They can. They can do it. They can vote, and they can make that happen. This bill is not necessary, and we need to keep Colorado competitive and affordable. I urge a yes vote on Amendment S004. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any further discussion on S004 to Senate Bill 5? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of S004 to Senate Bill 5. Are there any no votes? Senators Danielson, Mr. Majority Leader, Weissman, Cutter, Henriksen, Exum, Doherty, Roberts, Bridges, Snyder, Colker, Marchman, Sullivan, Gonzalez, Kipp, Amabile, Judah, Winter, Ball, Michelson Janae, Mullica, yeah. Please add the president. With a vote of 12 ayes.
That's what they do when they're looking for their babies.
Senator 5. We are voting on S004 to Senate Bill 5. We've already counted the votes. With a vote of 12 ayes, 22 noes, 0 absent and 1 excused, S004 is lost.
Oh, I'll tell you the name for those when I'm.
There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read S005 to Senate Bill 5.
Just let them read it.
Amendment S005, Senator Pelton B. moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Lundin floor amendment L003 to Senate Bill 5 did pass.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move S005 to Senate Bill 005.
To the amendment, Senator Pelton B.
Wait a second.
Your ballot is here, sir.
Got a wardrobe change?
Thank you. I forgot we came out of the committee of the, thank you.
It's all right. That'll be a $1 million fine.
Thank you.
Please continue.
I will pay for it with Senator the majority leader's money. So there you go. All right, so Senate Bill, or so this amendment, this Cal amendment, all it does is that it requires unions to be financially transparent with regards to fees assessed to unaffiliated workers. In the past, the absence of this accountability has resulted in non-union employees paying nearly identical contribution rates to union employees. Just provides transparency to the workers. It's actually the right of the employee to have this in section or 8-3-106, and I just feel like we really need to have transparency around this, especially when the money is taken from the paycheck. So I ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion on 005 to Senate Bill 5? Senator Danielson.
Thank you all. We request a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 005 to Senate Bill 5. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Majority Leader Danielson, Cutter, Weissman, Michelson Janae, Henriksen, Winter, Kipp, Marchman, Coker, Amabile, 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 Bridges, Snyder, Bridges, stop it, Sullivan, Ball, Gonzalez, Judah, Exum, Doherty, Mullica, Roberts, and Bridges again. Please add the president. With a vote of 12 ayes, 22 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, 005 to Senate Bill 5 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read 007 to Senate Bill 5.
Amendment 007, Senator Pelton R. moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Lundin floor amendment L007 to Senate Bill 5 did pass. Amend printed bill, strike everything below the enacting clause and substitute Section 1 in Colorado Revised Statutes 83108, amend 1C Roman 1, 1C Roman 2, Cap A, 1C Rome 2, Cap B, and 1C Rome 3 as follows. 83108, what are unfair labor practices? 1, is an unfair labor practice for an employer individually or in concert with others to C, Rome 1, encourage or discourage membership in strike a labor organization.
Senator Pelton R. I saw you raise your hand the first time, but I'll let you keep going. Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to withdraw this amendment.
Thank you very much for withdrawing that amendment. S007 to Senate Bill 5 is withdrawn. Any additional amendments? There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read Amendment 008 to Senate Bill 5.
Amendment 008, Senator Pelton R. moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Pelton R. floor amendment.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I wish to pull this amendment also.
Senate Bill, Amendment 008 to Senate Bill 5 has been withdrawn. There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read 009 to Senate Bill 5.
Amendment 009, Senator Lundin moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Lundin floor amendment.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, the active part of this amendment is an exception, except that an employee may refuse representation and be exempted from the payment of union membership dues and any other form of payment to the exclusive representative, including agency fees or fair charge fees. This is a freedom amendment. If somebody says, yeah, the vote didn't go the way I wanted it to go, I respect that, but I don't want to participate, they are free from financial burden. They, in fact, can take their whole paycheck and go down to that famous grocery store and spend it. I urge your support of Amendment L009 Cow.
Mr. Minority Leader, please move S009 to Senate Bill 5. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rusty or tired, it's been a long day and we're just getting started. I move Amendment S009 and ask for your affirmative vote.
Any discussion? Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. We request a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 9 to Senate Bill 5. Are there any no votes? Senators Bridges, Danielson, Amabile, Henriksen, Gutter, Weissman, Michelson Janae, Winter, Kipp, Marchman, Coker, Snyder, Exum, Sullivan, Doherty, Ball, Mullica, Gonzalez, Roberts, Judah. Please add the President. With a vote of 13 ayes, 21 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, 009 to Senate Bill 5 is lost. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. By voting on the prevailing side, I ask for the reconsideration of Amendment S002.
The motion is the reconsideration of Amendment S002 to Senate Bill 5. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted and reconsideration is granted. Mr. Schaffler, please read S002 to Senate Bill 5.
Amendment S002, Senator Baisley moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Lundin floor amendment L005 to Senate Bill 5 did pass. Amend printed bill page 2, line 3, strike second and strike 1C, Rome 4, and substitute 1C, Rome 4, and add 5. Page 6, after line 3, insert 5. It is an unfair labor practice for a person to A, seek and obtain, or to aid an individual's in seeking and obtaining a job with an employer with the intent of organizing a union, or B, refuse to disclose a union affiliation to a prospective employer.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Enjoyed this so much last time that I once again move Senate Bill 005 underscore S dot 002.
Excellent. Any discussion?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. May I?
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, just a reminder to the reminder that this was to address the practice of salting, which would make it an unfair labor practice to seek and obtain a job with an employer with the intent of organizing that employer, or to refuse to disclose union affiliation to that prospective employer. and I urge an aye vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussion, seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of S002 to Senate Bill 5. Are there any no votes? Senators Henriksen, Weissman, Michelson Janay, Cutter, Danielson, Mr. Majority Leader, Colker, Marchman, Winter, Kipp, Judah, Gonzalez, Ball, Sullivan, Snyder, Bridges, Amabile, Exum, Doherty, Roberts, Mullica. Please add the president. With a vote of 12 ayes, 22 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, S002 to Senate Bill 5 is lost. Mr. Minority Leader.
Having not bailed on the prevailing side, I yield the floor to someone who voted on the prevailing side.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side of Cow Amendment number 9, I move to reconsider.
The motions for reconsideration of Cow Amendment 9 to Senate Bill 5. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and we will reconsider Amendment 9 to Senate Bill 5. Mr. Schaffler, please read Amendment 9 to Senate Bill 5.
Amendment S009, Senator Lundin moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Colleagues, you know the sound of the Doppler effect? Missed it by that much. All right, let's add some additional yes votes to Amendment 9 to Senate Bill 5. I encourage your support of this great amendment, the Freedom Amendment, for people in the free state of Colorado.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, thanks for your time. Please vote no on this amendment.
The motion
Mr. Majority Leader.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment 9 to Senate Bill 5. Was it moved? Even I missed it that time. Come on, twice. Mr. Minority Leader.
You know what? Once is a mistake, twice is a trend. Let's not make it a pattern. I move Amendment 9 to Senate Bill 5.
Proper motion, seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of S009 to Senate Bill 5. Are there any no votes? Mr. Majority Leader. Amabile. Bridges. Snyder. Roberts. Colker. Mullica. Sullivan. Exum. Marchman. Danielson. Weissman. Doherty. Ball. Cutter. Gonzalez. Judah. Kipp. Henriksen. Michelson Janay. Winter. Please add the president. With a vote of 12 ayes, 22 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, S009 and Senate Bill 5 is lost. The question before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Pelton R., Kirkmeyer, Mr. Minority Leader, Pelton B., Simpson, Frizzell, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Liston, Baisley, Rich. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 5 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed on the counter for third reading and final passage. Message from the House.
The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bill 1155, amended as printed in House Journal February 11, 2025. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bill 1131. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 88, Senate Bill 89, Senate Bill 90, Senate Bill 91, Senate Bill 92, Senate Bill 93, Senate Bill 94, Senate Bill 95, Senate Bill 96, Senate Bill 97, Senate Bill 98, Senate Bill 99, Senate Bill 100, Senate Bill 101, Senate Bill 102, Senate Bill 103, Senate Bill 104, Senate Bill 106, Senate Bill 107, Senate Bill 108, Senate Bill 109, Senate Bill 110, Senate Bill 111, Senate Bill 112, Senate Bill 113, Senate Bill 114, and Senate Bill 115. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes Senate Bill 105, amended as printed in House Journal February 12, 2025.
Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment House Bill 1131, without comment as amended House Bill 1155, without comment as amended Senate Bill 105.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege from Senator Pelton R.
The motion is to proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege. Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I have a moment of personal privilege?
Granted.
Just received word that former Representative Rod Bockenfeld passed away. He was my representative for 2 years. We sat next to each other up in the House chamber, became really close. He was a great man, good family man, but now he's done suffering. He's had a brain tumor for over a year, and so, Mr. President, I'd ask for a moment of silence and ask that the chimes be rang.
We'll observe a moment of silence and the chimes will be rung.
Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. We'll take a senatorial 5. General orders, second reading of bills. Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself in the committee of the whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate resolve itself in the committee of the whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Weissman will take the chair. Get in there, man. I'll move that. Is that you? Okay.
Committee will come to order. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 3.
Senate Bill 3 by Senators Sullivan and Gonzalez and Representatives Basnicker and Froelich concerning prohibited activity involving semi-automatic firearms and in connection therewith prohibiting the manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, and purchase of specified semi-automatic firearms and classifying a device that increases the rate of fire of a semi-automatic firearm as a dangerous weapon.
Thank you. And members, I apologize. Code rule is relaxed, if you like. Now, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move SB 3 and the associated SVMA committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard a number of perspectives about this policy and ran 3 amendments to clarify the language in the bill, and I ask for an aye vote on the SVMA committee report. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the committee reports? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise to discuss the committee report. It is attributed frequently to Winston Churchill that democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the others. It is clearly attributed to Mark Twain, Sam Clemens, that anyone who enjoys sausage or respects the law should never watch either being made. My predecessor, the good senator from Douglas County, who was both a minority leader and a majority leader, was exceptional on process and helping the people of Colorado understand the elegance and the importance in that sausage making. The process is frequently inscrutable. It's hard for people to understand. They don't necessarily get the difficulty and the complexity of what we're doing. Frequently, like yesterday and many of the days previous, we move right through things. They happen so fast, nobody really knows what's going on except the people inside this chamber. This particular bill is different in the sense that it is controversial, it is deeply cared about by people on support positions with regard to this bill and people in opposition to this bill. And so acknowledging and making more understandable the critically important process we are seeking to engage in is unusually important, and the people are unusually engaged. So when a bill is introduced into the General Assembly, and I'm speaking to the committee report here, it is posted to the General Assembly website, and it is marked as an introduced version bill. Big bold letters on the top right corner of the bill, it's marked as introduced. That version of the bill will continue to be used and will remain the bill that is visible to the people of Colorado on the website until we move through several more steps, and I'm going to explain how that works. It's common for the people outside the Capitol who are following a bill through the legislative process to expect a bill version to be updated more frequently than it actually is, or more soon than it actually is. And that leads to confusion sometimes, it leads to angst, it leads to interaction, as you all know, with constituents where they're a step out of what's actually going on in the chamber, hence this conversation about the committee report. So it's helpful to understand how this happens. Amendments that are approved in the committee of reference during a hearing are subsequently included in the committee report. And you all recognize that I'm digital, so I had a pretty lavender copy printed out for me, and you all recognize this as you pull it up in your analog files as a very attractive lavender, very distinct and knowable, noticeable, recognizable committee report. Now, I will tell you, years ago, when I was in a situation working on a bill I cared very much about, it was an education policy bill. It dealt with privacy for students. A colleague in the Senate, who I thought was an ally on the bill, did not understand the import of the bill, and he voted against the bill in committee. And that bill was going to die had the committee report been adopted and signed first and then adopted later. A clever lobbyist said, hey, go quick, run over to the Senate and see whether the committee report has been signed or not. And if it hasn't, you might be able to resurrect your bill. Well, it turned out that that particular committee report had not yet been signed. Now, the chair of the committee of the whole, which is all of us in the Senate, but not the Senate, it's the committee of all the members of the Senate, happens to be, in this moment, the same chair that was the chair who signed this committee report. As you look at your lavender sheet on the committee report, you'll see up in the top corner, almost as indistinguishable as my signature, you can make out, if you look carefully, the initials M and W. And that is the signature of the chair of the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee. Signed committee report. So the amendments made by the committee are effectively recommendations. So right now, in this moment, we're going to talk in a little bit more detail about the recommendations that the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee is making to us, the next committee of reference, the committee of the whole. If this bill moves through second readings and the committee of the whole determines by vote which amendments are ultimately to be included into the introduced bill, if that bill passes the second reading later this evening or tomorrow or the next day, however long it takes us to walk through this process, if that happens, then the bill will get a new name. It will no longer be called the introduced version, and that's when it shows up on the website, and it will be called the engrossed version. And so, people of Colorado, as you're looking at the bill, if this passes out of this first chamber, and then if the bill passes second reading in the first chamber, then the next version, that version that would be posted in the coming days, probably immediately after President's Day, if we get through this here fairly soon, will be called the engrossed version. If it passes on thirds in this chamber and it moves out, it will be called the re-engrossed version. Now, many of you may have received, as I received, a bill version that's slightly different. It isn't acknowledged in the process. Incidentally, just to close the loop on that, introduced, engrossed, re-engrossed as it goes out of the chamber, then revised, re-revised, and final act, if in fact it passes both chambers and is synchronized and heads out toward the governor. The final act gets signed by the leadership of both the House and the Senate and goes to the governor for signature. But along the way, to make bills more understandable, you can get a version of the bill, as I'm holding here now, that's called pre-amended. Now, under the big title in bold letters, pre-amend, it has the words, "This unofficial version includes committee amendments not yet adopted on second reading." So it's nothing more than a tool for use in discussion, but it's not an official document because the committee of the whole the committee report is what needs to be adopted. Now, this particular committee report has 5 potential amendments, suggestions for us to consider now. The first suggestion that we're considering in this committee report has to do with some changes on page 3, line 24 of the bill. The committee wanted to add some language. Sometimes they take things out. In this case, they added. You go to page 3, line 24 of the bill. Now, I'm working from the pre-amended bill. We can work from both copies if it makes it easier for anyone. We're going to go to page 3 of the actual bill, the introduced bill, line 24, and after the period there on line 24, we're going to insert the language, detachable magazine, and does not, and that's in quotes, detachable magazine, does not include an attached tubular magazine located under the barrel of the firearm. So what that reads like then, in the completed version of the bill, or the pre-amended for our language here, it would be a section that sounds like this. This is the enforcement of a large capacity magazine ban by regulating the manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, and purchase of specified semi-automatic firearms, penalties, and definitions. So what are we doing here? It says, as used in this section, unless the context otherwise requires, a cycle action means to extract the fired cartridge, that's the B section, or that's the A section. The B section is what we're changing. It says detachable magazine means an ammunition feeding device that is not permanently attached to the firearm and may be removed from the firearm without rendering the firearm incapable of accepting any magazine, as written, introduced. And then the language that we're considering right now is including detachable magazine does not include an attached tubular magazine located under the barrel of the firearm. So those of you that are hunters, that old 870 Express that so many of us grew up using, learning how to hunt and be safe, the one that gives the rack sound when you run it, that tube that holds additional cartridges, additional shotgun shells, and if you're a pheasant hunter, you're required to take the top of that tube out, put a plug in so you can only put 3 rounds in the gun. The gun will hold more rounds than that, otherwise it'll hold 5. An 870, different firearms have different capacities, but the 870 I grew up with and I'm thinking about allows for 5. You put a plug in when you're pheasant hunting to be compliant with the game laws, and that allows for you to hold 3. Well, they're making clear with this amendment that detachable magazine does not include an attached tubular magazine located under the barrel of the firearm. So they're saying that fixed, and it's not detachable, so it makes perfect sense that this is clarified. That is the first amendment offered up by the committee report. The second amendment is on page 5 of the introduced bill, and it says, after line 25, insert the following. So we get to line 25, which is talking about, this is exemptions this section does not apply to. It's talking about the manufacture, transfer, or sale of a specified semi-automatic firearm to, or receipt or purchase of specified semi-automatic firearm by 1, a federal, state, or local law enforcement agency for the purpose of equipping the agency's peace officers. Immediately following that, the amendment we're considering in this committee report would add a Roman number 2, a peace officer, as described in section 16, 2.5, 101, who is certified by the Peace Officer Standards and Training, POST is the acronym we frequently use, training board created in section 24.31.302. If the agency that employs the peace officer requires or permits the peace officer to carry a specified semi-automatic firearm for the use in the peace officer's capacity. So you insert that in the introduced, you get to your pre-amended version, and you find that that is on page, we're moving, and of course the bill gets a little bit bigger in the pre-amend. Every time you add language, it extends the length of the bill. It goes to the top of page 6 on the pre-amended unofficial version, and it gives us that exclusion of post-certified or post-board trained officers if they're allowed to carry one of the guns that would be taken away from citizens, from individuals in Colorado. Now let me be clear. Guns that would become unavailable for purchase, so they're not immediately, they're not like going to take it out of your cabinet, but in fact you won't be able to buy one in Colorado going forward. In fact, that post-certified officer is in fact allowed to have it. And then they renumber the following paragraphs accordingly. The next change offered up, again, suggestions made by the committee. They don't become anything meaningful until we vote on them, which is what we're considering right now, is on page 6, line 18. And this has to do with the folks who maintain and keep our firearms healthy, safe, and in good operating order. Page 6, line 18. We're moving down the bill here, line 18. After strike, here we go, page 6, line 8, strike gunsmith. So it starts out by saying, a gunsmith, and these are other exemptions here, a gunsmith for the purpose of maintenance, repair, or modification and the subsequent return of the specified semi-automatic firearm to the lawful owner as long as the lawful owner is not otherwise prohibited by law from possessing the specified semi-automatic firearm. So we're adding some language. Strike gunsmith and substitute gunsmith or an educational adverb program designed for the repair or maintenance of weapons approved by a school. So it expands who may have this particular exemption. Then we get to the next item, page 6, and this is technical in nature. Page 6, line 22, we're going to strike the word "and," because by doing that, we move to another subsection. That's just grammatical in nature. I would not call that substantive in nature, it's just grammatical. It's kind of like that previous point where it said renumber the succeeding subparagraphs accordingly. The next amendment offered up for our consideration in the committee amendment is on page 7 of the introduced bill. Strike, on line 5, strike analysis and substitute. So what we're doing is we're coming to the end of that sentence, and let me back up here a little bit and give you some context. The transfer or sale of a specified I'm reading a little bit of this on bottom of page 6 on the introduced here. The transfer or sale of a specified semi-automatic firearm to and receipt of purchase of a specified semi-automatic firearm by, the first choice is federal, state, local historical society. This is the ability to transfer. Society, museum, or institutional collection that is open to the public if the specified semi-automatic firearm is rendered permanently inoperable prior to the sale or transfer, and that is where we jump in, and, well, now I've managed to get myself confused. Oh, and we have stricken that on the previous page, but we leave it on this page, and sub 2 or Roman 2, a forensic laboratory or any authorized agent or employee of the laboratory for the use exclusively in the course and scope of forensic analysis. And that'll be a subject we'll get into in greater detail as we move along. We've got a contested fiscal note where the folks that we employ over at CBI to make sure that we're properly handling, enforcing the law, understanding what is being applied appropriately by the citizenry of Colorado or inappropriately, they do the forensic analysis, and they're saying they need about $4.6 million and another 8 FTE to do that. So we'll get into that in a greater detail. But here at this place, the committee amendment's saying on page 7, line 5, strike analysis and then add the following. So it will then read, analysis and sub E, the manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, or rental of a specified semi-automatic firearm capable of only firing blanks by or receipt or purchase of a specified semi-automatic firearm capable of only firing blanks from a federally licensed firearm dealer for, and there's a very narrow amendment, very specific purpose, very unique individuals who are only allowed to do this solely as a prop for a film as defined elsewhere in statute, specifically section 24 through 48, or 24, 48.5, 114. We move on and it reorders again. Then we get to an important part that is a significant change that you should consider as you're considering this committee report, and it is a severability clause. It adds section 9, severability, on page 10 of the introduced bill. So flip to near to the end. not all the way to the end, but near to the end, add on line 2, so we're jumping right ahead of the safety clause, which of course will be subject to additional conversation later. We're jumping right ahead of the safety clause and we're adding a severability clause. If any provision of this act or the application of this act to any person or circumstance is held invalid, the invalidity does not affect other provisions or applications of the act that can be given effect without the invalid provision or application, and to this end, the provision of this act are declared to be severable, and then renumber the following sections accordingly. Well, excuse me, why is that important? Well, this particular bill, this potential law, is highly contentious, and it's highly complicated, and it deals with very precision-made instruments, tools, firearms, and it says to do things with those precision instruments, tools, firearms, that really, for some of us who actually have some familiarity with those instruments, tools, firearms, realize it just doesn't work that way. That bill requires me to do something that just will not work. You can't do it that way. You're taking a modern firearm and you're trying to cause it to become something that it is not designed to do, and you're messing with the way it functions. Well, why does severability matter in that context? Well, because certain parts of this law may on their face be patently inoperable and therefore subject to removal by lawsuit, and the sponsors, of course, would prefer that the remaining elements stay in place. Well, I'm here to say in the legislative record, as far as I'm concerned, you know, in for a penny, in for a pound, let's throw the whole thing out. And I'm not enthused about trying to preserve certain elements of this when we find out that, in fact, the fundamental elements of the bill are demanding requirements, they're demanding actions, they're demanding physical impossibilities to happen. Now, we'll get into the conversation more broadly when we're actually talking to the bill and not to the committee report. But the reality is that's one of the things that this severability clause is functional and meaningful towards, and part of the problem with the bill. The bill expects us to behave in a way that is fundamentally an outright ban of having access to pretty much most of the firearms that are generally used and generally held by the people of Colorado, so many of the people of Colorado, millions of the people of Colorado today. Well, you say, well, we're not taking it away from them, therefore it's not a ban. No, that's not accurate. The reality is you're taking away from them the ability to have access to this particular item in the future. And that, in my mind, is a ban, and you can try to put it in a smaller box, but to me, that is a ban. So, that, colleagues, is a look at the committee report. There's some things in it that I think make the bill slightly better. It's still not an acceptable bill as it is, but I wanted to walk through the committee report with you in that way, and I wanted to do it on behalf of the people of Colorado so they can understand our process. There was a big hearing. Lots of people came and spoke. Some of them are potentially watching this debate right now. I'm grateful that folks from both sides came and expressed their perspectives. They were interacting with the introduced bill. We are now interacting with the introduced bill and looking at a committee report with some suggestions that would become part of the introduced bill. Should the bill pass second readings, which I'm hoping it doesn't, I will be doing everything I can to stop the bill from advancing beyond the circumstance it finds itself in right now. It would become an engrossed bill, or be relabeled engrossed, and all of these amendments that we have talked about just now and any additional amendments that are put into the bill will be in that engrossed bill. Should it pass out on thirds, it will be identified as the re-engrossed bill, and that gives the people of Colorado a little bit of a primer on how to track the progress of this piece of legislation should it continue to move forward. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to make the explanations. Citizens of Colorado, people of Colorado, continue to participate in your democracy. We're always glad to have you in the building.
All right, thank you. We had been discussing the State Affairs Committee report. Is there further discussion on the committee report? All right. Seeing no further discussion, the question is the adoption of the State Affairs Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The State Affairs report is adopted. We are now to the bill. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 003.
Okay, the bill is properly moved. Please continue.
Okay. What we have here in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, and all the ships at sea, is a bill that primarily is working to enforce a bill that was passed in 2013, which banned high-capacity magazines. Magazines like this one. This is the high-capacity magazine that my son's killer brought into the movie theater. When this magazine jammed after 72 shots, the dying stopped. Everybody who had been shot and made it to the hospital, they all lived. 3 of them are permanently in wheelchairs. One of them that I know of has had his leg amputated. But when this magazine jammed, the dying stopped. Approximately 7 months later, in this body here, they passed legislation to ban these types of magazines. This is a 100-round drum. And you see the killer here, he thought 100 meant 100. Of course, all you patriots, you all know you can't put 100 bullets into a 100-round drum because that's going to cause it to malfunction. But a 24-year-old master student at the Anschutz Medical Center, he doesn't know any better. So he went ahead and jammed it with 100 rounds. And that's how it jammed. And so if he had been smart enough to follow him on your YouTube channels where you explain to everybody how they can clear out these jams, he would have been able to do that and continued the killing spree that he was on. But he didn't know how to do that. So what he did is he pulled it out and it went onto the floor and he moved. If any of you have ever been to a movies, I don't know if you have, but there's not lights on in there. But if you go to the back, there's little floodlights that come down. He got underneath of the floodlights there and pulled out the 35-round magazines that he had full, and he kept trying to jam those in to see if those would work. He couldn't get any of those to work, so then he went and pulled out his handgun that he got, fired off a couple of more shots, couldn't get anybody, and then he walked on out of the theater. But about 7 months after that, this body passed a high-capacity magazine limit of 15 rounds. I was here, not sitting here, I was up there. I was up there for the entire conversation, taking my notes, listening to everybody. I had been in the old Supreme Court, waited my 3.5 hours to get in there, squeezed myself into those little stadium seats that they had in there. It's a lot nicer to sit in there now than it was 12 years ago. But I got to get in there and give my 2-minute speech. And my 2-minute speech at that point was, because we hadn't gotten all of the information. All I knew at that point was that the armor-piercing ammunition that came out of this high-capacity magazine that the killer brought in with over 400 rounds of ammunition, that the armor-piercing bullet that hit Alex, it hit him on his left side. It went through his kidney, it went through his lung, entered his heart, and exited here through his neck. Alex died instantly. In the trial, his friend was sitting next to him, Eric, and when the shooting all started, Alex didn't know what was going on. And he said, "Hey, Eric, what's going on?" And he said, "Sully, we got to get down." And Alex was gone. And that's the conversation I had down there 12 years ago, was because they said they can switch these around so quickly that they could do it in 2 seconds. Well, I was asking for Alex's 2 seconds. But now we're going to ask for a lot more. After that bill passed in 2013, we were hoping that it would create some kind of a conversation that people would want to figure out what we could do to prevent something like that from happening ever again to us. What we ended up with was a minority party that all they wanted to do was repeal it. So we came down each year, year after year, and fought the repeals. And at that time, we were split chambers, so it would win in one chamber, come over to the other side, it would lose in that chamber, and we'd do it again the next year, and we'd do it again the next year. And then they took it to the court, and they wanted to see if it was constitutional. And it was. That's what they did for those first several years. There was no ideas to do anything about changing this. We come up with this legislation now, and people want to talk now. Because what they were doing before is they would just show us. I mean, they had them, they were on these desks. They brought in these high-capacity magazines and were just showing us. There was a senator who was a former sheriff who was doing magic tricks with his to show that no one could tell. But that's what they were doing down here. They didn't want to change it. They didn't want to make it any better. They wanted to say, you can't tell. We're going to keep selling them. We're going to keep buying them. And there's nothing, and our sheriffs aren't going to prosecute them. That's what's going to happen. Well, now we're going to change. We're going to change it. Because these magazines like this are still being sold. They are sold right here in our neighborhoods. They were sold in Arvada when the Boulder grocery store shooter went and bought a couple so he could take them into the King Supers and start his day of carnage. The shooter down in El Paso County that went into Club Q, he easily bought them and took them and started his. Oh, but when we arrested them, we added those charges to the charges that they already had. I mean, I've heard that from DAs before. Oh, Tom, we'll really throw the book at them if they use a gun. You're great. Alex is already dead. The other 11 are already dead. I don't care about how long this guy, I mean, do you know how long our shooter's in? 12 consecutive life sentences plus 4,000 years. So that's what they were doing. So what we have come up with in this legislation, the constitutional legislation that we brought forward, because I don't know if anybody's gotten any communications from people in the state. I know I've heard from all of your constituents. They all have my email. They all have my phone number. They all want to tell me these new plans about what they're going to do. I mean, I've heard it all, folks. I've heard it all. I've been all in here. I listened to the 179 people who came and talked. I wrote their names down as phonetically as I could. I have been doing that for 6 years. I have heard it all. And Their whole thing, their first thing is, oh, this isn't constitutional. It's surely not going to be constitutional. Well, we have lawyers too. Our lawyers say it's constitutional. So we'll keep moving forward on that aspect. The next part is that this is one of the most disinformation bills that have been presented out there. This whole aspect of, I could show you the letters, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Keep those cards and letters coming. Put your stamps on them. It helps us in the post office, okay? So just keep those coming. But I get letters, and the guy is considered, guy from Fort Collins, Eric, was telling me about him and his 82-year-old wife. And she has some kind of a food allergy, so she has to hunt for wild game. She's using the same rifle she's been using for 50 years. And Eric is concerned by 003 that somehow his wife is going to go hungry, and Senator Gonzalez and I are driving up to Fort Collins next month, and picking up all of his firearms. I don't know how it is that you can put out information that get people to that point. There is nothing remotely in this legislation that Eric and his 82-year-old wife have to be worried about. They are fine, upstanding people in the Fort Collins community. They have been for years. The 50-year-old firearm that they use is just fine. And that's what more and more hunters and sportsmen use. They don't upgrade. You're still using your grandfather's. And you're going to sit here and say, oh, I can't go and get this brand new model. You don't want it. And that's the other thing we're talking about, sales. Sales are down. It's a dying business, folks. We don't even COVID is over. You've got a Republican in the presidency. Sales go down immediately 20% when that happens, because that administration is going to take care of all of the crime for you. You don't need it anymore, and it proves out in that. And the same thing has been true. It's been decreasing. And these people all say, oh, you're going to put me out of business. Folks, there isn't anybody in the state of Colorado that sold more firearms than I have. My presence here sells firearms. I get elected and people are running to their local stores to make sure they buy another one. Because a couple years ago, it was going to be me and President Obama were coming to get them all. Now I guess it's just me, and I guess maybe I could get Senator Gonzalez to come with me. But the other thing is, possessions, what you have, you will always have. No one's coming for those. What you have the ability to air down to your family, which is what you've been doing, and which is what you've always been doing. The safety issues, this is rich, to tell you the truth. 12 years I've been here listening to all of this, and now all of a sudden, they want to talk about the safety issue that comes to if we're creating a new fire, it's the same firearm, but with an attached magazine. They talk about the safety issue and how they're very concerned about people that are going to be using them and how they might become injured. Okay, all right. This is the first I've heard about anybody being worried about safety. As you all know, the gun industry is the only unregulated industry in the states. Now, if somebody on this, if you would like to have us start registering and regulating to make it a consumer well-made product like we do our toy guns, boy, a toy gun puts a kid's eye out and they're shutting production down, and things are happening. But a 2-year-old shoots himself, and we do nothing. It's like, we're going to keep that on board. We're going to keep selling those. So if you really like to do that, you would, in fact, be the first state in the United States to actually regulate and register firearms. You want to get your names in the paper? You don't have to write a manifesto and tell everybody what you think. Just run that legislation and the entire country will know about you. You don't have to get your picture on the front page of papers because your son was murdered. Run that piece of legislation through here and see how popular you get. So I'm all for it. I suggest somebody do that. Let's make sure that these firearms are safe for everybody to use. And to finish things up, and I know we're going to be talking quite a bit, that was a really different introduction to the process, but if you don't see something new every day, you're not alive, I guess. And so, but last year we did 2 different bills. We did the CBI bill, and in the CBI we created a task force to be able to go out and investigate this stuff. It was mostly to make sure we were doing something about background checks and finding out why we weren't prosecuting people on that. The only thing that it pertained to with high-capacity magazines was the introduction of a tip line. Was hoping that people would call into this tip line and that the CBI people could go out and investigate it. And the other thing was we did a permit to sell. So this theoretically gives us the ability, if we go and are checking on our FFLs and they are selling illegal products or selling them to people that shouldn't have them, we would actually have the ability to do something to them. Didn't get passed with a lot of teeth to it. I think the first one, we just tell them, boy, you shouldn't do that. I think we've got to wait until maybe the second or third mass shooting before we actually will prosecute somebody who's sold firearms or high-capacity magazines to somebody. But that's another thing we might be looking at to beef up. But I mean, that's some of the stuff that I've heard, some of the stuff that the 179 spoke about. The disinformation is just really horrendous. I mean, the people like Eric and his wife and others, you get more and more of that, and all we can do is tell them that's not the case. That's not what's going to happen. What we're trying to do, and we continue to do, is try to save lives, and in this case, we're concerned about the next firearm, not the ones you have. We are all hoping that those 550 million firearms that are out there are in the hands of law-abiding, responsible gun owners, and we don't have to worry about them taking any actions in our community. What we are worried about is the new ones who all of a sudden and just walk down the street and this is what they have available to them. And after we pass this, starting in September, the only assault-style weapons they get are going to have attached magazines to it, and I think that is a step in the right direction and will help us to save lives. And with that, I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 003.
Thank you. Further discussion on Senate Bill 3. Senator Arpelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard this bill in committee. One thing that disappointed me was that testimony was limited. I get why they do that, because they keep saying the same things over and over again sometimes, but those people that made a point to come to this building, I think need to be heard. You know, they made some sacrifices. Some of them probably took a day off of work, things like that. But anyway, there were a few things in the opening that I kind of take exception to. One thing, it was stated that we spread the misinformation. I don't know about any of my colleagues, but I never put out a word. The American people are pretty smart. They come up with this stuff on their own. They don't need us telling them what's going on in this building. they're paying attention, especially when their Second Amendment rights are under threat. So I take exception with that. We heard about safety issues around these fixed magazines. We heard that from law enforcement. These people depend on that tool for their life. I think they know what is safe and what is not. They overwhelmingly, and there were many law enforcement that testified, said the fixed magazine is a safety issue. So I will put my full trust behind law enforcement that work with these tools every day. I think I've got a lot more to say, and I've got amendment to run, but I'm going to wait and let people speak to the bill. And when we get into the amendment phase, at that point, I will run my amendment. But thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me speak momentarily.
All right, Senator Pete Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to thank, before I start delving into the bill, I would like to thank the good senator from Aurora for running that committee meeting very well, very efficient, making sure that we had everybody had their voices heard for the most part, and making sure that the people that were there on my side that were heard right off the bat. So thank you for doing that during this committee meeting. Some of my concerns with the bill were safety. I mean, I was in the military. I got to train with some of these weapons. And they're not the same weapons because we had 3-second bursts. We also had fully automatic. These weapons that we're talking about in here are semi-automatic. They're different. I mean, they're different where you have to pull the trigger every time. But my weapons that I had were a little different, where you hold it in and you have to do 3-second bursts and that sort of thing to make sure you're not melting the barrel. But for the most part, my concern was the action with the magazines. You know, you have a fixed magazine, you get a jam. First thing you do on your semi-automatic rifle is you eject the magazine to get the jam out. My concern is that when that happens and you still have a jam and you can't get the magazine out, you're gonna have to have a gunsmith to take it out. I know that some people say that the magazine, you can take the bottom of the magazine off. That's gonna take some tools to do that sometimes. But in order to do that, you have to be able to take it somewhere, and essentially you're putting a loaded weapon in your vehicle to get it back to wherever you need to get it to. And that was my concern on that aspect. Another one is, you know, if it goes off and it blows up in your face, that sort of thing. I mean, we really, really got to be careful with that safety aspect. Another aspect is the whole system you have to take apart. Well, somebody has to take apart. Like law enforcement was very worried about, you know, they're not going to be able to tell whether these weapons can do are legal or not. They're going to have to send it into someplace to have it checked. Because when they're talking about long stroke piston system in which gas is vented from the barrel, you know, or a short stroke piston system in which gas is vented from the barrel, they're going to have to go through and take these weapons apart to see what's going on inside of them. We actually had a sheriff say that he said, you know, I'm not going to feel comfortable to say that this is legal or not legal, I'm going to have to send it into someplace to see if it is. One of my biggest concerns, it's not just the egregiousness of just taking these away from people who are, or not taking them away, but preventing the sale of these. I mean, I have a gun store owner in my district who flat out told me that this is his retirement. Every aspect of his store is his retirement. And he's worked very hard to make sure that he has lots of stock, and he's done a good job to make sure he has lots of stock. But, you know, he wants to make sure that that's his number one, that's his most popular selling item is these weapons that are in this bill that he will no longer be able to sell. And he has a lot of them, and I appreciate him. I appreciate that small business in my community. He does an excellent job of making sure that he contributes to our community, contributes and buys animals at the sale. He does a lot of fundraisers around town, helps my community. He's the only gun store in my community. And I appreciate him very much for being there. I'd like to talk about one other thing. There was an amendment put on here on the bill about allowing movies or Hollywood to have these weapons as long as they shoot blanks. So somebody who gets paid millions of dollars, gets to come in Colorado, use the weapon in a movie to make all kinds of money for that movie, but the citizens here can't even get that weapon anymore. I mean, what kind of deal is that? How fair is that? I mean, I spent a lot of time up in the Roaring Fork Valley. I mean, I dealt with movie stars all the time. You know, you go into City Market and you see somebody there. You know, you might have saw them on a movie or at a movie theater having that. I mean, what makes them so special that they get to use them in the movie theater and I don't get to have it to protect my cattle? I mean, I use my rifle, because I'll call it a rifle, because that's what it is. I mean, we can use other terms, but it's a rifle. I use the rifle that is in this exact bill to protect my cattle. I have coyotes that come after my animals, and I use that rifle to protect them. And that's what I do during calving season. I mean, it's legal. You can do that. As long as that magazine only has 4 in it, which is what I do. I don't have the big rounds of magazines. I have the little 4-round magazines so I can protect my cows. But that would be illegal as long as it was, if it was affixed, then it wouldn't be. So if my kids took over my cattle business and they wanted to buy a gun to protect, they couldn't have mine. They couldn't buy a new one like mine. Because it's just, I don't understand. I don't understand how this is supposed to help enforce the magazine ban by banning these guns, these exact guns. So I'm going to come back up here and run some amendments later, but I just wanted to get the first parts off my chest and ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 3.
Is there further discussion? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, they say laws are only as effective as the people who obey them. And Senate Bill 003 does not disarm criminals. It only disarms the law-abiding citizens who follow the rules. We have seen this time and time again in bills for the last, at least as long as I've been here, 6 years. Criminals do not follow gun laws. They acquire weapons through illegal means. According to the Department of Justice, the vast majority of criminals obtain firearms through illegal straw purchases or theft, not legal gun sales. Chicago, New York, and California, they have some of the strictest gun laws in the country, yet violent crime remains rampant because criminals do not abide by restrictions. I guess that we'll add Colorado to that list. If Senate Bill 003 were to pass, this bill will not stop crime. It will create more unarmed, vulnerable citizens who cannot defend themselves with these type of guns that Colorado wants now. Self-defense is a fundamental right, and the Supreme Court has ruled that individuals have the right to use firearms for self-defense. Rural Coloradans, where I live, rely on firearms for protection, where law enforcement response times can be 20-plus minutes or more. Several years ago, I lived in the country. I was 45 minutes away from Grand Junction, and it would have taken a while for law enforcement to show up. Women, the elderly, and vulnerable citizens disproportionately rely on firearms for protection against stronger, more aggressive attackers. States with permitless carry laws and strong self-defense rights have seen lower violent crime rates as criminals fear armed victims. If we allow this government, the state of Colorado, to overreach today, where does this stop? Every year, it's a little bit more every single year. Gun bans do not stop at so-called assault weapons. The next step, I assume, will be bans on all semi-automatic handguns, shotguns, and even hunting rifles. Colorado already has strict background checks, magazine limits, and red flag laws, yet criminals still commit violent crimes. How come none of that has worked? The government is incrementally eroding rights, and history shows that once freedoms are lost, they are rarely restored. If you truly support law enforcement, you will oppose this bill because it makes their jobs harder and the streets more dangerous. Police officers overwhelmingly support gun rights because they understand that armed citizens help prevent crime. Disarming citizens forces police into more dangerous encounters as criminals remain armed while law-abiding citizens are helpless with these so-called new guns that you've come up with. The Supreme Court ruled in Warren v. District of Columbia that police are not legally required to protect individual citizens. This means this means me, we're on our own, and we are our first line of defense. I'm going to step away because I will have an amendment as well, and I want everyone to have a chance to say something. But I do oppose Senate Bill 3 and ask for a no vote.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sometimes you have to raise your head, look around, and check to see that you're headed in the right direction. I believe Colorado is way off course with these gun control measures. I stand here today to serve as a guardian of our nation's founding principles that have been tested time and again through the currents of change in politics and crisis. Our Constitution, the bedrock of American freedom, has faced many challenges where states have drifted from its key protections, requiring the Supreme Court to steer us back. Like the North Star guiding travelers through the expansive starry skies over the eastern plains, the judiciary serves as our beacon, ensuring our constitutional rights are always in sight and safeguarded. One such case was the Supreme Court's 2022 landmark decision in the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin. This case serves as a poignant reminder of the delicate balance between the state authority and our constitutional rights, particularly those protected in the Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of the free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. This bill, Senate Bill 3, challenges us to scrutinize whether it aligns with our constitutional protections as interpreted by the highest court. It is our solemn duty to ensure that the constitutional rights of Coloradoans are not merely preserved, but are actively defended against any potential infringement. The Bruin case was a landmark moment, echoing the sentiment of our forefathers that the right to bear arms is not just a privilege, but a constitutional guarantee. With a 6-3 majority, the Supreme Court struck down New York's unconstitutional gun control law, asserting that the Second and 14th Amendments affirm individuals can carry for self-defense outside their homes. Justice Clarence Thomas emphasized this was not about allowing unchecked gun ownership, but about ensuring the government does not arbitrarily restrict our constitutional rights. Justice Alito's concurrence reinforces the foundational principles of our Second Amendment rights. He reminds us that they are rooted in the natural right of resistance and self-preservation. This isn't just about the right to own a firearm, it's about the inherent right of self-defense, which he asserts is central to the Second Amendment right. Justice Alito's key point is the people, not just members of the militia, have the right to use a firearm to defend themselves. This statement is crucial to think about when making our decision. It underscores the Second Amendment is understood to apply when people venture outside their homes where they often face the gravest risks. By restricting certain firearms used for self-defense, Senate Bill 3 would effectively deny this right to law-abiding citizens who need to defend themselves in public spaces. Let's not forget the chilling reminder of the recent stabbings on the 16th Street Mall, right here in Denver, where the fragility of our safety in public spaces was starkly exposed. On January 11 and 12 of 2025, just a month ago, 4 individuals were attacked in a series of seemingly random stabbings, with 2 lives tragically lost. Flight attendant on a layover, and another 34-year-old gentleman, and 2 others were injured. These violent acts, allegedly committed by a 24-year-old with a history of mental illness and criminal activity, shook our community to its core. The 16th Street Mall, a vibrant hub of commerce and community, became a scene of fear and loss, with ongoing construction and safety concerns amplifying the vulnerability felt by residents and visitors alike. Justice Alito speaks directly to moments like these, noting in his opinions that some must traverse dark and dangerous streets in order to reach their homes after work or other evening activities. The tragic events on 16th Street underscore the reality that many Coloradans face when they leave their homes, potentially unarmed and vulnerable. This raises profound questions about our Second Amendment rights as interpreted by the Supreme Court in cases like New York State Rifle and Pistol versus Bruin and the District of Columbia versus Heller, which affirmed the individual right to bear arms for self-defense, particularly in these spaces. Yet we must also balance this with public safety measures, ensuring that those with severe mental health challenges or criminal histories do not pose threats to our communities. As we debate this bill, let us remember that our constitutional rights, including the right to bear arms and the right to feel secure in our persons, are not abstract principles but lived realities. The families of the deceased and survivors of the attacks in Denver are living through the consequences of our failure to fully address these challenges. We must ask ourselves, are we doing enough to protect our citizens while respecting our constitutional boundaries? Senate Bill 25-3, with its intent to restrict firearms, might inadvertently increase this vulnerability by limiting the ability of law-abiding citizens to defend themselves. We must craft laws that acknowledge the harsh realities of urban life, while safeguarding our constitutional rights, ensuring that our citizens are not left defenseless in times of unforeseen danger. We must ask if these proposed restrictions would generally make our communities safer, or if they just merely disarm the law-abiding while leaving criminals unaffected. Senate Bill 3 does not address the root causes of gun violence. Instead, it strips citizens of their means to protect themselves. As we consider our vote, let us heed Justice Alito's reminder that our laws should not only aim to reduce gun violence, but also ensure that our citizens retain the constitutional means to safeguard their lives and liberties when they are most vulnerable. The court's ruling was about guaranteeing that constitutional rights are not subject to the whims of the temporary political climates or the discretion of officials. It highlights how states can overstep their bounds, even with the well-intentioned public safety measures, echoing the vigilance required to maintain the freedoms that our forebears fought. The broader implications States must respect the constitutional rights of their citizens, even when those rights are controversial or politically inconvenient. The essence of Bruin is not to dismantle all regulation, but to ensure that any such regulation protects our constitutional rights. We must ask ourselves if this legislation treats all Second Amendment right holders equally, or does it single out certain firearms for prohibition based on modern political preferences rather than historical legal standards? The Supreme Court in Bruin made it clear laws impacting Second Amendment rights must be consistent with historical traditions. Yet Senate Bill 3, with its sweeping bans on semi-automatic firearms, disregards this directive, setting up Colorado for costly legal challenges. We must be vigilant. The Bruin decision teaches us that in times of crisis or fear, our constitutional rights must not be the first to be sacrificed. This isn't just a matter of law, it's a matter of principle. Our state has always stood for freedom, innovation, and respect for individual rights. We've always been a people who cherish liberty as fiercely as we guard our natural wonders. We've always been a people who from the days when pioneers first looked upon these majestic landscapes, seeking freedom and opportunity, to now, our commitment to constitutional rights should be as unyielding as the granite peaks that define our horizon. Let's ensure that Colorado's legislation reflects this lesson, respecting both the need for public safety and the sanctity for our constitutional rights. The Colorado landscape, with its untamed beauty and formidable challenges, has always taught us the value of perseverance and the importance of safeguarding our rights. Just as we've learned to navigate the treacherous passes and to cultivate life in the harshest of conditions, we must navigate this legislative terrain with wisdom, ensuring that our laws reflect not only the need for safety, but the sanctity of our constitutional freedoms. Let Colorado remain a free state where the rights of the people are as indelible as the landscapes that surround us. We have another opportunity to demonstrate that Colorado stands for liberty, not just in rhetoric, but in action. We must protect our Second Amendment rights, ensuring they remain inviolable for future generations, just as our founders intended. Moving forward, we must educate, advocate, and legislate with an eye towards constitutional integrity. Let's work together to craft laws that protect our citizens while honoring the freedoms that define us. We must recognize that our Constitution, including the Second Amendment, is not a relic, but a living document that requires ongoing interpretation and respect. States, in their efforts to address modern challenges, must do so within the bounds set by this document. The Bruin case examples how judicial oversight is crucial in maintaining constitutional integrity, especially when state actions risk overstepping these bounds. This legislation threatens to walk the same path by effectively preventing law-abiding citizens with ordinary self-defense needs from exercising their Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. Just as New York's proper cause requirement was struck down for its discriminatory nature against those seeking to defend themselves, this bill imposes a blanket prohibition on certain firearms, disregarding the fundamental rights of individuals to protect themselves and their families. Senate Bill 3, if enacted, would not only infringe upon the constitutional liberties of Coloradoans, but also set the stage for a legal battle over whether our state has learned from the judicial corrections of the past, or if we must seek federal intervention to restore our constitutional rights. This bill is not just about the right to bear arms, it's about the sanctity of our constitutional rights in the face of state governance. It serves as a reminder that our freedoms are not subject to the whims of the moment, but are protected by a consistent application of constitutional principles. We must continue this vigilance, ensuring that the right to bear arms, like all our rights, remains robust and inviolable for future generations. Gun bills don't reduce gun violence. I ask for a no, respectively, on Senate Bill 3. Thank you.
Excuse me. Senator Beasley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me describe what this bill actually does by merely reading the description, just to make sure we are clear on what Senate Bill 25-003 actually does, because I sure seem to get smoothed over of, you know, it's really not going to do all of this that you're concerning yourself with. It's actually, this is just a really good thing for creating a safe environment for Colorado, but here's what the bill does. A bill for an act concerning prohibited activity involving semi-automatic firearms and in connection therewith, prohibiting the manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, and purchase of specified semi-automatic firearms and classifying a device that increases the rate of fire of a semi-automatic firearm as a dangerous weapon. It does restrict our behavior. The implication of this bill, if we were to pass it, if we were all to submit and vote for this bill, is that there would be no more mass killings by evil people, that we're moving towards that with this kind of restriction of the people. Why I think this is very short-sighted is because the greatest slaughters were by governments over its disarmed citizens. We that are opposed to such bills as this, we're not concerned that we're not going to be able to commit a mass murder, that it's going to prevent some of us from rising up all of a sudden and having a mass murder moment. If that were what we're trying to prevent, then it might make sense for us to all support it, but we're concerned about something far greater, an evil far greater, that we've been warned about for nearly 250 years. By far, the greatest slaughters in history have been the killing of disarmed citizens, disarmed first by their government. We are government, talking about a piece at a time, disarming the citizens. This is a small step, perhaps, because it only addresses semi-automatic firearms. Just another brick in the wall, and there have been quite a few come through over the past 6 years, and it is promised that we'll see more in the ensuing years. We made one agreement, all of us, just this past month, to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Colorado. What if the people of Israel had such a bill, had such a constitutional amendment for themselves, a Second Amendment for them? Because they were disarmed. They were disarmed voluntarily because they all agreed culturally that this would be a good idea. And just 18 months ago, 1,200 Israelis were killed, while many more were raped.
Senator Baisley, can you make sure you're speaking to the bill, please?
Many more were raped for hours because the citizens had agreed to disarm themselves. That's why, for hours, this took place. We make one agreement. Of all the agreements, all the things that we talk about, the one oath of office that we take is to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Colorado. That is challenged by Senate Bill 003. The excuses given of why this is okay, why this is a constitutional bill, would create a constitutional law, reminds me so much of the cad who makes his oath, his vow of marriage, and then makes every excuse to break that. This is no better than that. We make a vow, we make an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the state of Colorado. Those constitutions read that in the state, that our right to uphold, to hold arms, to bear arms, shall not be questioned. And same at the federal level, the United States Constitution, that we have the right to bear arms. That's the lessons learned through a lot of painful experiences by the people who put them together, in one case, over 200 years ago. There are many avenues that someone could take to try to solve the problem that we do have of mass killings in our culture. A lot of ways that we can go to influence culture to be more peaceful, to value life. But this one is wholly inappropriate. Legislation is force. Passing laws that challenge the Constitution is a dishonest shortcut. Members, we cannot uphold our oath of office and pass this bill.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, as it's been described by my colleagues, is a broad ban of any firearm fitting a general description, semiotic operation, firearms with detachable magazines, but it also includes other types like shotguns and pistols. And that makes this bill far more sweeping than anything we've seen in this country. You know, I worry a lot that we create kind of a double standard here in our state. We enact law that criminalizes law-abiding citizens because they're not misusing their firearms. They have them for a variety of reasons. A lot of times it's for personal protection or recreation or for sustenance. There's many, many, many reasons why people in this state own firearms. But when I talk about criminalizing law-abiding citizens, I would point to legislation that was proposed last year that increased penalties for the theft of firearms, and that legislation was killed. So it's okay to criminalize law-abiding citizens, but people who are obtaining firearms illegally kind of get a pass in the state of Colorado. That worries me. Unfortunately, we are still not addressing the problems that are causing these really horrific mass shootings. And they are. They're tragedies. They're terrible for families, they're terrible for friends, they're terrible for communities, they are damaging. They damage everyone. But those are not happening because of a gun. It's happening because the person pulling the trigger is suffering from mental illness, or they're disconnected from their community and they're completely disenfranchised. We have not made efforts to fix those issues, and that's what we need to be working on. We heard earlier from the bill sponsors that this bill it's just closing a loophole that was created 12 years ago. This bill is not closing a loophole. Its true goal is to eliminate legal sales of semi-automatic firearms through a sweeping ban. It will decimate small businesses that operate legally. I have yet to find evidence that suggests that restricting access to firearms will reduce violent crime rates. This Colorado legislature has passed 23 gun laws, with 20 of them passed just in the last 5 years. And as our gun laws have grown stricter and stricter, we have not seen violent crime really reduce. In fact, the murder rate in Colorado more than doubled between 2013 and 2022. We have a lot of problems to solve here. We have many, many problems that we need to be considering. We need to talk about mental illness. We need to talk about disenfranchisement of individuals who feel that they have nothing more to lose. But criminalizing law-abiding citizens is not how we solve that problem. It's not. Shall not be infringed means shall not be infringed. I will be voting no. Thank you.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here tonight. I wanted to talk about my district, and that part of the world up in the mountains where we've got a bunch of new neighbors that were brought to us by the state of Colorado. And we're talking about guns. That concerns me. You know, one of the things that I wanted to talk about is the statement, we're not talking about your guns. We're talking about your next one. Well, I don't know about some of you, but these guys deserve to have the best. And if technology improves these weapons, they should have the ability to buy one. And a lot of these folks, not having a lot of money, need to sell one. But now they're not going to be able to sell any of the ones they've got, and they won't be able to buy a new one. That seems to me like an infringement. You know, I understand some of the arguments. I've been here long enough. We've had some of those arguments, and we've talked an awful lot about mental health and all the other things. We haven't done much about helping this. I don't think this bill will do much to help it either. But, you know, they're telling me that in order to figure out if this is one of those kind of guns, they got to take them apart, and who's going to be taking them apart? Somebody that understands guns. I've had a number of calls from gun shops, firearm dealers in my new district, and they're concerned about this because this is what they do. You know, it'd be just like somebody coming to me and saying, well, you can't farm anymore because we don't think you're doing a good enough job of it, or it's dangerous for you. I don't understand where we're headed with these things. So I'm concerned about the individuals that use these weapons as tools. Yeah, I've got a lot of people that recreate with them, and I understand that myself. But the first one I want to talk about is the people that are using these as a tool. You know, I live 1.5 miles out of town, and there was a dead mountain lion in my cornfield 1.5 miles from town. Maybe that doesn't register with some of the folks that live here, and it may not. But those are the kind of animals, those are the kind of predators that need to be taken care of by the person who owns the place. Whether he runs sheep, cattle, or in that case, he was in a cornfield. The point is, an apex predator was within 1.5 miles of the city limits of Montrose, Colorado. Now, if we would have been the kind of people that said back in our history, you're not going to be able to buy the next gun that's invented. It's fine for you to keep your musket. It's fine for you to keep your blunderbuss, but we're not going to allow you to purchase the next version. Where would we be? We wouldn't have come this far by any shape. Science is working all the time to make these things better. Maybe that's one of the things that frightens some people. You know, I see photographs of them, and they worry me too sometimes, by the guy that's carrying it. I had an individual that was employed by me that put one of those on the dash of his pickup. I asked him who he was afraid of. And he said, I'm not afraid of anybody. I said, you look like it, carrying that around on the dash of your pickup, trying to scare our customers. Seems to me like you're afraid of them. Put it away. So he ended up putting it behind the seat of his pickup because he was shooting varmints with it. I get it. But there is a fear factor, and I understand that fear factor. But we can't stand in fear today. We need to be standing on the rights that have been given to us by the people who created this country and by our Creator up above. We have the right to self-defense. And that's a big part of this. But also to defend that farm, to defend that ranch, to defend that herd of cows or sheep or whatever it is you now make your living with should not be interfered with. And to say you can't buy another one seems to me saying, well, you're as good as you're going to get. And by the way, you can only transfer that if you transfer it to an inheritance. We just keep tightening it down. Folks, I don't want to tighten it down. I want us to be smarter. Whether that takes more training, whether, we've got hunter safety cards, we've got all kinds of things that this community, the state of Colorado, has gone about trying to make sure that we take good care of and how we manage these weapons. But it's never enough. We don't get it done, so we'll do some more. And just by incremental changes, we lose rights. Sometimes they don't make a lot of difference to us. We just kind of pass them by and we go on. But when something like this hits the news, boy, everybody knows about it. I've had, I don't know how many hundred emails. But I didn't send any emails out. I didn't say to anybody, hey, be on alert. They're asking me, what are you going to do? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand for the rights that people have got. I'm not going to restrict them anymore. I don't think that that's what we should be doing. We're smart people. This is a smart state. We can figure these things out as long as we don't get wound up in the rhetoric and in hollering at one another. I need the folks that are here that don't understand rural Colorado to think about what I'm saying in regards to the next one. I don't think we can put the roadblock up and say no more as of today. Where would we be? We'd be passing down a flintlock. That's not going to work in this day and age. So I want to think about the next one. It's kind of an innocuous saying, oh, it's just the next one. But the next one may be the one that you really need on that farm or ranch, or that you really need in that apartment, or that you need there in your house. I don't think we should limit the next one. And I'm going to ask all of you, please vote no on this bill, because of the fact we're not thinking about what will the next one look like. Right now, it's popular to have one of these weapons. I've got a lot of friends that bought them and have never shot them. Why they did that, I don't know. But I guess they got worried about it, so they made sure they had one. But the idea that we would stand here tonight and say, well, it's not about the one you have. It's about your next one. I don't think we should be looking at things that way. We should be trying to figure this out today. Thank you.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin with a few quotes from our founders, which pretty well summarize my views of this legislation. Benjamin Franklin said, "They that can give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." George Mason, "To disarm the people is the most effectual way to enslave them." And of course, most importantly, the author of our Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson, "The laws that forbid the carrying of arms are laws that disarm only those who are neither inclined nor determined to commit crimes. Such laws make things worse for the assaulted and better for the assailants. They serve rather to encourage than to prevent homicides, for an unarmed man may be attacked with greater confidence than an armed man." SB 25003 bans semi-automatic firearms, including rifles, shotguns, and pistols with detachable magazines, which are among the most commonly owned firearms in the United States. These firearms are widely used for lawful purposes such as self-defense, hunting, and recreational shooting. According to the National Shooting Sports Foundation, there are over 24 million AR-15 style rifles in civilian hands in this country today, making them a clear example of what are termed arms in common use, as clearly protected by the Second Amendment. The Supreme Court's landmark decision in New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin, 2022, establishes a clear standard for evaluating firearm regulations. The court ruled that any gun control law must be consistent with a historical tradition of firearm regulation in the United States. SB 3 fails this test because it imposes a sweeping ban on firearms that has no historical precedent. The Second Amendment protects the right to bear arms that are commonly used for lawful purposes, and this bill directly contradicts that principle. The Second Amendment explicitly protects the right of individuals to keep and bear arms for self-defense, particularly in the home. By banning semi-automatic firearms, SB 3 strips law-abiding citizens of their ability to choose the most effective tools for protecting themselves and their families. Semi-automatic firearms are often preferred for home defense due to their reliability, ease of use, and capacity to neutralize threats effectively. Restricting access to these firearms undermines the fundamental right to self-defense. Now, similar bans in other states, such as California and Maryland, have faced significant legal challenges and often been struck down by the federal courts. For example, in Duncan v. Bonta, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that California's ban on magazines holding more than 10 rounds violated the Second Amendment. If SB 3 passes, it will likely face immediate legal challenges costing Colorado taxpayers millions of dollars in litigation fees, money that could be better spent on addressing the root causes of crime. Now, I will add a word of caution there. You know, I've heard some folks who oppose this legislation say that, well, you know, this is so obviously unconstitutional that it will quickly be struck down and we won't have to worry about it anymore. Well, I would caution folks to not take that viewpoint, because I can tell you it's not easy to get cases before federal judges. Now, you could say maybe a judge in the Colorado Federal District Court here would put an immediate injunction on this type of a law. I don't know. You'd have to get in front of the right judge who viewed it a certain way. I'm not going to rely upon that. I think we need to defeat this bill right here in this chamber. We need to stop this now from progressing, using the excuse, well, we don't need to worry about this obvious infringement on our constitutional liberties because some judge, and hopefully eventually the U.S. Supreme Court, will declare it unconstitutional. Why do we feel so strongly about this legislation? Members, some on both sides of the aisle, principally on our side of the aisle, feel strongly about it. Why do some of us fight so hard to defeat this bill and similar pieces of legislation? And why is it so important? But more importantly, why do so many of our constituents feel so passionately about this issue? And why do millions of Americans and Coloradans fight so hard against legislation like this bill before us this evening? Quite simply, to me, the answer to that is freedom. And the answer is also in this document right here, the U.S. Constitution, which, as my colleague from Woodland Park has so well pointed out, we have all taken an oath to uphold. And the interesting thing about the Constitution, though, and of course I will just read our Second Amendment here, because I think we always need to remember the language. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, that's what the Constitution says. But in my view, it goes much deeper than that. You know, if you follow the debates around the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, many of our founders did not believe we needed a Bill of Rights, didn't want a Bill of Rights. And their reasoning was, particularly Alexander Hamilton, their reasoning was, we have natural law rights, we have God-given rights, we have freedom of speech, we have freedom of religion, we have the right to keep and bear arms. We don't need a document to tell us what our rights are. In fact, by delineating those rights, we may actually end up making it easier to abridge those rights, those liberties. Now, eventually that issue was addressed, I think to a large extent, by the Ninth Amendment, which was very important to put in. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. And so when we're talking about the Second Amendment, I go back beyond simply citing the Second Amendment, and I'll give you a good example of why that's important. Does anyone in this body think that the only reason we have free speech in this country is because of the First Amendment? Does anyone believe that the only reason we can practice the religion that we choose freely is because it tells us in the First Amendment that we can? It tells us that we have the freedom of the press, the right of the people peaceably to assembly, to petition the government for a redress of grievances? Well, I think we all know that we have these rights as citizens. We have these rights as human beings. We have these liberties, God-given rights that have been handed down, that we fought, our predecessors, I should say, fought many, many times to preserve. But I look at the Second Amendment the same way. It does say a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. But that's not the only reason we have that right. As free people, we have that right. We have the right to be armed. And George Washington stated that a free people ought not only to be armed, but disciplined. It's important to remember the context of the Second Amendment in all of these debates. It was not put in the document to create a right. It was to reaffirm, essentially, a liberty that, to a person, the founders, the people at that time, understood that everyone had. Let me make a few more comments about the problems as I see it with SB 3. One of the interesting side aspects of this legislation, I think, is going to be what you would refer to as panic buying, possibly. Panic buying and actually increasing dramatically the firearm circulation in the state. One of the immediate consequences of SB 25-3 is likely to be panic buying as law-abiding citizens rush to purchase firearms and accessories before the ban takes effect. This phenomenon has been observed in other states following the announcement of similar legislation. For example, when California proposed stricter gun control measures, firearm sales surged, leading to an increase in the number of guns in circulation. This directly contradicts the bill's stated goal of reducing firearm availability and could exacerbate the very problem it seeks to address. Now, let me also talk about the impact in our state on hunting and outdoor regulation, as well as the loss of jobs and economic activity. So, as we all know, Colorado is home to a vibrant hunting and outdoor recreation community, which contributes significantly to the state's economies. Many hunters and sports shooters rely on semi-automatic firearms for their activities, and SB 3 could make it harder for them to participate in these traditions. This could lead to a decline in hunting license sales, reduced tourism, and lower revenue from businesses that can cater to outdoor enthusiasts. Now let's talk about the ineffectiveness of previous gun control measures. This is certainly not the first one of these type of laws passed by the Colorado legislature, as we all know. Over the past decade, Colorado has enacted numerous gun control laws, including universal background checks, red flag laws, magazine capacity restrictions. Despite these measures, violent crime rates in the state have continued to rise. According to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, violent crime increased by 11% from 2020 to 2021, and property crimes rose by 6%. This trend suggests that gun control measures targeting law-abiding citizens do not address the root causes of crime, such as poverty, mental illness, gang activity, tolerance of crime. One of the, well, it was Jefferson's quote, that alluded to this many, many years ago, but today I think it's indisputably one of the major, if not the major problem that we have with this legislation. Criminals don't follow laws like this. these laws only impact law-abiding citizens, the people who want to defend themselves, the people who want to own firearms legally, the people who want to hunt, to recreate with firearms. That's who will be impacted by this legislation. Criminals are not going to pay the slightest bit of attention to a law like this. I mean, that's proven by the type of crimes we've had in this state. The laws have been violated. In fact, one of the most interesting emails that we've all gotten references the fact that the prior laws are not being enforced. Well, this is another angle which is a big problem with this legislation, I think, is if the previous laws aren't being enforced, we want this law to be enforced, but what is the burden that's going to put on law enforcement in this state? Enforcing a law like this is going to distract them from identifying the true threats out there to keep our communities safe. If they have to spend their resources and their time dealing with otherwise law-abiding citizens, we're not going to get to the root cause of the problem and find the actual criminals out there. To effectively reduce crime, we must address the underlying issues which drive violent behavior. This includes investing in mental health services, improving economic opportunities in underserved communities, strengthening law enforcement efforts to target illegal firearm trafficking. SD 25-3 does none of these things. Instead, it focuses on restricting access to firearms that are rarely used in crimes, diverting attention and resources away from more effective solutions. And indeed, we had testimony in the committee which heard this bill from numerous sheriffs, numerous folks from the law enforcement community that oppose this legislation. Number one, they don't think that it will be effective, and number two, they're going to have to spend a lot of time enforcing, searching out issues and problems that don't relate to fighting crime effectively. I want to kind of wrap up my initial comments here again by going back to the founders. And, you know, some people today will say, well, that was 200 and some years ago. I mean, you know, really, do we need to talk about that? The world has changed so much. We don't really need to have these discussions today about what was meant by a well-regulated militia. Well, in fact, what was meant by a well-regulated militia at the time of the founding was, it was all of the able-bodied men at that time. Today, it's much broader than that. It's all of the able-bodied people of the country that wish to own firearms, essentially. And believe me, I've heard from plenty of women out there who take this far beyond what we were looking at several hundred years ago, all of the able-bodied men. Women want these firearms to protect themselves, to be safe. So today, you know, when we talk about a well-regulated militia, we're talking about everybody, essentially, and there's several reasons for that. You know, at the time of the founding, the discussion was a fear that by creating a standing army and a standing navy, that the people's liberties would be threatened. And that was actually a big obstacle to getting the Constitution ratified. And when Madison and the others put the initial draft of the Constitution out there, and of course empowered the Congress to create a standing army and a standing navy, the Anti-Federalists, as they were called at the time, said, no, we can't support that. That's a potential threat to our liberty. And so that's where you get this discussion around a well-regulated militia, which again was meant to be the common citizens of the country, the folks that, if necessary, would rise up and protect the liberties of the people against infringement of a standing army or an invader or a government that wish to take away people's liberties. And so the way to kind of assuage the concerns of the anti-federalists was to put the Bill of Rights together, to say to them, well, if you're concerned about the right of the people to defend themselves, you're concerned about the threat of a standing army, a standing navy, we're going to specifically spell out, make it clear to everybody that the well-regulated militia concept is important. It's always been a part of our tradition, and individuals have the right to keep firearms. And so this has continued. It's interesting that this issue was never really challenged in this country until it was never really addressed until by the Supreme Court until 2008. And I think it's because, the traditions of self-defense, the Second Amendment, firearm ownership were so ingrained in the history of this country that it was accepted that the Second Amendment would protect the individual ownership of firearms. But we did have, finally, this issue directly addressed by the U.S. Supreme Court in 2008 in the case of District of Columbia versus Heller. And that was a decision by the late, great Justice Antonin Scalia, my favorite Supreme Court justice, by the way. Antonin Scalia was not only a brilliant legal scholar, but he had a great sense of humor, too. And I was privileged to hear him speak a few times in person right here in Colorado. He used to come to Colorado to fish a lot. And Justice Scalia, I think, really is regarded, by legal scholars across the spectrum as one of the greatest jurists that we have ever had on the U.S. Supreme Court. And so he was the first one really to write a decision as the writer of the majority opinion in Heller, to say very clearly that individuals of the Second Amendment protects the individual's right to own a firearm, certainly for self-protection, self-defense. And he talked a lot in the decision about the prefatory clause, a well-regulated militia, because some people had argued, well, the well-regulated militia, that's not relevant to modern times anymore. That was just something that they were talking about in colonial times, so it's not, what they meant in the Second Amendment was that they were just protecting the right of the National Guard or something of that nature to hold firearms, which in fact, as Justice Scalia spells out very well in the Heller decision, that's not what it was about at all. It was about the right of all of the citizens, all of the able-bodied citizens of the country, to own firearms and to be available to protect the people's liberties. Now, we've come a long way from the Heller decision. Subsequent to that, we had, a couple of years later, we had the Miller decision, which made it clear that the Second Amendment applies not just to at the federal level, but it applies to the states and the localities as well. So that decision came a couple of years later. And then closer, just a few years ago, we have the decision which the New York State Pistol Association brought in New York, and which was a 6-3 decision. The Heller decision was a 5-4 decision. So you could argue in 2008, well, it was close. Maybe that's not really where the U.S. Supreme Court is going to be on interpreting the Second Amendment. But in the subsequent years, that was 16 years ago. Heller was 16 years ago. In the subsequent years, I think most legal scholars would agree that the Supreme Court has moved more in the direction the Second Amendment, protecting the Second Amendment rights of individual firearm ownership. So, and this is an interesting aside to me. When I looked at the Heller decision, I thought about these folks who in recent years have said, well, you know, we ought to have term limits on the Supreme Court. We ought to have term limits because these justices are in there for life, and they're there for so long that we need to get fresh blood in there. Well, the interesting thing about the Heller decision is 2/3 of the justices in that case are gone. They've been replaced. And so it really emphasizes the point that the U.S. Supreme Court is constantly turning over, bringing in fresh blood. And so just on that issue of term limits for Supreme Court justices, I've always felt that was a very lousy idea. I think the Supreme Court has served this nation very well. One of the central principles of the court is that you're appointed for life. You're not subject to the daily whims, to the electoral issues. You're there for life, and you make the decisions that you feel are in the best interest of the country. So you look at the 9 justices that were on the Supreme Court at Heller. Justice Scalia, of course, unfortunately passed away in 2016, and Neil Gorsuch, our own Neil Gorsuch from Colorado here on the 10th Circuit.
Senator Carson, I'm giving you some leeway, but please connect this to the bill.
And, well, my point there is basically that the Supreme Court has turned over quite a lot in the time since then, and particularly on a couple of these justices that were in the dissent in Heller, they have been replaced by justices who are, I think, philosophically much more inclined to agree with the basic philosophy of Heller and support the individual ownership rights in the Second Amendment. So, as I think it would be abundantly clear at this point, I will oppose SB 3. I don't believe that my constituents would support it. You know, it is an emotional issue. There's a lot of division in the state. But I think by and large, people recognize that we have this long tradition of firearms ownership protected by our Constitution and by natural law, and we need to uphold that. And that's the principal reason. That, along with the fact that I don't think this legislation will address the true threats in our state. Mass shootings, we all obviously want to end mass shootings, these horrors that happen, but this legislation is pointed in the wrong direction, in my opinion. It's going to be impacting law-abiding citizens. As I said, the people that would perpetrate crimes of this nature are not going to be paying any attention to the legislation that we enact. And this takes us off of, distracts law enforcement and others from really being able to focus on the true threats that are out there.
Senator Liston.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the brief comments from my good colleague from Douglas County. Fellow colleagues, before I get started, I want to let the bill sponsor know, and I don't mean to be presumptuous for my colleagues, is that, but speaking for myself, I can assure you that that we all share in your grief. Words cannot express what you and your wife and your family have had to go through. I don't think there's any of us that would want to trade places with what you have had to go through these last number of years. But I can assure you that we do feel your grief and your sorrow. and that we do think about you and your son and your family and what you've had to go through. So those are my sincere remarks. While we may disagree with the underlined proposed idea of Senate Bill 25003, I want to speak to my fellow members about my viewpoint. I grew up in and around a military family all my life. While I didn't serve in the military, which I regret, like I say, I've grown up in and around the military all my life from when I was a little boy to the present day. And the thing that was inculcated to me by my father and my uncle and those around me as I grew up was the idea of safety and respect. When I say safety, when I was a young boy, I still remember getting my first firearm. I think I was like 6 years old. And I can still remember my father's words that you always treated a firearm as a loaded weapon, no matter what. No matter if you knew it was unloaded, you always treated it as it was a loaded firearm. You never pointed it at anybody, even if it was unloaded. And if you did, heaven forbid, which I never did, but if you ever pointed an unloaded gun at somebody, that alone was enough to take that firearm away from you for as long as you lived. And you probably got something beat on your behind. I see some people laughing, but it's true. So safety in my family around firearms was inculcated to me when I was a little boy. When I was a Boy Scout and went to Boy Scout camp, I can still remember the firearms instructors because we learned to shoot a .22, and it was inculcated and talked about time and time again, the respect that we had for firearms and what they were meant to do. You treated them with the utmost respect and the utmost safety. You always pointed it downrange. You never assumed a firearm was unloaded. And, just what was taught to us, respect for a firearm, that how dangerous it could be in the wrong hands, and that if you treated it disrespectfully, that it would be taken away from you, you'd never be allowed to be around it again. And so that's what I grew up with. And unfortunately, today in our lax society that we've evolved in over the last 20, 30 years, it just didn't come in the last 5 or 10 years, is that I really think, unfortunately, that our society has gotten away from the idea of what I learned, and I think what many of us learned, of duty, honor, and country. It was your duty to follow the law, whether it was the laws of the firearm or the laws of when you got behind the wheel and the laws of how you treat people. It was your duty to follow the law. And if you didn't, there would be penalties. Sometimes there would be minor penalties for minor infractions. But if there were major infractions and you broke the law and there were felonies, there would be severe repercussions. Well, today, in my humble view, we've gotten away from that, is that anything goes, is that if you've broken the law time and time again, it's always somebody else's fault. It's because you were spanked as a child, or you did this, and you could always be excused for it. So we see that today, unfortunately, with firearms violations, is that people who've committed these heinous crimes, which I have my strong opinions on, is I think that, speaking just for myself, for those people that have committed these heinous crimes of multiple murders is, I won't get into the details, but I think justice should be swift and very decisive, and that we've made a severe mistake by doing away with the death penalty. But that's my opinion. We can have respectful disagreements about that. But I've learned, and I think many of us in this room, is that we've learned that, like I say, we've not only had a duty to respect our laws, but it's our honor to support those laws, no matter how difficult they may be, because if we don't have duty and honor, we're not going to have a country.
Senator Liston, will you please tie it to the bill?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
I still haven't heard it, so please tie it to the bill.
That's the point of my comments, Mr. Chair, is that I think by getting away two wrongs, unfortunately, don't make a right. If we take away our rights, our constitutional rights, that we cannot possess semi-automatic firearms, those of us who respect the law and don't break the law, is that we're going to take away the rights of honest citizens that have been obeying the law. The dishonest citizens are not, it's been stated time and time again, is that we've passed, I think my good colleague from Douglas County said, here in the last several years, we've passed 23 firearms bills. None of that, unfortunately, has stopped these heinous crimes. So I'll just kind of end, and like I say, we've made a lot of good comments from my colleagues. You're going to hear a lot more. The men and women in the military in particular, they have been around semi-automatic firearms all their lives during their active duty, as well as when they're not active duty. I'll be speaking to that after a bit, but I know that that my colleagues, are well-intentioned of trying to clamp down on the sale and use and the distribution of semi-automatic firearms. I just don't think that this bill, by taking away our rights of law-abiding citizens, is the way to do it. There's other ways that I think that we can go after the criminal element without taking away the rights of those of us who are, like I say, duty and honor bound to respect our laws and live by the law and are willing to uphold the law. So with that, Mr. Chairman and members, I will respectfully be a no vote on Senate Bill 003, but I'm glad we're having this discussion. It's needed, and with that, I'll yield the floor to my good colleague from the San Luis Valley. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, colleagues. Some immediate thoughts about Senate Bill 25003. When I look through the bill, a couple of things jump out to me in particular. One being, the first session of the 75th General Assembly really is taking up a policy consideration that says, effective September 1st of this year, you want to potentially remove my right, my ability to make a purchase or an acquisition of a semi-automatic weapon, a handgun, or a rifle, or a shotgun. And I think about some very unique circumstances for me, and I think about the good senator from Montrose talking about predators and the interaction in Montrose and his farm, I was involved in something last summer in June of last year. There's a headline on my desk from the Denver Post about a suspect is arrested in the San Luis Valley after a chase through farmland. That chase for that murder suspect started on my farm, started on my field in front of my house. And I think about those consequences. This happened like at 4 o'clock in the morning. We get text messages to, stay put and lock down. There's a fugitive on the loose who had shot 3 people in town in Alamosa. One died at the scene and the other 2 died a week later. And it said this individual's located at the 12 Mile and the 106. I go, well, that's where I live, is the 12 Mile and the 106. Get up, and indeed, law enforcement is swarming the area looking for this individual. To think about, effective September 1st of this year, the inability of me to defend my family the way I choose to defend my family, whether that's through a semi-automatic pistol or not, is problematic from my perspective. That individual, again, committed those crimes, fled the area. It's almost unimaginable, the pictures where this person went like Dukes of Hazzard. He flew across 2 of my ditches, through my fence, landed his vehicle in my field, and then lit it on fire and took off on foot. Had he went north, he would have went right to my house. I'm sorry, if he would have went south, he would have went right to my house. Fortunately, he didn't go across the road to my father-in-law's. He ended up going north, and the law enforcement did catch him later that afternoon. But like my wife and I spent the day thinking about how do we defend ourselves? What can we do to be prepared? How much do I get involved searching my barns and my outbuildings and my equipment looking for this fugitive and engaging with law enforcement and understanding the circumstances? But to think about the opportunity, limiting my ability effective September the 1st of this year is again problematic. How is it that me as a responsible individual, a gun owner for 50 plus years, now effective September the 1st of this year, this body potentially says, nope, you're not capable of owning a series of individual type of weapons. I just really struggle in that space to go, I expect the ability to defend my community, my family, my wife in the best way that I think is appropriate. The other thing that jumps out to me is thinking about my dad and his possession of semi-automatic weapons. Like, if I read the bill right, he can transfer them to me potentially as an heir after he dies. But if today he wanted to transfer or move and provide me possession with his semi-automatic rifle, if this bill passes, he would be in violation of the law. That seems problematic once again. I wish there was deeper thought and conversation about how we traditionally here, we end up talking about how do you strike the right balance in any number of policy conversations. I don't think the bill as proposed really strikes the right balance. I think it takes away from the majority of people, law-abiding citizens that are trying to do the right thing, and shifts it away from us. And I challenge us all to spend the next several hours in deep conversation and debate and thought about the impacts of Senate Bill 25003, and it would encourage a no vote this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would imagine most everyone in this room remembers when a federal assault weapons ban was issued in 1994 by President Bill Clinton. This ban expired in 2004, and they found that the ban had little to no effect on overall criminal activity, firearm homicides, or the lethality of gun crimes. The United States has also implemented a large amount of restrictions on assault weapons throughout its history, most notably the National Firearms Act of 1934. This act not only requires registration and licensing for all newly purchased weapons that remained legal, but also fully bans machine guns, explosive devices, suppressed weapons, and all other fully automatic and short-barreled weapons per an amendment in 1986. So in any instance that a fully automatic weapon like a machine gun or suppressed weapon is used in a crime, remember that they are illegal to obtain and have been for many decades. No other ban would have stopped these heinous acts like the horrific Las Vegas shooting that took place a few years ago, because the weapons and modifications used were already banned and restricted from civilian use. The talks of assault rifle ban in the United States is more driven by emotion following large attacks where assault weapons were used rather than the facts. It is crucial that the facts align with a claim in order for implementation to be viable. In terms of an assault weapons ban, the facts don't really justify the need for it. We should be more focused on cutting down on all types of gun crime, recognizing that a simple ban on a minority of guns won't stop the worst of criminals from obtaining certain weapons. Some must also realize that if any ban is to be called for, it's the ban of the production, sale, and use of all civilian firearms. That may be where we're headed. While I personally don't agree with the implementation of such a policy, it is an idea that does the job far better and reduces the far further than a ban on purely assault weapons ever could. In terms of realism and compromise, however, we should focus on making America safer for both gun-owning and unarmed citizens without having to resort to bans. We must increase firearm education, gun licensing, personal and familiar psychological screenings before purchase, as well as implement increased armed law enforcement presence in public spaces. Guns of all kinds should be treated as automobiles. When licensed and registered, combined with other safety measures, car theft, hit and runs, and other reckless criminal activities are reduced drastically and become more traceable, while the vast majority of the public is left with a tool that can help them. This should be how we treat firearms. These simple measures alone will do much more to combat gun violence as a whole than a ban policy that has proven itself time and time again ineffective, a waste of resources, and the infringement on the Second Amendment. And with that, Mr. Chair,
Yep, there's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the amendment?
Amendment 14, amend printed bill, page 3, line 16, after penalties, insert notice to the revisor, page 5, line 14, strike on or after September 1st, 2025, it, and substitute it. Page 7, after line 12, insert 5 subsections. 1 to 4 of this section will take effect if fewer than 100,000 violent crimes, property crimes, or a combination of both were cleared statewide between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2029, according to the Colorado Crime Statistics Database or a successor database maintained by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. On or before May 1st, 2030, the Executive Director of the Department of Public Safety shall notify the revisor of statutes in writing that the condition specified in this subsection 5 has occurred by emailing the notice to reviser-of-statutes.ga@coleg.gov if the reviser receives the notice that 100,000 violent crimes, property crimes, or a combination of both were cleared between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2029, according to the Colorado Crime Statistics Database. Subsections 1 to 4 of this section take effect September 1st, 2030. Page 9 strikes.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment strikes September 1st, 2025.
Senator Rich, may you please move your amendment?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L014 to SB 003.
Thank you. Will you discuss your amendment? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment strikes September 1, 2025 from Section 8, page 9, line 27, and replaces this language with September 1st, 2030. After this new language, the amendment also adds a stipulation that in order for the bill to be enacted, the state of Colorado must collectively experience less than 100,000 violent crimes between January 1st, 2025 and September 1st, 2030. The reported crime clearance rate within the Colorado Crime Statistics database should be designated as the sole resource for this analysis. This amendment would establish a 5-year review window prior to the enactment of this bill, during which the state of Colorado would have to experience less than 50,000 violent crimes resulting in an arrest and/or conviction. Over the past 5 years, the state of Colorado has failed to stay below this threshold, experiencing more than 63,000 instances of violent crime alone from 2020 to 2024. This amendment would ensure that this bill would not become law until the state of Colorado experiences a significant reduction in annual violent and property crime. This seems reasonable to me. We don't have enough data, and I ask for an aye vote on L014.
Senator Lundin. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. One of the arguments we've been making is that many of the firearms that would be not allowed to be manufactured, sold, distributed into the state of Colorado are exactly the sorts of firearms that people use for personal protection, to make sure that they and their person and their families are safe. And so this amendment simply says, okay, if there is less need for that personal protection, then maybe there is an increased openness to the bill, and it creates some parameters to work around that framework. Right now, we've got a crime crisis, have been in a crime crisis for a while, and taking away from individuals the ability to provide protection for themselves and their families while in that significant, challenging circumstance is inappropriate. This is a good amendment. I urge your support for 14 to Senate Bill 3.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, we're here to talk about Senate Bill 3L14, and I'm here to ask for a no vote. The sponsors of this amendment seem to be comporting and conflating a few different areas here in this amendment. So subsections 1 through 4 of the section will take effect if fewer than 100,000 violent crimes, property crimes, or a combination of both were cleared statewide between January 1, 2025 and December 31, 2029, according to the Colorado Crime Statistics database. Thereafter, applicability would then not take effect until that happens. I'll be quite honest, that this is a way to, one, kick out the effective date of this bill for at least 5 years. A bunch of y'all will be turned out by then. Then you won't have to worry about it for another vote again. But that being said, help me understand how and what the relationship you all purport to see related to property crimes. Combination of property crimes, violent crimes. I don't understand what that's about. There seems to be an inverse correlation here that this amendment seeks to draw between the availability of these magazines and crime. There's no evidence to suggest that such a relationship exists. What I do know, however, and what I do see in terms of the scope of the problem of mass shootings in the state of Colorado. You want to get into time? You want to get into some facts? Colorado has experienced 61 mass shootings in the last decade. 321 people shot, resulting in 82 killed and 246 injured. This is from CDPHE, their website today. Just a few of the highlights of the mass shootings in Colorado with the highest numbers of injuries and deaths: Columbine High School, Aurora Movie Theater, Boulder King Supers, Colorado Springs Club Q, Denver Nuggets celebration, right? And so, how many more mass shootings would we experience if L14 were to be adopted? I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion, Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem. Madam Chair, sorry, Madam Chair. So I'd just like to go over this again. L14, this amendment strikes September 1st, 2025 from Section 8, page 9, line 27, and replaces this language with September 1st, 2030. After this new language, the amendment also adds a stipulation that in order for the bill to be enacted, the state of Colorado must collectively experience less than 100,000 violent crimes between January 1st, 2025 and September 1st to 2030. The reported crime clearance rate within the Colorado Crime Statistics database should be designated as the sole resource for this analysis. This amendment would establish a 5-year review window prior to the enactment of this bill, during which the state of Colorado would have to experience less than 50,000 violent crimes, resulting in an arrest and or conviction over the past 5 years. The state of Colorado has failed to stay below this threshold, experienced more than 63,000 instances of violent crime alone from 2024 to 2025, or 2020 to 2024. This amendment would ensure that this bill would not become law until the state of Colorado experiences a significant reduction in annual violent and property crime. So I ask for an aye vote on L14.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I stand in support of this amendment, L014. You know, we have, unfortunately, in the state of Colorado, an established track record of increasing crime rates despite, and I mentioned this in my opening statement, in spite of the fact that we have enacted an inordinate number of gun control laws. And so I think what this amendment seeks is some validation that this is going to be a meaningful effort. It is a very expensive, it's going to be an expensive law to, God bless you. It's loud. It's going to be an expensive law to enforce, and I think that we owe it to the good taxpayers of the state of Colorado to use their money wisely. We have not, so far, really demonstrated a lot of success in this area when it comes to gun control, correlating gun control and reduced crime rates. That's just not happening. This particular piece of legislation, while perhaps intended towards mass casualty events, it really affects those who obtain firearms legally and have no interest or intention to commit crimes where many people are injured or killed. That's not what they do. They are seeking to purchase firearms for personal safety, for recreational use, to protect their animals. Fill in the blank. Everybody has a different reason. But these people who seek to commit mass casualty events are, they're not going to their local gun store typically. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the comments from the good senator from Castle Rock, but I do want to correct the record because if we are going to have a discussion and debate about the implications of this law and also of L14, let us ensure that we are actually being clear about the facts. Now, the good senator from Castle Rock put forward and put out a notion that the increasing crime rates are the rationale and reason for putting forward this amendment. But let's be clear. Axios, August 20th, 2024, violent crime in Colorado and Denver decreased compared to the last 2 years. Let's see, the violent crime categories are down. Let me scroll here so that I can ensure that I am speaking with specificity here. Violent crime also dropped across Colorado in the first 6 months of 2024 compared to the last 2 years, according to data from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. 128 murders through June, down 10% compared to the same time last year. I don't know. That shows to me, folks, that the gun safety legislation that we have been enacting has actually led to increased safety. Fewer people are dying. If this amendment were to attach, we would say, let's wait around for 5 more years and see what happens. And when we look at the numbers of mass shootings committed with magazines that have greater than 15 rounds, how many more folks would die if this amendment were to attach? I ask for a no vote.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate my good colleague correcting me because, true, Colorado's violent crime rates have been falling. I would not consider it to be significant reductions, according to Axios. And everything's relative, right? Because when you have dramatic increases over the last 5 years, like huge increases, thousands, okay, maybe 1,000. We'll call it 1,000, 1,500. That's a lot. And while we have seen small decreases, it's an 8% drop year over year. So we are not seeing significant reductions. We've seen slight reductions. That's great. Aggravated assaults fell by 4,000, or by 4%, from 2,527 to 2,437. And in the violent crime category, the violent crime category that experienced the biggest decline between 2023 and 24 was rape, which dropped 10%. I guess that's good for the CBI. So no, I would beg to differ from the characterization that we have seen significant decreases, or really decreases, market decreases in recent years, because we simply haven't. We've reached a plateau of a high crime rate, and that is one reason why we still, I will be a yes, and I would invite you to vote yes on this amendment as well. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, we can all look online and find all sorts of statistics. So what we have right now is we are the nation's eighth highest violent crimes in the nation. We are 8th in the nation. Yep, we had a slight dip from the peak in 2022. We're still number 8. We are in the top 10 states for strength of our gun laws, and that's from every town. So we've gone out and done pretty much passed almost every gun law you can think of here just in the last few years. I think we had 6 or 8, something like that, passed in 2024. But here's what the gun laws that Colorado already has on the books, and we still are 8th highest in violent crimes. So we've passed universal background checks, extreme risk protection orders, certain domestic violence gun laws, large capacity magazine ban, child access prevention law, waiting periods, state database background checks, extended background check period, disarming procedures, lost and stolen firearm reporting, significant local regulation, community violence intervention funding, victims' access to justice, minimum age restrictions, some hate crime cell prohibitions, ghost gun regulations, gun dealer regulations, and we prohibit firearms at polling places. And we also passed a law last year that says you can't bring a gun into the Capitol. So we're still ranked as the nation's highest, 8th highest in violent crime. So over the course of the time period, I believe that the good senator from Denver mentioned the number of mass shootings, we have raised to be in the top 10 states for the strength of our gun laws. So I think the point with regard to L014 is that all of the gun laws in this state that have been passed have not cut down on the violent crimes. We still increase. And the point is, with all the gun laws you keep passing, we still have violent crime. You still keep having violent crime. That's the point. You can pass gun law after gun law after gun law. You can take away rights from law-abiding citizens, and you still have violent crime. These laws are being passed for the people who abide by laws. The reality is, no matter how many laws you want to pass, however we want to be in the top 5 states of the strength of our gun laws, we still have violent crime because it is people who need behavioral health, people for whatever reason choose to act out in a violent manner. You continue to pass gun laws, and you continue to have mass shootings. So I don't think there's a correlation between your gun laws and cutting mass shootings. I don't think anybody wants to see mass shootings. No one. But you keep trying to make a correlation between yet another gun law after you have passed all these other gun laws in our state. So that's the correlation that we're trying to say doesn't exist. And that's the reason for the amendment L014. It would establish a 5-year review window period prior to the enactment of this bill. Your gun laws aren't working. They're not the reason for the mass shootings. They are the tool that is used, but they are not the reason for the mass shootings. They're because of people who need behavioral health, that need assistance. They're because of people. That is the correlation that the good senator from Gun Junction, Mesa County, was making. I would urge an aye vote on L014.
Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to get back to the focus of this bill. The purpose of this bill is to take the mass out of mass shooting. And that's what this amendment is not addressing. The mass out of mass shooting. That's why we're here. This amendment does not address that, does not help that, will not promote that, and promote that ultimate goal. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in favor of the amendment L14. I love data-driven decisions. I love it when we make decisions on numbers and data that backs up the direction that we're going. It really has a true justification. I think if we can use numbers to get to a rational option, we can believe in the direction that we're going. The bottom line is people don't feel safe in Colorado. And this is why the amendment needs to exist, is because until they feel safe, we need to let them be able to feel safe by defending themselves. So this puts a timeline in of effectiveness so that we can achieve a level of safety. And if indeed crime is on the decrease in Colorado, this amendment will prove it. And we'll get to a satisfactory spot. Until folks feel safe, we shouldn't be removing their protections. Under Senate Bill 3, new 18-year-old folks won't have the ability to purchase something that would protect themselves. I ask for a yes vote on L14.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption. A division has been called. Senatorial 5. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment L14. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The motion is lost. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, you know, I sat on that committee that heard this bill. We were there till almost midnight that night. And after 11, then it was time for amendments. One of the amendments that was run was to give an exemption to filmmakers to use these kind of guns, semi-automatic AR-type guns, revolvers, or not revolvers, but like Glocks with big magazines and things like that. I find it fascinating they would want to run an amendment for them, but not for their own constituents to protect themselves. So, you know, I just find the irony in there just blinding, but so with that, I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 37?
Amendment 37, amend the state veterans
Senator
military.
Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move amendment L037.
Is there any discussion? Senator Pelton.
What this amendment would do would just simply remove that amendment, or that, you know, the semi-automatic guns that just fired blanks. You know, let's go ahead and make movies about violence, you know, and then these video game people will pick that up and they'll make more games about violence using these type of guns. If you're going to have a bill to limit our guns and our magazines, by golly, let's do it for everybody. I just still can't fathom why that amendment ever came, but please vote for this common sense amendment. Let's all play on the same field.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I totally agree with this amendment. Love it. Why would we ever give somebody that comes out of state, California or whatever, to come in here and just say, all right, guys, we're going to show off all these weapons that are illegal in this state? It's not right. It's not right. They should be treated the same way that we're treated. To have an elite class, to be able to have this weapon that can shoot blanks and show off and all that other stuff, I just think it's wrong. And sorry, if we lose movies because of it or anything, I'm okay with that as well. So we need to make sure that we treat everybody equally, equal protection under the law, and it needs to be that way. So I rise and I love Amendment L37.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. You know, part of what I really appreciate about this job is when entities and stakeholders who may be impacted by a particular piece of legislation reach out ahead of time. Not the day of, not a couple of hours before, to share their concerns. You know, we're in this moment right now where there is an opportunity to bring forward a film festival to Colorado. We're about to debate a policy that would give them several $1 million of tax credit. Appreciate that. That's not to this bill, that's not to this amendment. We'll debate that a whole other day. But they came forward and in a good faith manner of raising a concern, made an ask, and we were able to accommodate that. You know, if y'all don't want to be responsive, that's your own decision. But because we are seeking to be responsive to those who have concerns, we ask for a no vote.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 37. The pathos behind this bill, Senate Bill 3, is all about preventing gun violence in our communities. That's the visceral energy that is righteously and driving this forward. And Amendment 37 calls to my mind a very clear story. I'll be brief, a little bit of latitude, Madam Chair. A wonderful young couple are getting ready to have a picnic up along Clear Creek. They get their picnic blankets spread out. They're about ready to open up their picnic basket, and a little kid comes floating down the river screaming, "Help, pull me out of Clear Creek." Well, I'm saying Clear Creek for the sake of everyone listening, but the kid didn't say that. The kid said, "Help, pull me out." So they jump in the river, pull the kid out, and dry him off and let him go on his way. And they're getting back up, the young couple, to open that picnic basket. And sure enough, another kid comes floating down Clear Creek. "Help, get me out of, save me." And they jump in, pull the kid out. And the young man is turning back to the picnic basket, and he realizes that the gal is gone. And he says, "Honey, where are you?" And she shouts from upstream a little ways, "I've gone upstream to find out who's throwing kids in the river." Well, that's what this amendment is about. The amendment says we are more than happy to allow the cultural influence, the power of media, to allow our children, our culture, to understand in a way that glorifies violence in a significant, meaningful, societal crushing way. We'll make an amendment so they can do that. But for you people that are being responsible with your self-protection, for you people that are recreating in one of the great traditions of Colorado, hunting, we're going to take your ability to access weapons away. I find this amendment to be beautiful and brilliant and prescient because it actually gets at the pathos behind what this bill is all about in a way the bill doesn't even get at it. And I encourage you to support this. And at the same time, I encourage you to travel upstream. Let's solve the problems that we're talking about instead of taking away from individuals' rights that they have in their natural being and under the Constitution of the United States of America and the Colorado Constitution. Thank you for the latitude, Madam Chair.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I certainly rise in support of L037. It was amazing to me to hear what I just heard a moment ago by one of the sponsors is that as long as you make millions of dollars in the state of Colorado, you're fine with promoting illegal weapons. But that we, as citizens of this state, cannot or will not be able to access. If you really are as passionate as I believe you are on Senate Bill 003, you would support L037 as we try to set an example of what this body is probably going to pass. I urge an aye vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take responsibility for my own words, but please don't put words in my mouth. I am not interested in that type of debate. And so let's please, with all due respect, Madam Chair, stick to the debate at hand related to L14. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, we are talking to Amendment L037. The good senator from Denver talked about the Sundance Film Festival coming to Colorado and bringing millions of dollars with it. Colorado will probably need that. If this bill is passed and the sale of these guns is no more, we're going to lose millions and millions of dollars in taxes. And with the loss of those taxes, they're going to have to fill it somehow. And maybe that's why they want the Sundance Film Festival here, to help make up the gap that is going to happen because of 003. So with that, I expect support for 037.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for those of you who didn't come down and grab L037, let me just tell you what it does, first of all. So L037 amends the committee report to strike lines 16 through 22. And here's what lines 16 through 22 say. And this was an amendment that was put on in committee. The manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, or rental of a specified semi-automatic firearm capable of only firing blanks by or receipt or purchase of a specified semi-automatic firearm capable of only firing blanks from a federally licensed firearm dealer for use solely as a prop for a film as defined in 24-48.5-114. So, here's what psychiatrists say about using the exposure of violence in films, how they can have a negative impact on society by potentially increasing aggressive behaviors, desensitizing viewers to real-world violence, and contributing to a culture that normalizes aggression, particularly among vulnerable populations like children and adolescents. This effect can be amplified when violence is portrayed without consequences or with glamorous depictions of perpetrators. Key points about the effects of film violence on society: increased aggression. Studies indicate a correlation between frequent exposure to violent media and increased aggressive thoughts and behaviors in viewers, especially when the violence is portrayed realistically or without consequences. So apparently, we passed an amendment in committee that says, what the heck? We're going to ban all these guns, we're going to ban all these things, but guess what? We're okay with you using it as a prop in a film. That's okay, because it'll have blanks in it. No real consequence there. So we say we got to ban it because these guns are the reason for all this violence and all these mass shootings and everything else that's going wrong, causing all these problems, all of these guns. But hey, okay for somebody to depict and use them, the guns that we're saying should be banned in Colorado, okay for you to use those as a prop in a film. Because, hey, that's only going to lead to increased aggression. No consequence there. I mean, heck, it's got blanks in it. Desensitization. Repeated exposure to violence can lead to a decreased emotional response to real-world violence, making individuals less likely to be distressed by violent situations. What? So you want to pass a bill that bans these weapons. And I left the bill on my desk, so I can't even read all the things you want to ban. But hey, go use them in a film. Let's just make it all Hollywood and go use it in a film. Go use that same gun. No consequence to those actions. Violence is portrayed realistic without consequence, but hey, individuals less likely to be distressed by the violent situation. It becomes normal. It becomes normal, but hey, it's okay. We're just trying to ban them here in Colorado and not allow for these things to be used in Colorado, ban them for law-abiding citizens. But hey, let's put them in a film. Let's glamorize it. Let's just glamorize it. Imitation. These are key points about the effects of film violence on society. I want you to think about, I have 6 grandsons. So you're telling them, you can't have it, but we're going to put it in the movie, and hey, don't worry about it. You pick up one of these guns sometimes, hey, these in the movies are firing blanks. They don't know that. So, imitation. Children and adolescents may be particularly susceptible to imitating violent behaviors seen in films, especially if the perpetrators are admired characters. So again, we're going to ban rapid-fire devices. We're going to ban semi-automatic firearms. We're going to ban the cycle action, which means the means to extract the fired cartridge case, chamber the next cartridge, and prepare the firing mechanism. We're going to ban detachable magazines, gas-operated semi-automated handguns, a lifelong stroke piston system in which gas is vented from the barrel to a piston, a short stroke piston system. I mean, the list goes on here. It's on page 3 and page 4 of the bill. We're going to ban it here, but hey, gosh, let's let them use it in a movie prop, as a movie prop. Let's let them work to help increase the aggression that people will correlate with this because, hey, they're just firing blanks. It's okay. Let's glamorize it. Let's put it in its place. Let's let Hollywood do it. Let's let filmmakers, they get to have a prop. Again, key points about the effects of film violence on the society. Increased aggression, desensitizing, because of the exposure to violence. They're not going to be stressed out anymore when they see a violent situation. Imitation. Children and adolescents may be particularly susceptible because those people using that prop of the gun that you want to ban here in Colorado, they admire those characters. Hey, those people walk away, they're in another movie next week. So it's no problem. Fear and anxiety. While not always the case, excessive exposure to violent content can also contribute to fear and anxiety about potential real-world threats. Seriously, we think this is a good idea? You want to ban it? But here you are saying, hey, go ahead. Man, if it's for a movie, we're okay with that. If you're going to do a prop and put it in the movie, no consequence there, we're okay with that. And you're going to normalization of violence. Normalization of violence. When violence is portrayed frequently and without negative repercussion in films, it can contribute to a societal perception that violence is more acceptable than it actually is. So on the one hand, the people of Colorado get to have infringement on their constitutional rights. We're going to ban all these things. We're going to ban all these things, and on the one hand, We passed 8 laws last year. 8 laws, gun laws. We have done this. I'm just going to keep repeating this, folks. This is what we've done. Universal background checks, extreme risk protection orders, certain domestic violence gun laws, large capacity magazine bans, child access prevention law, waiting periods, state database background checks, extended background check period, disarming procedures, lost and stolen firearm reporting. Remember, that was the one that said if somebody came in and stole your gun out of your house and you didn't report it, you got the penalty. You got the penalty. That's what that one said. Significant local regulation, community violence intervention funding, victims assistance, access to justice, minimum age restrictions. We said, hey, was that the bill that said that if you were under 21, you couldn't have a gun? Something like that? I mean, the list goes on here. But hey, it's okay. Because an amendment was put on this bill in committee that said, as long as you're firing blanks and you're from Hollywood or wherever else they make films at in this world, but wherever you're coming from to make a film here, it's okay for you to put that prop in a film and glamorize it. That's what we did. That's what happened in committee. And I'm going to go over these key points one more time for those of you who weren't really paying attention to me. For those of you who maybe weren't in the room when I said this. And I'll summarize them for you. Key points about the effects of film violence on society. Increased aggression. As long as there's no consequence, man, people are going to be okay with it, I guess. Repeated exposure can lead to decreased emotional response to real-world violence, making individuals less likely to be distressed by violent situations. Imitation. Children and adolescents may be particularly susceptible to imitating violent behaviors seen in films, especially when they admire the characters. Heck, what the heck? Why even do a prop? Let's just put it in a cartoon character. I mean, the Avengers, I mean, whoever gets to use it, they admire those characters. They see them with these guns. It's okay there. It's okay there. Fear and anxiety. Excessive exposure to violent content can also contribute to fear and anxiety about potential real-world threats. And normalization of violence. When violence is portrayed frequently and without negative repercussions in films, it can contribute to societal perception that violence is more acceptable than it actually is. Now, I don't have anything that I pulled up on the internet. I haven't gone back and researched it. But gosh, I'm thinking, all those films, that all of those people shooting up other people and doing all sorts of violent things, might have been leading to some of those mass shootings. Might have been a cause, but I don't know. I don't have any science to prove that, but we do have science, and we do have psychiatrists who have come out and put these types of things out, and it hasn't been just in the last few years. It goes, I can find articles dating all the way back to 1969. I'm just telling you, folks, this just doesn't even pass the straight face test. Ban the guns, but allow it as a prop in a film. This amendment just says, hey, no. That we are going to strike lines 16 through 22 in the committee report, and that's the part that says, as long as the firearms only, it's a semi-automatic gun, as long as it's only firing blanks. I mean, did we forget about the problem that happened a few years ago with with Mr. Baldwin, who had an issue? Remember the trauma that caused? But hey, as long as it's firing blanks and it's slowly used as a prop, it's just pretend, then it's okay. Man, I support Amendment L037, and I hope all of you do as well.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
I wish folks were as mad as they are about movies I wish folks were as mad as they are about mass shootings as they are about movies. I reiterate my request for a no vote on L37.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just say, I am as mad about mass shootings as I am about the amendment that occurred in the committee that allows you to use one of these guns for a prop and causes all of these issues, causes all of this. This is coming from psychiatrists. This isn't stuff that people make up. I am as mad about mass shootings as the amendment that occurred in the committee that basically, again, key points about the effects of film violence on the society. Increased aggression. You desensitize people and they're less likely to be distressed by violent situations. Imitation. Children and adolescents may be particularly susceptible to imitating violent behaviors, especially when those people in those films are characters that they admire and they want to be just like. And heck, there's no consequence. They don't see anybody. They see them all up and going in another movie a few weeks later. Fear and anxiety, but here's the worst part. So I am as upset. I'm upset this amendment got on in the committee because it's a normalization of violence. When violence is portrayed particularly frequently and without negative repercussions in films, it can contribute to a societal perception that violence is more acceptable than it actually is. Maybe this is part of the reason why we have so many mass shootings, because we keep glamorizing it in movies. So you want to ban it here in Colorado, but you're going to allow it in a film. That's ridiculous. That is what I am upset at. You did this this was put on as an amendment in the committee. So I am upset about mass shootings. We all are. And to try and imply otherwise is wrong. Please vote for L037.
Is there any further discussion on L037? A division has been requested. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment L37. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of L37 is lost. Is there any further discussion? Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, one reason why folks will purchase a handgun is self-defense, or self-protection, protection of their property. That's certainly one reason why I own a gun. I have a smaller handgun that would be banned by this particular piece of legislation. I think I relayed to you all earlier my role before I came to this legislature. I was trying to think of a nice word. I served as a county assessor, and I did make a joke earlier about the popularity of county assessors. As it turns out, not so popular sometimes, especially during appeals. It can be pretty dicey sometimes, and I got into the habit of being prepared to defend myself or my staff in case we had a situation arise. And that made me feel a lot better. It made me feel empowered. It made me feel more secure. And so one of my good colleagues from Weld County earlier talked about data and his love of data. And so I think I'd like to do like a little deep dive on, this is a survey that was conducted by a William English PhD with Georgetown University. And this is a really long report, so I'm probably not going to read all 17 pages. That might be a disappointing thing to you all, but that might be overkill. So this report is summarizing the findings of a national survey of firearms ownership and use that was conducted between February 17th and March 23rd of 2021 by a professional survey firm called Sentiment. That's spelled C-E-N-T-I-M-E-N-T, who, for any of you all at home who would like to access this. This was really quite an extensive and exhaustive survey that they did. It was an online survey and I'm going to summarize it, again, not reading all 17 pages, but it was presented to a nationally representative sample, excluding residents of Vermont who had already responded to a pilot version of the survey. But 54,244 individuals aged 18 and over completed this initial questionnaire that included an indirect question indicating whether they owned a firearm, and respondents were presented with a list of items that were commonly owned for outdoor recreation purposes, including firearms, and they were asked to select all the items that they owned. So this questionnaire identified, of the 54,000 some folks who took the survey, it identified 16,708 individuals as gun owners, and then they were transferred to the main survey, which then asked detailed questions about their ownership and use of firearms. I'll skip this next part because it's a little too in the weeds for those who don't love statistics, which I do, but maybe you guys don't. This survey contains what the author believes is the largest sample of firearms owners ever queried about their firearm ownership and firearms use in a scientific survey in the United States. Again, this survey was approved by Georgetown University's Institutional Review Board. I have a significant background in statistics, and it's important to understand that the larger sample size that one has, the more statistically informative inferences one can glean from the information. So that's a really important thing. So to some of the results, I thought this is where I think it gets interesting. Based on this survey, about a third of adults in the United States report owning a firearm, totaling about, and if you're extrapolating against the total U.S. population, about 81.4 million adult gun owners. 57.8% of gun owners are male, 42.2% are female. I thought that was fascinating. Are you all as fascinated by that number as I am? Because it's much closer to 50-50 than I would have thought. Over 40% of gun owners are women. Yep. 25.4% of blacks own firearms, 28.3% Hispanics own firearms, 19.4% Asians own firearms, and 34.3% of whites own firearms. So, and then they also split it up by age. 32.5% of U.S. adults aged 21 and over own a firearm. This was also really interesting to me. The distribution of gun owners surveyed by state, the highest number were from California, of all places. Next was Texas, probably not too surprising, but the fewest were in the District of Columbia and North Dakota. So, already talked about how close the percentages are of male and female gun owners. The average age is 46 to 50 years old, and the average annual household income is 80 to 90,000. So, you know, some of these numbers are extrapolated based on the 2019 census estimates that there are about 255.2 million people in the United States aged 18 and over. Need to say that because we're not counting children in this study. But that implies that there's about 81.4 million adult gun owners. In sum, the report continues, firearms ownership is widespread and firearms owners are diverse. That's important. This is really getting to, now that we've set the stage for some of these demographics, the study went on to investigate the defensive use of firearms. So, in this study, 31.1% of gun owners, or approximately 25.3 million adult Americans, have used a gun in self-defense. Was anybody else surprised by that number? Great. In most cases, about 82%, the gun was not fired. There are approximately 1.67 million defensive uses of firearms per year, and the majority of defensive gun use takes place outside of the home, about 75%. Handguns are the firearm most commonly used in defensive incidents, about 66%, followed by shotguns and rifles. So defensive use of firearms was assessed through a series of questions that asked for increasingly detailed information from those who indicated that they had used firearms in self-defense. So first, the gun owners were asked, have you ever defended yourself or your property with a firearm, even if it was not fired or displayed? This is excluding military service, police work, or work as a security guard. But again, about a third answered in the affirmative. I was really surprised by that number. So, of those who used their gun in self-defense, about 18% fired the gun, 51% showed the gun without firing, and 31% were neither. They just said, I have a gun, and that was sufficient to deter the situation, to de-escalate the situation. About a quarter of the defensive incidents take place within the gun owner's home, and about half occur outside the home but on the property. 1 out of 10 of defensive gun uses occur in public, and about 1 of 20 occurs at work, which is deeply disturbing to me. The vast majority of these are handguns, again. So I thought this was really interesting information because people in this country, and I would extrapolate from that in the state of Colorado, rely very heavily on their firearm that they own or they purchase for a sense of security or to defend themselves. About 22% of gun owners only own one firearm, but the average gun owner owns 5. And 48% of gun owners have owned magazines that hold over 10 rounds. So I thought that this was really interesting information. I'm sure that you're as fascinated with it as I am. But because of this self-defense theme, I have to make sure I have the right one here. I don't. All right. Because of the self-defense theme,
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L038?
Amendment L38, amend printed bill, page 6, line 22, strike "and," page 7, line 5, strike "analysis," and substitute "analysis and E, the transfer of sale of a specified automatic, semi-automatic firearm to and the receipt or purchase of a specified semi-automatic firearm by a person who is a victim of domestic violence as defined in section 18.6.800.3 or stalking pursuant to section 18.3.602.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is really important for women to be able to purchase a firearm that they feel comfortable with. I apologize. Madam Chair, I move L038 to Senate Bill 003.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Senator Frizzell. To the amendment.
Thank you. So again, I think that it is very, very important for women to be able to protect themselves, to access the type of firearm that works best for them. For me, it is a 9mm Glock because it fits in my hand, it's not too heavy, and it doesn't like bowl me backwards. Everybody's different. And candidly, a revolver, which would be okay with this bill, is too big for me. That's not something that I'm interested in carrying. So I think it's really important that women have the ability. This specific amendment, and just in case anybody missed it, this specific amendment exempts a person who is a victim of domestic violence or stalking, as defined in statute, and allows them to be able to purchase these firearms. I would ask for an aye vote on this very important amendment.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of L038 as well. Seems like an appropriate exemption to offer victims of domestic violence the ability to defend themselves. Again, as I spoke earlier about just having the opportunity and the ability to pick and choose what your preferred mechanism is to provide you the level of support that you're most comfortable with. Offering an exemption to persons of victim of domestic violence or stalking seems like a very reasonable approach that the sponsors, I hope, will agree there is necessity for an amendment like this and the kind of protections afforded by Amendment L038. I encourage a yes vote for L038.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate this amendment being brought forward by the good senator from Castle Rock. And yet, I do rise in opposition to L38, and I want to explain why. 003, to be clear, does not prohibit survivors of violence from purchasing firearms. This bill, however, ensures that those firearms that are purchased comport with our 15 magazine limit, with our high capacity limit in the state of Colorado. So, one of the pieces that I find curious about the arguments coming from the opposition to this policy are particularly curious because last year, when we debated the policy that ended up becoming Proposition KK, to establish an excise tax that would help ensure that survivors of violence could receive the support and care that they need. The opposition to this bill also rose up in opposition to that amendment. Their answer is to not support survivors of violence. Their, I guess, response is to just give them a gun. I ask for a no vote on L38.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The point that I made earlier when I was last at this microphone was the defense of citizens against a government. Here at this amendment, however, addresses defending oneself against personal attack, especially in one's home. You know, I think, long believed that, and I hadn't thought about it a whole lot in my early adulthood, about owning a firearm until my house came under attack. Someone who was breaking into my house very routinely, someone who obviously lived nearby and could see when we left, and that intruder was placing items of a sexual nature aimed at my daughter and my wife, and that went on for some time. The police never did catch this person, but the police did advise me to arm myself well, because if I ever did encounter that person, he says, you don't want to be the one unarmed when someone is attacking you in your home. So from that point on, I understood the importance of defending oneself in your home, and I immediately went out and bought myself my first firearm. I can't imagine the notion of denying someone who's been an actual victim of abuse from being able to go and acquire a new weapon, and a new weapon of her choice, that she gets to decide how to defend herself and not the state legislature. I think this is a reasonable bill, and it's a good exception, and I encourage everyone to vote yes on Amendment 38.
Is there further discussion on L38? Seeing none, the motion before us, division. A division has been requested. we're good? A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the passage of L038. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. L38 is lost. To the bill, Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that was certainly disappointing because I thought it was such a good amendment. We talked a lot about the statistics around defensive use of firearms. And I know you'll be pleased to know that I have a few more factoids for y'all. This cites a survey by the National Shooting Sports Foundation, and it was a report on women gun owners, purchasing, perceptions, and participation. So as you might imagine, this is perhaps a little more biased than the previous survey that I outlined, but it really just talks about the motivation for women to own firearms and to purchase them. And so this survey, it said the biggest motivator for a women's firearm purchase is personal defense. Not a big shocker there. I think everybody would have predicted that. Nearly half of the women in the survey cited either self-defense or home defense as the most important reason to own a gun. Hunting was also significant. Wanted to go shooting with their family. There's a whole breakdown, but overwhelmingly, self-defense and home defense represented over half of the reasons why women were purchasing guns. It also refers to exactly 81.6% of the women surveyed agreed with the statement, "I feel more secure now that I own a gun." Only 3% disagreed. Nearly 71% of the women responding said I feel a need to own a gun for safety reasons, and exactly half the women agreed that they felt more empowered by gun ownership. As I indicated, that's my experience, so I'm not terribly surprised by that. As a tangible indicator, this report goes on, as a tangible indicator of a woman's defensive mindset, 42% of those surveyed possess a permit or lawful right to carry a concealed firearm, and an additional 29.4% planned to obtain a permit in the next 12 months. We'll skip that part. Women today are buying guns for everything from collecting to competitive shooting, but the primary influence, the primary reason is their personal safety and that of their loved ones. And so with that, I would like to offer an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L023?
Amendment L023, amend printed bill, page 7, line 5, strike analysis and substitute analysis and E, the transfer or sale of a specified semi-automatic firearm to and the receipt or purchase of a specified semi-automatic firearm by a person who is or has been identified in a protection order as the person for whose benefit the protection order was issued, and 1, if the protection order is or was a temporary or permanent civil protection order, the protection order includes an act of domestic violence as defined in section 18-6-800.3, or 2, if the protection order is or was a mandatory protection order issued pursuant to section 18-1001 against a person charged with a criminal violation. The case involves domestic violence as defined in section 18-6-800.3, stalking pursuant to section 18-3602, or unlawful sexual behavior as defined in section 1622-102.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So, colleagues, this is a similar
Senator
amendment.
Frizzell, will you please move your amendment?
One day I will get
We'll
it.
get it.
My apologies. One day, it's late. So, Madam Chair, I would like to move L023 to Senate Bill 003.
Wonderful. To the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your patience. So, colleagues, this is a similar amendment to my previous one, which really just talked about victims of domestic violence and stalking. This actually includes an individual who has been identified in a protection order and the person whose benefit has been identified in a protection order and as the person for whose benefit the protection order was issued. So along with domestic violence and civil protection and all of this. So this is really important. Again, you know, the reason why women purchase guns predominantly, over 50%, is to protect themselves or a loved one or their home. And this is something that is very important to women all around the country. I would like to cite the survey that I had gone over before. Colorado is not unique. This is true throughout the United States. It's very, very important that in Colorado, women are able to protect themselves and feel safe, especially given our very high crime rates. So with that, Madam Chair, I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the same reasons, many of the same reasons that I voiced my opposition to the last amendment, I rise in opposition to this one. You know, it's fascinating to me because when there were policy debates and discussions around extreme risk protection orders, the opposition to this bill raised their opposition to that policy. The answer is always, from the opposition's perspective, well, everybody ought to be able to get a gun. My co-prime sponsor can speak with incredible specificity about the number and the vast proliferation of the number of these firearms in the United States and in Colorado. And again, what 003 seeks to do is to limit the number of firearms that are sold in the state of Colorado with a magazine that is greater than 15 rounds. I ask for a no vote to L023. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to support this amendment by my colleague from Castle Rock, similar to the last amendment. This really shouldn't be necessary because this goes to the very heart of self-defense. And all of these Supreme Court decisions we've been talking about, whether it's Heller or McDonald v. Chicago or Duane all speak about the right to own a firearm for self-defense and protection. And that's very much at the heart of the senator from Castle Rock's amendment. So this would exempt from the legislation before us, allow the purchase by a person who is or has been identified in a protection order as the person for whose benefit the protection order was issued, and if the protection order is or was a temporary or permanent civil protection order, the protection order includes an act of domestic violence as defined in section 18-6-800.3, or if the protection order is or was a mandatory protection order issued pursuant to section 18-1-1001 against a person charged with a criminal violation. The case involves domestic violence, as defined in 18-6-800.3, or stalking, pursuant to section 18-3-602, or unlawful sexual behavior, as defined in section 16-22.102. So in all of these cases, you can certainly understand, in most of these cases, it would be a woman who wishes to have these firearms for self-defense, very much at the heart of the Second Amendment rights that are outlined in all of the recent Supreme Court decisions. I very much support this amendment.
Seeing no further, a division has been requested. A division has been requested. Will all those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L23. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. L23 has been lost. To the bill. Seeing no further, I didn't think we were. Senator Liston. Apologies, I didn't see you standing there in the well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, in my comments when I was speaking about Senate Bill 3, I spoke about the training and what I learned from people in the military, be it my father who inculcated safety, or my various instructors when I was in Scouts, and instructors that I took other firearms safety courses from. One of the things that they had in common was that they were all in the military, and that they had served honorably in the military. Not only had they served honorably for 10 or 15 or 20, or in some cases 30 years or more, they were very highly trained with the proper use of all types of firearms, including and especially semi-automatic pistols and or rifles. Just like like our good colleagues, the good senator from Denver, Major Ball, who did service for our country in Afghanistan, I believe 3 tours, and the good senator, Captain Hendrickson from Pueblo, who I know served in Iraq and or Afghanistan. I honor your service, and in my district, and probably in virtually every district around the state, there are numerous hundreds, if not thousands, of honorably discharged veterans. And these are men and women who have sacrificed for our country for many years, not only when they were in the military, but in many cases, in most cases, after they got out and they were honorably discharged, they continued to serve their country. And I'm going to give you some examples, but before I do, I would like to move L010.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L010?
Amendment L010, amend printed bill page
Senator
7.
Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, what L010 does is that it exempts members from the military who are honorably discharged. I repeat that, who have been honorably discharged from the military, that they have proven through the course of their service, whether they were in the military for 5 or 10, many of them have been in the military for 20 years or more. I'm going to give you some specific examples, that They did not commit any infractions while they were in the military. They knew how to treat and handle firearms, especially semi-automatic firearms, not only while they were in the military, but while they've been out of the military, they've been exemplary citizens. Let me give you just a few examples, and I could give you, and I repeat to all of you, that in virtually every one of our districts, in fact, I would venture to say every one of our districts, there are honorably discharged veterans who have handled semi-automatic, and for that matter, any firearm safely, and so forth. I'm going to give you a few examples. Here's one, and by the way, I know many of these examples I'm going to give you. I know personally some of these people very well. They're either in my district or certainly from Colorado Springs. Colonel retired Franklin Pete Sloan is a Special Forces qualified medic and physician assistant, honorably served 40 years and 11 days, of which included combat deployments to Iraq and twice to Afghanistan. Colonel Sloan's notable awards include the Combat Medical Badge, the Legion of Merit, the Bronze Star Medal, and the Defense Meritorious Service Medal. And he was also the Order of Military Medical Merit. Captain retired John Bartlett is a Special Forces qualified infantry officer that honorably served over 20 years in the Special Forces, including Vietnam, where he was assigned to the Special Operations Group. Captain Bartlett has been awarded the Purple Heart, has also been decorated twice for valor with the Bronze Star Medal for V twice, the Bronze Star Medal twice, the Combat Infantry Badge, and the Parachutist Badge. He is 76 years old, he has cancer, and he lives alone with his wife up in Florissant, Colorado. Captain, actually I thought he was Major Dave Donaldson is a Special Forces qualified officer for 23 years from 1987 to 2010. Captain Donaldson is a veteran of the Iraq War and has been awarded the Bronze Star Medal and the Combat Medical Badge. Chief Warrant Officer 4, retired Gerald Bennett, is a Special Forces qualified weapons specialist and warrant officer that served honorably for 29 years, from 1977 to 2006, which included multiple deployments to Bosnia, Kosovo, and Iraq. Chief Bennett's awards include the Legion of Merit, the Bronze Star Medal twice, the Meritorious Service Medal, the Global War on Terrorism Expeditionary Medal with Arrowhead, the Combat Infantry Badge, and numerous others. Chief Warrant Officer retired John Cutler is a Special Forces and Ranger qualified warrant officer who served honorably for 25 years. Chief Cutler's deployments include
Senator Liston?
Yes.
Thank you for sharing this information about your constituents. They have done an amazing job. Would you mind getting more to the amendment that's being offered?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. The reason I'm going through this is I want to give specific examples. These are men, and I'm sure there's women, these are men who have shown through their service, through blood, sweat, tears, and literally everything else during their service in the military, that they showed that they can competently and safely handle these types of firearms. They've been out of the military for 5 and 10 and 15 years. They have safely handled these types of weapons. In fact, I challenge any one of us, please come up and give me an example of a honorably discharged, I'm not just talking about somebody who was just discharged or dishonorably, somebody who was honorably discharged. These men and women are not the problem, they are part of the solution. They should not be penalized indiscriminately because they have shown time and time again by their example that, that they know how to handle firearms. I would like to give some additional examples. There's nothing like a personal example of what these men have done. Master Sergeant retired Gary Melich is a Special Forces qualified senior non-commissioned officer that served honorably for 38 years.
Senator Liston, would you please get back to the amendment? I appreciate hearing the name Senator Liston.
I am speaking to the amendment.
Senator Liston, please get back to the accomplishments, if you'd like to, of your honorably discharged veteran constituents.
Madam Chair, I don't see why there should be any...
Senatorial 5.
Thank you.
Senator Liston, to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I will start, and per your permission, I will give 3 more good examples of honorably, and I want to make clear that I have their permission. I would not go out and not use their names without their permission. I had explicit permission. So Master Sergeant retired Gary Melich is a Special Forces qualified senior non-commissioned officer that served honorably for over 38 years. Master Sergeant Melich's deployments include Vietnam, where he served as a tunnel rat. If you know what a tunnel rat was, that was one of the most dangerous jobs that anybody could ever have. They would go into the tunnels dug by the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese Army with nothing but a 1911, that's a semi-automatic 45 pistol, and a flashlight. They would go down in there. Sergeant Melich's awards includes the Purple Heart, the Meritorious Service Medal, the Army Commendation Medal that he won 5 times, and the Infantry Combat Badge. Another example is that Sergeant First Class Jeffrey Ross is a Special Forces qualified senior non-commissioned officer that served honorably for 19.5 years, including deployments to Afghanistan before being medically retired in 2018. He's been awarded the Joint Service Accommodation Medal, the Army Commendation Medal 3 times, and the Afghan Campaign Medal. Last but not least is Sergeant First Class Lamar Jackson Jr. is a Special Forces qualified senior non-commissioned officer that has served honorably for the past 21 years and is still serving. Sergeant First Class Jackson's awards include the Bronze Star Medal, the Purple Heart Medal, the Army Commendation Medal, the device for valor, the Army Commendation Medal that he won 4 times, the Army Achievement Medal, C for Combat, which he won 7 times, and the Army Good Conduct Medal. Madam Chair, those are 3 examples. Quite frankly, colleagues, I could go on, but I think that you understand the point is that these men, some of who are in this room, who served our country honorably, not only in the military, they are trained, they know how to work with firearms, they've never been a problem, and the chances are they never will be a problem, that we should not single them out and not allow them to continue to serve our country and allow them to handle and be able to purchase or whatever is necessary for a semi-automatic weapon. I respectfully ask for an aye vote of Senate Amendment L010 to Senate Bill 3. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Sullivan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. As an actual veteran who got inducted in August the 28th, 1974 in Buffalo, New York, and my wife, who was sitting over there, was there as my girlfriend with my mom and my sister when we boarded the bus, and it was an actual Hollywood moment to watch those 3 women sit there and cry while the bus drove away and took me and my buddy to basic training. It took us to the airport first, and then we went to Lackland Air Force Base and started our basic training. The VA estimates that there's nearly 370,000 veterans who reside in Colorado, and this amendment would create a secondary market where veterans purchasing specialized semi-automatic firearms and resell them to others. I don't think that's what the sponsor would like to do, but that is a result of this. It would create a secondary market where these individuals would be able to purchase them and sell them to others. And they'd be able to sell them to veterans and non-veterans alike. They would simply become middlemen between the gun dealers and the unlicensed individuals. Veterans who have likely received extensive training on the AR-15 platform have also committed mass shootings. And if you want to remember, in Maine, in October of '23, the shooting in Lewiston, Maine, where a veteran killed 13 people in 2 different locations and injured another 18, and there was an extensive manhunt that went on for 2 days before they actually found him, who he had killed himself. And according to the Violence Project, over 50 mass shootings since 1966 have involved suspects who were veterans or people with military training. Lee Harvey Oswald was a veteran. Well, okay, he wasn't honorably discharged, but he was a veteran. But I mean, we don't want to bring up Lee Harvey, geez, sorry about that. But, I mean, the point being, and we're not saying that every single veteran who owns a gun is going to shoot somebody, and we're not going to talk about the veterans who are killing themselves on a regular basis. We know that 22 veterans take their own lives every single day, 13 of them with a firearm. Now, I'm sure the VA wants all the help they can get to help their veterans out. I'm not sure that they want to make sure that more of them get firearms. With that, I would ask for a no vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, just for clarification, and I know the good senator from Aurora didn't mean this, but Lee Harvey Oswald was dishonorably discharged, if you know the history of that. Members, you can always find an exception to anything if you want, but the vast, vast majority of honorably discharged veterans, the 99.98% or 99%, have done the right thing. They continue to do the right thing. Many of them, I didn't get a chance to speak about, some of them are police officers today or other types of public servants. They do a magnificent job. Why should they be penalized inadvertently, or maybe in this case on purpose, because that you're trying to throw a wide net and capture everybody when they have done absolutely nothing wrong? They are part of the solution, not the problem. With all due respect, for all of the veterans that are in each and every one of your districts, and I guarantee we all have hundreds, if not thousands, even in the most rural district, there are hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of veterans that are doing the right thing. I respectfully ask for an aye vote on my amendment L1010.
Senator Pelton.
R.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in full support of 010. Do we give our veterans the respect that they're due? Sometimes I don't think we do. I think this amendment goes a long ways towards showing them some of that respect that they are due. You know, they put their life on the line for this country. Why should we take those rights away that they have fought to defend? Honorably discharged veterans are the cream of the crop. They're the top shelf citizens in this country. So I rise in full support of 010, and I'd ask for a yes vote.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, rise in support of this amendment by my colleague from Colorado Springs. So I was privileged to serve in the military in the United States Marine Corps Reserve, and I can say the training, particularly in the Marine Corps, is very extensive on the use of firearms. I remember fondly my week at Camp Pendleton at the rifle range. In the Marine Corps, there's 3 levels. There's marksman, sharpshooter, and expert. And the training's extensive, the responsible use of firearms. I think this is a good exemption from the bill for veterans that have been honorably discharged. We trained on with the M16, which, interestingly enough, you cannot purchase today, distinguishing that from the AR-15, because the M16 can be an automatic weapon. So that's an example of restrictions on certain ownership of firearms that we have in place. But certainly those in the military that have had this kind of training on the use of weapons can certainly responsibly own and use a weapon like the AR-15. So I support this amendment by my colleague from Colorado Springs. Thank you for your comments on that, Senator.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just rise in support of L010 to Senate Bill 003. I really, it's not, I guess in a way I do take offense when we talk about the military and there's not more respect for who they are and what they've been through. My stepson, 24 years as a Black Hawk pilot. 3 of those years were in Special Forces. He received every accommodation that you could possibly receive with the use of guns. And I think that's the least that we can do to honor our military and exempt them from this bill.
Senator Liston?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, just in conclusion, I'll just say this, remind us all, it was less than a week ago, it was just 6 days ago, that we were down here or on the floor of the House having Military Appreciation Day, where we all paid homage to the numerous veterans, of which really there's just a small number of veterans, to pay homage to their service and their sacrifice, whether in Korea or World War II or Vietnam or Afghanistan and Kosovo and Iraq and elsewhere. And we lauded them. And here we are, less than 6 days later, saying, well, you know, we really can't trust you. We can't trust you, so we're going to take away your rights, even though you've shown time and
Senator
time
Liston.
again. So I respectfully ask for an aye vote on L010. Thank you.
Seeing no
Madam Chair.
further discussion, the motion, okay, a division has been requested.
We won't go past that? Is it, or we will?
A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L10. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very disappointed in that vote. That's a segment of our population that we really need to thank, not take any rights away from them, because they have fought to defend our rights. So, sitting in committee listening to this bill, it was very apparent this bill was poorly written. There's some things in this bill that are really hard to understand. The good senator from Brighton.
Senator Pelton, we're going to take a senatorial 5. Excuse us.
I'll just have to start over.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It feels kind of eerie to be the first one after a little break. But back to what I was talking about. You know, I heard this bill in committee. We heard from several people that testified that said the language of this bill is just poorly drafted. You know, it's hard to understand. The good senator from Brighton was going on about